with who was the defendant's prior attorney, and it would also have to deal with somebody, I guess an administrative person or somebody from the jail, to come in and talk about what the COVID protocols were. If there's not a stipulation as to what the language is, I'm not going to give an instruction. I can't do that.
And honestly, Judge, it seems like we're making the mountain of a molehill over this issue as well. And I actually am in favor of not giving any stipulated instructions.
Well, I'm not going to. All right, court call 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia. Stauch record should reflect the jury's not present in the courtroom. We need to talk about some jury instructions. I got an email this morning regarding a stipulated instruction that's not stipulated regarding evidentiary facts that weren't presented. So, counsel approach, please. I'm not inclined to give either one of the ones that were submitted. This is going to have to be a stipulated instruction. There's two of them there, so you can have one. Because this deals with evidence that wasn't exactly presented, because it would have to deal with evidence from Catherine Strobel, who was the defendant's prior attorney, and it would also have to deal with somebody, I guess an administrative person or somebody from the jail, to come in and talk about what the COVID protocols were. If there's not a stipulation as to what the language is, I'm not going to give an instruction. I can't do that.
And honestly, Judge, it seems like we're making the mountain of a molehill over this issue as well. And I actually am in favor of not giving any stipulated instructions.
Well, I'm not going to comment on the mountain out of a molehill, but it is because this is a request for an instruction on evidence that wasn't actually presented. Unless there's a stipulation, I don't think I can give an instruction.
Well, part of this, Your Honor, was
I know what the issue is. It doesn't change the outcome. Either you can call Catherine Strobel.
I can get it down here by 1:30.
Well, you guys need to talk about how you're going to do it, because I can't make you guys reach a stipulation, and I can't tell the jury what evidence is that hasn't been presented. So give this instruction?
Yes, except they'll just take out the line, and being gone for a period, and the defendant said you would never record, just take that out.
So it would end in and being found in Florida. Yeah. I can do that. Okay, Mr. Allen, do you stipulate?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And obviously you guys can still argue that. So, okay. All right, I'll take care of that. Don't go anywhere yet. The other issue is, and this may be a Mr. Young issue as well.
I'm in the room and you know that.
Okay. I looked at the verdict forms and I don't think they're right.
So did you not see the email that I sent yesterday?
No.
Okay, so I sent another copy. I copied you on it, Mr. Sproul, and all the parties.
Okay.
There was a structural error in the forms that you fixed.
Okay, this was an error that I found yesterday in all of them.
Is this the version?
No, this is what you originally sent, and then I crossed out this language.
Well, I think Colby actually requires you to list the rest of the charges out. But if you look at the other form that you were talking about with Roman numerals,
right?
I don't think we're supposed to be rebroadcasting this bit.
Right.
Do this, and then my understanding, and Colby,
doesn't matter. It's live.
Here's the problem I see with that. The way the instruction reads right now is, if you find the defendant not guilty of murder in the first degree, and you also find her not guilty of murder in the first degree, child under 12, position of trust, tampering. So it would be, if you find her guilty of murder in the first degree, and you find her not guilty of all these other charges.
Well, this first part is not guilty of basically.
And you also find her not guilty of murder in the first degree, child under 12, position of trust, tampering. So it would be, if you find her guilty of murder in the first degree, and you find her not guilty of all these other charges.
Well, this first part is not guilty of basically all the charges. Then you answer this question.
Correct. You're right. But my whole thought is, they're not required to find her guilty or not guilty of all of them. They could find her not guilty of murder in the first degree after deliberation, and still find her guilty of tampering with the deceased human body. And this question, this special interrogatory down here, only applies to murder in the first degree after deliberation.
Right. So each verdict form would have the exact same.
It does.
Here, but then the question actually applies to the charge for that particular verdict form.
Okay. The concern that I had was, the concern that I have is that suppose that a jury were to come back and find the defendant not guilty by reason of insanity as to murder in the first degree, both counts, but were to find her guilty of tampering with a deceased human body,
Mhm.
then they wouldn't answer this question at all. Yeah,
And I think that's what we just cross that out and have
Right.
it on each different verdict form. So
Right.
that part B only reflects to the charge on that verdict form. That is a little cleaner, less confusing.
because otherwise what you have is they only fill that out if they find her not guilty on all charges. And then they find NGRI as to each charge of each verdict. I suppose out of all the realm of possibilities, they could find that she's not guilty on both counts of murder. But if they find her guilty of tampering with the deceased human body and physical evidence, this instruction tells them not to fill out that interrogatory.
Yeah, I totally understand what you're saying. That's the same thoughts that we were having as we were drafting these. The concern is obviously that Colgie actually has it exactly like that. And I'm always reluctant to change what's in Colgie just because of issues.
Right, and I get that.
And I guess that's
Mr.
what we're
Tellini?
having to cross out. I think it's cleaner and less confusing to the jury. Okay.
As long as the.
Yeah,
Okay.
I would agree to that. I think it's just cleaner
To cross it out.
to cross it out.
Okay,
I think
I'll take-
sometimes Colby doesn't anticipate that you have these types of things where you have multiple
Right.
different charges where they could.
Right, because it's over a period of time.
Yes, but yeah, especially because it is.
So- I'll give that to Mr. Young. Can you make those changes? Email them to Mr. Actually, Ms. Gratiano's the one doing the heavy lifting. Can you make those changes? Okay, and send those to Mr. Sproul. And then, so essentially what it will be is when we get there, this part B is just going to say, if you find her not guilty of murder in the first degree, then answer the question. Because the concern that I had was if what if we do this, then they're not answering this question at all,
I understand.
which is bad for everybody.
I understand.
So,
It's called because more confusing than it should.
well, I still blame Judge Gilbert because he's on that committee. So,
Well, I think especially because you don't often have, crimes that occur over.
and that's the other issue.
Period, and that's what
Right.
makes it more confusing and actually more of an issue in
Right.
the case with that.
Right. Okay, so I'm going to give this one with the modification. Are you able to do that, Ms. Gratiano? Do you have that?
Yeah.
She has her computer, we just don't have our computers.
Okay, all right. All right, then I'm going to take a break while Ms. Gratiano does that. I fixed this instruction. Before we do that, though, I want to give some instruction to everybody else that's in the courtroom. And that is that the plan is that we're going to be, once we get the instructions done, we will be bringing the jury in around 9 o'clock. As I understand it, and I'm not holding you to this because I told you I wasn't going to impose time limits. I'm just trying to logistically plan, that's all. Do you have an idea as to how long your closing is going to last?
It's hard for me to predict how long mine's gonna last. Mine's the rebuttal close.
No, I'm talking about, I'm mostly concerned about the front end.
I'm trying to keep it to an hour.
Okay, how long? Okay. So it may be probably what will happen is the closing arguments are going to start 10-ish. Most likely what will occur is that we get through prosecution, defense, take a lunch break, and then come back for rebuttal, would be my guess. I think it's too long to have the jury all sitting together, missing lunch and everything like that, to do it all in one chunk. So, and it's probably going to take me about 40 minutes or so.
Yeah, it'll take,
Um,
really takes at least that long for it.
Yeah. Yeah, well, it'll probably take me about 40 minutes to get through the instructions. So that's kind of what I'm planning on. If it turns out that we're way ahead, and we may be able to finish in the 12:30 hour, be ready for rebuttal
My
if you need
preference
to.
would be that we just get them all done. And
It's mine too.
I know, yeah.
I just, it's a long time for them to be there. The other thing is, for everybody who's in the courtroom, there's a couple of rules. Number one, no phones. Number two, no phones. The only people that are going to have their phones out are the people in the first 1.5 rows. Those are press people. We know who they are. If you leave the courtroom during a break, you can't save a seat. So take all of your stuff with you if you leave the courtroom, so that when you, if you don't get back in, you have it with you, because somebody else may come in and sit where your stuff is, or move your stuff or whatever. So keep that in mind.
Not yet, Sandy.
Council approach, please.
Because it sounds like their witness has been dismissed.
Right. In addition, generally, if you leave the courtroom during an argument, you're not going to be allowed back in. So the only time that you go out and come back in is during a break. I know that this is a difficult case for everybody. Jury's working hard. Lawyers have worked hard. You got decorum orders back there about the conduct that I expect. If you think that there's going to be an emotional reaction, step outside. We don't want anybody to be influenced by an improper reaction from the gallery. So we'll leave it at that. So she's working on the verdict forms. I'll take care of this instruction. I'm going to number it. I need to see. Oh, I've got them right here. And I'm going to number this in A instructions, since we've already got the other ones numbered in that way, as opposed to putting it at the end. Okay.
Okay.
And then you can just shuffle it in on the other ones. Yeah, that'll work. Right. Are they stapled?
No. You
Is
were
it-
at the beginning of the end of the stack.
I was thinking, I guess you would have to take a look here. Well, I was actually going to put it up here at like number 10A or something like that, but you'd have to go through all the stacks.
Okay, I mean.
You can do that?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Okay,
Wherever you want.
all right. So court will be in recess, and when we come back and bring the jury in, rest, yes?
Yes, sir.
No rebuttal?
That's right.
Okay, and then I will tell the jury what they can expect and how it's going to go forward. Once I read the instructions, we'll take that 15-minute break or so, and then we'll go into arguments. We'll see where we are. I mean, if Mr. Young doesn't take as much time, or Mr. Tellini doesn't, it may be that we get it done. It's not a hard and fast noon, but I sure don't want to put them in at like 1 or 1:30. And
Yeah, and as far as if we can get them all done before we break for lunch, there will be a natural break anyway between Mr. Tellini
Right.
and then me doing my rebuttal close. I'm going to have to rearrange a little bit here anyway.
I'm glad you brought that up. Can we turn that camera on? We rearranged the camera, and you can see, so you can see where you can be seen in the courtroom if you want to do that and take a look at the camera. My suggestion, however, would be, if you're going to use this easel, that you unbury it before we start. So it'll be a little, as opposed to trying to move all that stuff afterwards. So, okay. All right. Court will be in recess then. Thank you.
All right.
Unless they did this while we weren't looking.
Okay, hey beasties, welcome to the lair. Sorry, I heard them talking and I wanted to get it up just so we could hear things. Okay, so welcome to the lair this morning. How are we doing?
Looking forward to verdict watch.
Yay, verdict watch.
DMs presumably on Dick's sword.
I'll
Well-
get there. Just give me a minute. Morning, Sanji, Mayor, Thomas, Patty, Archo, Ardo, I'm sorry. Creed. Danny. Nick, hold on, I don't want to miss anybody. Sandy, JMK.
And here's Creed.
I already said Creed. Nick. Okay. I've said hello to everybody. Okay, continue. You were saying,
Is that my
Clock?
micro Loki?
Micro Loki's at school. She
Who's saying
skipped.
hello?
I was.
Oh, good morning, Steph. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Your silly little doggy wants to know that she woke mommy up 4 times last night and night.
Okay.
I've had no
So
sleep.
it doesn't. It seems like Letecia might not be allowed to testify for reasons that
Mayor Wrench.
nobody gets.
I think what happened was one of two things. Either when they did that colloquy and about the whole, are you testifying? We couldn't really hear her. That she said no, but I want to reserve the right, essentially, that after this witness, like the defense, witness, if I think I need to, that I can change my answer. And not just, I want to wait to decide kind of thing. And then at the end of the day, she was like, yeah, no, I'm going to stick with the answer I gave on the record. And then that, I think either that happened, most likely, or at the end of the day, they asked her and she just said no. Yeah. And then I think they're going to rest and close as soon as we start. Well, yeah, rest, close, and jury instructions, because he wants them doing it by 10 or, so we can start verdict watch. But
Well, he's going to read the jury instructions first, is what it sounds like.
I'm just saying, like, whatever order.
I don't know how Colorado does things, but we're going to find out.
I don't think Colorado knows what Colorado does.
So what other
goddamn.
characters do we have coming
Hold
up?
on.
soon?
I might lose my shit in about 6 seconds.
Nope, that's not the one I wanted.
Okay, I'm back.
Hey, Caroline.
This day already. I'm
Oh.
done with. I will apologize right now if all of a sudden I go MIA and stop answering and don't put it on mute. That's going to be because I'm relocating quick, fast, and in a hurry. They just locked down the school district, and the main school district campus is, in theory, if I was on the roof of my house, in range for me.
Ooh.
They just locked it down for an explosive threat and are gonna dismiss everybody at 11 for the explosive threat. They're on lockdown right now, and they're getting them. No, yeah, and they're getting them out right now. So if I disappear, that's because I'm either on my roof or in a SWAT vehicle.
Okay then.
Sorry, it was my commander sending messages.
I had wondered.
Yeah, command sent a message saying locking down now. Dismissal and reunification points at 11. It was not just that, Creed. There was more to it. It had multiple forms.
Oh dear.
Kaboom and pew pew both.
Is that the administrative? Is that the administrative? Which school is that?
Our campus, we have a high school, 2 elementaries, and a middle school that all sit on the same campus. And then there's 4 other elementaries in the district that are not up there with the 2 that are. Because we have K through 4 in one, 5 and 6 in another. Wait, no, they rated it this year. It's K through 5 in one, 6, 7, 8 in another, and then a high school. Yeah, Creed, I know, I saw. The upside to that, Sandy, is there's no place on that campus that is not in range to me from my roof. So yeah, I mean, if I have to go high ground, I can literally go jump my roof. Because it would be a better sight line to the entire campus for me.
And you don't have to haul your rifle nearly as far.
Yeah, I mean, the hospital's literally across the street from the high school. The trauma, like our hospital. So I can always go jump to the roof of the hospital if I need a different angle. And now I'm over here trying to do math, thinking of my third angle. My roof, hospital roof. What could I use on the other side? I could use that office building if I need to. Okay. Okay, sorry. Not enough caffeine to like not think out loud.
Nah, these things they happen. Now, if I knew exactly what spot we were talking about, we could evaluate that myself.
Yeah. So great. It's gonna be an
No,
awesome day here for me.
sniper drones suck. I can't imagine. Yeah.
Yeah, that would be a bad idea, especially since I can take a drone out very easily.
On top of that, you have to be able to get a drone big enough to carry the rifle.
No, I mean, Jay used the predators.
Yeah, but those can't just stop moving. And
In theory, they can.
Hmm?
Score!
everyone else is fair game. No, it's not. No, they're not. Be
Don't
very
say
careful.
Don't say things like that on my channel. Do not say things like that on my channel.
Please.
No, not even a please. It'll get my channel yeeted. Permanently. And I will be big mad. But before we go back to them very quickly, Beasties, here's your before. Here's your after.
Nice. Yep, the no T works. But he's missing his pointed hat. We have to find him the pointed hat.
Okay, there we go. Hey, Philip. Yeah, I didn't get a chance to. I saw you just emailed me just now. Yeah, I fell asleep. It was a bad couple days. My head wasn't in a great place. I'll finish and get back to you. But I'm not going to email you right now because as I'm standing here talking to you, I'm changing. FML. This day.
And it's just getting started.
I've been up since 5:30.
Ow.
Well, I have to get up that way. So I get up between like 5:30 and 6 because I have to wake Micro up by 6:15 to have her downstairs and fed. And leave by 7:15 to get her to school for school start because of traffic.
Right.
Yeah, Debbie, I know that feeling. The pressure change. My one hand is totally a different color than the other.
Oh.
And which great. And I've had a migraine for like a week.
Oh.
And I don't remember if I told you guys when I was gone for like a month and Croco and Patty were just like updating you guys. I was in the hospital and they weren't sure what was going on. My foot and ankle swelled up too. And Croc can attest to the picture. Looked like I had no bones. Patty can attest to that too. Like it was so swollen. You could make like a 3-inch indent with your thumb. And they thought it was blood clot related or like a whole bunch of things. When it turned out it was an issue with the one herniated disc in my back that had ruptured.
Ah,
Not that no, foot didn't swell to adult size, but the foot was the same size as my calf, like at the biggest. It was bad, and the pain was bad. But it turns out it had to do with the sciatic nerve. So, yeah, that's not helping either, pain wise. So I feel you on the pain thing. Now I have to fucking get dressed and not look like a soccer mom. Because soccer mom looking life.
well, you'd prefer that.
No, it's hockey mom over here.
Okay. Same difference. At least in this respect. Look should
Yeah.
be about the same.
For the most part, I just don't feel like sitting on a roof.
Well, somebody's got to do Overwatch.
Would not be an Overwatch situation. If they are tapping me, it's not just Overwatch anymore.
Again, somebody's got to do it.
I know. But this is going to sound shallow. It would be my third school event, and I would really prefer not to have to do a third. I've already done CNN and all of that shit twice. I don't have the energy. I just can't adult today.
I don't want to adult either.
Don't feel bad. That makes 3 of us, but that's okay.
Yes, but this is a different level of
Yeah, it's
irritated adulting.
yeah. Well, I wouldn't want to do that for adulting at this point at all. Rower.
Creed, I don't want the third time to be the charm. The 14 kids shot in the head on my first one didn't need to happen. The 30-something kids stabbed repeatedly. The 30 kids didn't deserve it to happen. So I really don't want a third time and have the third time be the charm.
Yeah. None of that is fun, Daddy.
Can't fucking adult this week. Done adulting. Oh, Creed? No, I've had like 15 of them that had that were all fake.
We'd like this to be number 16.
I'm just guessing on 15. Most of that's a ballpark.
This being a false alarm would be brilliant.
Fucking stupid.
More brilliant would it for it not to have happened at all. But you know what? being a fake would be fucking ideal now that it's actually happened.
You're good, Debbie. I don't want to get dressed. Go fucking deal with stupid.
Jeez, Nick.
Yeah, I saw.
Hopefully they get off their butts on Tuesday. That'd be good. Keep us posted, please.
Okay. I don't see Mikey. Is he on it? Did he message me on Discord or on something and I missed it?
I'm confused and I'm pretty sure I'm going to stay that way.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Mayor, tell him, depending when they break, we can do it I'll probably do it this afternoon if we're on verdict watch. I didn't want to step on Croc last night.
And everybody crows about quote unquote free healthcare. That's a misnomer if I've never heard one.
Well, I mean, if you don't have chronic health issues, it's fine.
So you're still talking about 6-8 months to get even just to get an appointment.
But I'm just saying, like, if you don't have problems and you're healthy, like, it's not a big deal.
But not
If
everybody
you don't see specialists.
Not everybody will be.
I know, I just meant in general.
Yeah.
How does he know when he has a chase? Or is it an old one? Okay. I'll keep that in mind, Mayor. I'm so over this month. And this whole year. Mayor Wrench, I should try to find the chase I was a part of. There was one I was a part of. I'll have to look if I can find it. I got to play the engine block game. Well, at least they got you moved. Why is my phone blowing up?
All right, court will call 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury's not present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution?
No, Your Honor.
Defense? Let's go ahead and bring the jury in.
Fucking hell this day.
So we'll just take them over there. And I tell them and they can just pass them down. Cameras. Oh. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. You may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to start today like we have every other day. Has anything occurred since we were last together that causes any of you to believe you could not continue to serve as a fair and impartial juror in this
Anybody
case?
done anything
If so,
that Dad's
please
going to
raise
be
your hand.
big mad about again?
No response. All right. When we took our break on Wednesday, we were in the midst of the defendant's case. So that's where we will resume. Mr. Tellini, call your next witness, please. Ladies and gentlemen, what that means is the defense has presented all of the evidence which it intends to
they're arrested,
present
so they're
for
done.
you to consider the issues in this case.
He's not taking the
I want to
stand.
remind
There's
you
your
that the
answer.
defense does not have any burden of proof at any point in these proceedings. However, because the defense did present evidence, the prosecution also has an opportunity to present rebuttal evidence if it chooses to do so, to rebut any of the evidence that was presented by the defense. With that, prosecution, do you have any rebuttal evidence? Ladies and gentlemen, what that means is that all of the evidence which you may properly consider to decide the issues in this
Cool,
case
no rebuttal.
has been presented. Here's what we're going to do going forward.
Instructions and closings.
Mr. Combs has some instructions for you. He's going to hand those out.
you
So
can change
if
the name
all of
of
you
the
would take
stream.
one and pass it down.
Croc, the trail that never ends. We can have a closing. We can change the titles. Sure, Mayor.
All right, the law in the state of Colorado requires that I read these instructions to you, even though you have them with you to take back into court. In addition, because you each have your own individual copy, you can write on your copy any notes that you want to have, just like you would any other notes. Those are not discoverable. Once the case is done, again, those are destroyed. The original jury instructions that I'll give you at the end, those are the ones that need to be filled out. In addition, you'll also see that your instructions start with 9A. That's because we had an addition. So if you hold on to 9A, it's going to go right after instruction 9. Just hold on to it. We'll get there, I promise you. Okay. What we'll do is I will read these instructions, then we'll take about
Mayor,
a
ranch
15-minute recess
council
or so.
housing is like
Then we're going to come
Section
back.
8 in the U.S.
Then the prosecution has an opportunity to give you a closing argument. After that, the
equivalent of
defense has an
Section 8
opportunity to give a
HUD.
closing argument. After that, then the prosecution has an opportunity to give rebuttal. It's much
That's
like
what it is.
rebuttal
It's the
evidence.
same
They
thing
get
as
to
I would call it
comment on
counsel
anything
aid.
that the defense had to comment on in their closing argument. So that's the process. I want to tell you, we work
Yeah, Section
almost
8.
always
sorry.
on a closing argument, from my perspective, a little bit on the fly, because I've not placed time limitations on the attorneys. However, I'm not going to have you guys sitting there for a 4-hour block of time either. So it may be that we do the prosecution closing, the defense closing, and take a break, a lunch break, and then do rebuttal. The other thing is that since we are here for closing, that means that this case has been concluded. That means that you will be here all day. Normally you have gone out to lunch, those sorts of things. That won't be happening today. We're going to order lunch in for you. When we take our break, we're going to have somebody come down and they'll tell you about the lunch process and stuff like that. But we're going to have you here today. And once we discharge you, or once we send you back for deliberations, you'll need to stay together for the deliberation period. Members of the jury, the evidence in this case has been completed. In a moment, I will read to you jury instructions that contain the rules of law you must apply to reach your verdict. You will have copies of what I read to take with you to the jury room. But first, I want to mention a few things to keep in mind when you are discussing this case in the jury room. Until you have returned a verdict, you must not do any research about this case or this kind of case using any source, including dictionaries, reference materials, the internet, or other electronic means. You must not communicate in any way with anyone else about this case or this kind of case until you have returned a verdict in court. This includes your family and friends. If you have a cell phone or other electronic device, you must keep it turned off during the jury deliberations. Actually, what happens is we collect all of those. You get them back at the end, and sometimes you even get back your own. But we collect them all at the end. We collect them all and we hold on to them during deliberations. It is my job to decide what rules of law apply to the case. While the attorneys may comment on some of these rules, you must follow the instructions I give you. Even if you disagree with or do not understand the reasons for some of the rules of law, you must follow them. No single instruction describes all the law which must be applied. The instructions must be considered together as a whole. During this trial, you received all of the evidence that you may properly consider in deciding the issues in the case. Your decision must be made by applying the rules of law that I give you to the evidence presented at trial. Remember, you must not be influenced by sympathy, bias, or prejudice in reaching your decision. You should not allow bias or any kind of prejudice based upon gender to influence your decision. If you decide that the prosecution has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty, it will be my job to decide what the punishment will be. In making your decision, you must not consider punishment at all. At times during the trial, attorneys made objections. Do not draw any conclusions from the objections or from my rulings on the objections. These only related to legal questions I had to decide and should not influence your thinking. If I told you not to consider a particular statement that was made during the trial, you must not consider it in your deliberations. Finally, you should consider all the evidence in light of your experience in life. The defendant is charged with committing the crimes of murder in the first degree after deliberation, murder in the first degree, child under 12, position of trust, tampering with the deceased human body, and tampering with physical evidence in El Paso County, Colorado on or about January 27, 2020. The defendant has pled not guilty by reason of insanity. The charges against the defendant are not evidence. The charges against the defendant are just accusations. The fact that the defendant has been accused is not evidence that the defendant committed any crime. Every person charged with a crime is presumed innocent. This presumption of innocence remains with the defendant throughout the trial and should be given effect by you unless, after considering all the evidence, you are then convinced that the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. The burden of proof is upon the prosecution to prove to the satisfaction of the jury beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of all of the elements necessary to constitute the crime charged. Reasonable doubt means a doubt based upon reason and common sense, which arises from a fair and rational consideration of all of the evidence or lack of evidence in the case. It is a doubt which is not a vague, speculative, or imaginary doubt, but such a doubt as would cause reasonable people to hesitate to act in matters of importance to themselves. If you find from the evidence that each and every element of a crime has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant guilty of that crime. If you find from the evidence that the prosecution has failed to prove any one or more of the elements of a crime beyond a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant not guilty of that crime. The number of witnesses testifying for or against a certain fact does not, by itself, prove or disprove that fact. You are the sole judges of the credibility of each witness and the weight to be given the witness's testimony. You should carefully consider all of the testimony given and the circumstances under which each witness has testified. For each witness, consider that person's knowledge, motive, state of mind, demeanor, and manner while testifying. Consider the witness's ability to observe, the strength of that person's memory, and how that person obtained his or her knowledge. Consider any relationship the witness may have to either side of the case and how each witness might be affected by the verdict. Consider how the testimony of the witness is supported or contradicted by other evidence in the case. You should consider all facts and circumstances shown by the evidence when you evaluate each witness's testimony. You may believe all of the testimony of a witness, part of it, or none of it. A witness qualified as an expert by education, training, or experience may state opinions. You are not bound by the testimony of witnesses who testified as experts. The credibility of an expert's testimony is to be considered as that of any other witness. You may believe all of an expert witness's testimony, part of it, or none of it. The way you give the testimony is entirely your decision. Every defendant has a constitutional right not to testify. The decision not to testify cannot be used as an inference of guilt and cannot prejudice the defendant. It is not evidence, does not prove anything, and must not be considered for any purpose. The court has taken judicial notice of a certain fact. You may or may not accept that fact as true. It is entirely your decision to determine what weight, if any, shall be given to the evidence. And this is where the 9A goes. In response to the COVID-19 pandemic, the El Paso County Jail was accepting WebEx meetings on March 20 of 2020. The defendant's attorney had a WebEx meeting with the defendant on that date around noon. Later that day, Dr. Moore had a conversation with the defendant about Gannon being found in Florida. A fact may be proven by either direct or circumstantial evidence. Under the law, both are acceptable ways to prove something. Neither is necessarily more reliable than the other. Direct evidence is based on firsthand observation of the fact in question. For example, a witness's testimony that she looked out a window and saw snow falling might be offered as direct evidence that it had snowed. Circumstantial evidence is indirect. It is based on observations of related facts that may lead you to reach a conclusion about the fact in question. For example, a witness's testimony that she looked out a window and saw snow covering the ground might be offered as circumstantial evidence that it had snowed. Members of the jury, you may discuss this case only when you are all present, and you may only deliberate in the jury room. No juror should attempt to discuss this case with other jurors or anyone else at any other time except when all jurors are in the jury room. Once you begin your deliberations, if you have a question, your foreperson should write it on a piece of paper, sign it, and give it to the bailiff, who will bring it to me. The court will then determine the appropriate way to answer the question. However, there may be some questions that, under the law, the court is not permitted to answer. Please do not speculate about what the answer to your question might have been or why the court is not able to answer a particular question. Finally, please be sure to keep the original question and response. Do not destroy them, as they are part of the official record in this case and must be returned to me when you return the instructions and verdict forms at the end of the case. One other caveat to this instruction is that takes time, because I have to reconvene the court, have to bring the lawyers in, we have to discuss the question, what the possible response is. So it's not as quick as the questions that we have when you're asking witnesses. During this trial, you were permitted to submit written questions to witnesses. If a particular question was not asked, do not guess why the question was not asked or what the answer might have been. My decision not to ask a question submitted by a juror is not a reflection on the person asking it, and you should not attach any significance to the failure to ask a question. By making legal rulings on the admissibility of questions, I did not intend to suggest or express any opinion about the question. My decision whether or not to allow a question is based on the applicable rules of evidence and other rules of law, and not on the facts of this particular case. It is my responsibility to assure that all parties receive a fair trial according to the law and rules of evidence. The fact that certain questions were not asked must not affect your consideration of the evidence in any way. Do not give greater weight to questions or answers to questions that are submitted by yourself or your fellow jurors. In making your decision, you must consider all of the evidence that has been presented. In this case, a separate offense is charged against the defendant in each count of the information. Each count charges a separate and distinct offense, and the evidence in the law applicable to each count should be considered separately, uninfluenced by your decision as to any other count. The fact that you may find the defendant guilty or not guilty of one of the offenses charged should not control your verdict as to any other offense charged against the defendant. The defendant may be found guilty or not guilty of any one or all of the offenses charged. A crime is committed when the defendant has committed a voluntary act prohibited by law together with a culpable state of mind. A voluntary act means an act performed consciously as a result of effort or determination. Proof of the voluntary act alone is insufficient to prove that the defendant has the required state of mind. The culpable state of mind is as much an element of the crime as the act itself and must be proven beyond a reasonable doubt, either by direct or circumstantial evidence. In this case, the applicable states of mind are explained below. The term after deliberation means not only intentionally, but also that the decision to commit the act has been made after the exercise of reflection and judgment concerning the act. An act committed after deliberation is never one which has been committed in a hasty or impulsive manner. A person acts intentionally or with intent when her conscious objective is to cause the specific result prescribed by the statute defining the offense. It is immaterial whether or not the result actually occurred. A person acts knowingly or willfully with respect to conduct or to a circumstance described by a statute defining an offense when she is aware that her conduct is of such nature or that such a circumstance exists. A person acts knowingly or willfully with respect to a result of her conduct when she is aware that her conduct is practically certain to cause the result. These next instructions have to deal with the elements that must be proven for the charges, and it makes more sense once you actually have all of the instructions because it references in instruction 21. The elements of the crime of murder in the first degree after deliberation are that the defendant in the state of Colorado, at or about the date and place charged, after deliberation and with intent to cause the death of a person other than herself, caused the death of that person or of another person, and that the defendant's conduct was not legally authorized by the affirmative defense in instruction 21. After considering all of the evidence, if you decide the prosecution has proven each of the elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant guilty of murder in the first degree after deliberation. After considering all of the evidence, if you decide the prosecution has failed to prove any one or more of the elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant not guilty of murder in the first degree after deliberation. The elements of the crime of murder in the first degree, child under 12, position of trust, are that the defendant in the state of Colorado, at or about the date and place charged, knowingly caused the death of a child who had not yet attained 12 years of age, and the defendant was in a position of trust with respect to the child, and that the defendant's conduct was not legally authorized by the affirmative defense in instruction 21. After considering all the evidence, if you decide the prosecution has proven each of the elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant guilty of murder in the first degree, child under 12, position of trust. After considering all of the evidence, if you decide the prosecution has failed to prove any one or more of the elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant not guilty of murder in the first degree, child under 12, position of trust. The elements of the crime of tampering with a deceased human body are that the defendant in the state of Colorado, at or about the date and place charged, believed that an official proceeding was pending, in progress, or about to be instituted, and acting without legal right or authority, willfully destroyed, mutilated, concealed, removed, or altered a human body, part of a human body, or human remains with intent to impair its or their appearance or availability in the official proceedings, and that the defendant's conduct was not legally authorized by the affirmative defense in Instruction 21. After considering all the evidence, if you decide the prosecution has proven each of the elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant guilty of tampering with a deceased human body. After considering all the evidence, if you decide the prosecution has failed to prove any one or more of the elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant not guilty of tampering with a deceased human body. The elements of the crime of tampering with physical evidence are that the defendant in the state of Colorado, at or about the date and place charged, believed that an official proceeding was pending, in progress, or about to be instituted, and acting without legal right or authority, destroyed, mutilated, concealed, removed, or altered physical evidence with intent to impair its verity or availability in the pending or prospective official proceeding, and that the defendant's conduct was not legally authorized by the affirmative defense in Instruction 21. After considering all of the evidence, if you decide the prosecution has proven each of the elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant guilty of tampering with physical evidence. After considering all of the evidence, if you decide the prosecution has failed to prove any one or more of the elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant not guilty of tampering with physical evidence. In this case, certain words or phrases have a particular meaning. The following are the definitions of those words and phrases. Accordingly, you are to use the following definitions where those words and phrases appear in the instructions and define crimes, defenses, special rules, and verdict questions. Cause means that act or failure to act which in natural and probable sequence produced the claimed injury. It is a cause without which the claimed injury would not have been incurred. Homicide means the killing of a person by another. Official proceeding means a proceeding heard before any legislative, judicial, administrative, or other governmental agency, or official authorized to hear evidence under oath, including any magistrate, hearing examiner, commissioner, notary, or other person taking testimony or deposition in any such proceedings. Person, when referring to the victim of a homicide, means a human being who had been born and was alive at the time of the homicidal act. Physical evidence includes any article, object, document, record, or other thing of physical substance. Physical evidence does not include a human body, part of a human body, or human remains. One in a position of trust includes, but is not limited to, any person who is a parent or acting in the place of a parent and charged with any of a parent's rights, duties, or responsibilities concerning a child, including a guardian or someone otherwise responsible for the general supervision of a child's welfare, or a person who is charged with any duty or responsibility for the health, education, welfare, or supervision of a child, including foster care, child care, family care, or institutional care, either independently or through another, no matter how brief, at the time of the unlawful act. The evidence in this case has raised the defense of insanity as a defense to the crimes of murder in the first degree after deliberation, murder in the first degree, child under 12, position of trust, tampering with the deceased human body, and tampering with physical evidence. The defendant was insane at the time of the commission of the acts if she was so diseased or defective in mind at the time of the commission of the act as to be incapable of distinguishing right from wrong with respect to that act, or she suffered from a condition of mind caused by mental disease or defect that prevented her from forming a culpable mental state that is an essential element of a crime charged. But care should be taken not to confuse mental disease or defect with moral obliquity, mental depravity, or passion growing out of anger, revenge, hatred, or other motives and kindred evil conditions, because when an act is induced by any of these causes, the person is accountable to the law. In addition, diseased or defective in mind does not refer to an abnormality manifested only by repeated criminal or otherwise antisocial conduct. Similarly, mental disease or defect means only those severely abnormal mental conditions that grossly and demonstrably impair a person's perception or understanding of reality, and that are not attributable to the voluntary ingestion of alcohol or any other psychoactive substance. Mental disease or defect does not include an abnormality manifested only by repeated criminal or otherwise antisocial conduct. The law presumes everyone to be sane. However, after some evidence of insanity is introduced, the burden of proof is upon the people to prove to the satisfaction of the jury, beyond a reasonable doubt, that the defendant was sane at the time of the commission of the crimes charged. In order to meet this burden of proof, the prosecution must disprove, beyond a reasonable doubt, both of the above numbered conditions. After considering all the evidence, if you decide that the prosecution has failed to meet this burden of proof, then the prosecution has failed to prove that the defendant was sane at the time of the commission of the acts, which is an essential element of murder in the first degree after deliberation, murder in the first degree, child under 12, position of trust, tampering with a deceased human body, and tampering with physical evidence. In that event, you must find the defendant not guilty and have the foreperson sign the designated section of Part A of the verdict form to indicate your verdicts. After considering all of the evidence, if you decide the prosecution has met this burden of proof, then the prosecution has proved the defendant was not insane at the time of the commission of the acts. In that event, your verdicts concerning the charges of murder in the first degree after deliberation, murder in the first degree, child under 12, position of trust, tampering with a deceased human body, and tampering with physical evidence must depend upon your determination whether the prosecution has met its burden of proof with respect to the remaining elements of this offense. Instruction 22. Concerning the affirmative defense of insanity, certain words or phrases have a particular meaning. Diseased or defective mind does not refer to an abnormality manifested only by repeated criminal or otherwise antisocial conduct. Mental disease or defect means only those severely abnormal mental conditions which grossly and demonstrably impair a person's perception or understanding of reality, and which are not attributable to the voluntary ingestion of alcohol or any other psychopathic substance, except that it does not include an abnormality manifested only by repeated criminal or otherwise antisocial conduct. Moral obliquity refers to an act committed by a person who is capable of distinguishing moral right from moral wrong, but nevertheless acts out a perverse and culpable rejection of prevailing moral standards. Moral obliquity does not include an act committed by a person in a state of mental illness that renders the person incapable of distinguishing right from wrong with respect to the act. Incapable of distinguishing right from wrong refers to cognitive inability due to a mental disease or defect to distinguish right from wrong as measured by a societal standard or morality, even though the person may be aware that the conduct in question is criminal. The phrase incapable of distinguishing right from wrong does not refer to a purely personal and subjective standard of morality. If you find that the defendant, and this question will make more sense once you see the verdict forms. If you find the defendant guilty of one or more of the following charges of murder in the first degree after deliberation, murder in the first degree, child under 12, position of trust, tampering with a deceased human body, and physical evidence, you should disregard the remainder of this instruction and sign Section A of the verdict form for that charge to indicate your verdict of guilty. If, however, I think that's a typo. I think that's supposed to be B. We'll get to it in just a moment. If, however, you find the defendant not guilty of one or more of the following charges of murder in the first degree, murder in the first degree after deliberation, murder in the first degree child under 12, position of trust, tampering with the deceased human body, and tampering with physical evidence, you should sign Section A of the verdict form to indicate your verdict of not guilty, and you should also answer the following verdict question in Section B of the verdict form. Did you find the defendant not guilty solely based on the defense of insanity? Answer yes or no. The court reminds you that the prosecution has the burden to prove beyond a reasonable doubt each element of the crime charged, including that the defendant was not insane at the time of the commission of the act. If you decide that the only element of the crime charge that the prosecution failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt is that the defendant was sane at the time of the commission of the act, you should mark yes in the appropriate place in Section B of the verdict form and have the foreperson sign the designated form in that section of the verdict form. If you decide that the prosecution has failed to prove any other element beyond a reasonable doubt, you should mark no in the appropriate place in Section B of the verdict form and have the foreperson sign the designated line in that section of the verdict form. In any trial or hearing in which the mental condition or of the defendant is at issue, witnesses not specially trained in psychiatry or psychology may testify as to their observation of the defendant's actions and conduct, and as to conversations which they have had with her bearing upon her mental condition, and they shall be permitted to give their opinions or conclusions concerning the mental condition of the defendant. This is an information instruction and must have no persuasive bearing on the verdicts you arrive at under the evidence. If a defendant is found not guilty by reason of insanity, it is the court's duty to commit the defendant to the Department of Human Services until such time as the court determines that the defendant no longer requires hospitalization because she no longer suffers from a mental disease or defect which is likely to cause her to be dangerous to herself, to others, or to the community in the reasonably foreseeable future. If a defendant is found not guilty by reason of insanity, she will never again be tried on the merits of the criminal charges filed against her. The question of the defendant's sanity or insanity has reference to her mental condition at the time of the alleged acts, the condition of the defendant's mind previous to the act charged, and since that time, may be considered only to aid you in determining her sanity or insanity at the time of the acts charged. In a few moments, the bailiff will escort you to the jury room, where you will select one of your members to be the foreperson. Your foreperson will preside over your deliberations and shall sign any verdict form and verdict question form that you may agree on, according to the rules that I am about to explain. The verdict for each charge must represent the considered judgment of each juror, and it must be unanimous. In other words, all of you must agree to all parts of it. This requirement applies to any determinations that you make in response to verdict questions which you conclude should be answered. Only one verdict shall be returned signed for each count. The verdict forms, verdict question forms, and these instructions shall remain in the possession of your foreperson until I ask for them in open court. Upon reaching a verdict, and if required by your verdicts, answering any verdict questions, you will inform the bailiff, who in turn will notify me, and you will remain in the jury room until I call you into the courtroom. You will be provided with 4 verdict forms. You will also be provided with 4 verdict question forms with directions that explain under what circumstances you should complete those forms. When you have unanimously agreed upon your verdicts, you will select the option on each form which reflects your verdict, and the foreperson will sign the verdict form as I have stated. Similarly, if you conclude the verdict question should be answered, you will select the option on each verdict question form, which reflects your unanimous decision. And the foreperson will sign each verdict question form as I have stated. I will now read to you the verdict and the verdict question forms. You must not draw any inferences based on the order in which I read them. The verdict and verdict question forms you will receive read as follows. Jury verdict count number 1, charge of murder in the first degree after deliberation. Part A, section Roman numeral 1. We, the jury, find the defendant, Letecia Stauch, not guilty of count number 1, murder in the first degree after deliberation. Part A, section Roman numeral 2. We, the jury, find the defendant, Letecia Stauch, guilty of count number 1, murder in the first degree after deliberation. If you fill out Part A, Roman numeral 1, you are finding the defendant not guilty, and you are finding the issues in favor of the defendant. If you do that, you need to fill out Part B, which asks you the question, if you find the defendant not guilty of murder in the first degree, you should answer the following question. However, if you find the defendant guilty of murder in the first degree, you should leave this section blank. As to the charge of murder in the first degree after deliberation, did you find the defendant not guilty solely based on the defense of insanity? So with respect to each verdict form, you have 3 options. It can be a straight not guilty, it can be guilty, it can be not guilty by reason of insanity. So if you were to find the defendant just straight not guilty, the prosecution had not presented enough evidence to establish beyond a reasonable doubt that charge against the defendant, you would fill it not guilty and be done. If you were to find the defendant or that the prosecution had presented sufficient evidence to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that she was guilty, you could fill it out as guilty. If you find her to be not guilty because she was insane at the time, you need to answer not guilty and answer this question on the back. Verdict form number 2, charge of murder in the first degree, child under 12, position of trust. Section Roman numeral 1. We, the jury, find the defendant, Letecia Stauch, not guilty of count number 2, murder in the first degree, child under 12, position of trust. Section Roman numeral 2. We, the jury, find the defendant, Letecia Stauch, guilty of count number 2, murder in the first degree, child under 12, position of trust. Again, only if you find her not guilty should you consider the question on Part B. As to the charge of murder in the first degree, child under 12, position of trust, did you find the defendant not guilty solely based on the defense of insanity? Verdict form or count number 3. We, the jury, Part A, Roman numeral 1, we, the jury, find the defendant, Letecia Stauch, not guilty of count number 3, tampering with a deceased human body. Roman numeral 2, we, the jury, find the defendant, Letecia Stauch, guilty of count number 3, tampering with a deceased human body. And the same question on the back under Part B. Jury verdict form count number 4, charge of tampering with physical evidence. We, the jury, find the defendant, Letecia Stauch, not guilty of count number 4, tampering with physical evidence, or Roman numeral 2. We, the jury, find the defendant, Letecia Stauch, guilty of count number 4, tampering with physical evidence, and the same question on Part B. So let me go back for a moment, double check this. Section A. All right, let me call your attention back because I may have introduced some confusion. If you look back at instruction 23, and I said I thought this might be a typographical error, it is not. That is an accurate statement. If you find the defendant guilty of one or more of the following charges of murder in the first degree after deliberation, murder in the first degree, child under 12, position of trust, tampering with a deceased human body, and tampering with physical evidence, you should disregard the remainder of this instruction and sign Section A of the verdict form that for that charge to indicate your verdict of guilty. That's an accurate statement. What I was thinking about is that it also implicated the insanity provision. But under Section A of each verdict form, you're determining whether she's not guilty or whether she's guilty. So instruction 23 is accurate the way that it was stated and the way that it was read to you. I just didn't want to be there to be any confusion about that, since I may have introduced some. So what we're going to do is take about a 15-minute recess. So if I can have everyone back in the jury room at, say, 5 after 10, we should be able to start on time. Again, even though you've gotten the instructions, still can't start deliberating yet. You have to wait. So don't talk to each other about it. Don't talk to anyone else about it. Don't do your own independent research about any aspect of the case. We'll see you at 10 after 5 when we come back. My hope is that we will probably go until noon. We might go a little bit longer.
Croc.
So, because it would be better to
I
have
just,
all of the
you want
arguments
to put up
together.
a quick game
But
of like
again, as I
quick
said, I
flash
don't
or
want you guys to be
something.
sitting there for a really
That's
long
exactly
time
where I
either,
was
so I'm
headed.
just going to have to work
I'm
that
gonna
out on the
go
fly. So
Grab my
with
lunch.
that,
real
all
quick.
rise for
I'll
the
be
jury,
back in a
please.
minute.
Okay. Share screen. But that is the correct thing. There you go.
And the room code is WKLE.
Why is it doing that? All right. Come on, folks. Pile in. Let's go. No caffeine? No caffeine sucks. Hey, Nancy and Sanjay. Come on. I know I got Sandy and Danny in here. Maybe Creed, maybe Mikey will show up. Sandy. You too, Creed. Come on. I want one more, but I'll take it the way it is. Sassy, hi Sassy. How are you? Ooh. I sense on Mikey. No fun. Okay. And boop. We want to get started before everything goes sideways. Oh.
Quiplash 3. Quiplash 3. Payback.
Ooh. I hear
I'm
paybacks
Shin,
through a
the
bitch.
host and proprietor of this game, so please treat it with respect. And remember, you still get to vote if you're in the audience. Type in that room code to join. Time for round 1. I'm going to flash 2 prompts on your device. Type something ingenious that will stand up against another player's response. Then everyone will vote for their fave, and one of you will get an ego boost.
Whoa.
You'll rake in the points based on the percentage of people who dig your response. Got it? Great.
That is freaking weird. Why is that doing that now? I think something changed over there. What happens if I did this? Same thing. Okay, fine. Doesn't really change for you guys. All right. Hey, Nubis. How you doing, man? You should come hang out. You should come hang out during lunchtime. It'll be fun. That's right. Where Letecia will not testify. Apparently, they asked her in the background quietly, and yeah, that was a thing. So she's not going to do that.
Time's winding down. Use the safety equip if you have to.
We've had the jury instructions read, and we're going to do closing arguments. We'll get at least the first two. Yay!
Okay.
Everybody made it.
For what happens next.
Everybody made it through round one.
And going first is, along with tall, grande, and venti, Starbucks should add a new coffee size, blank.
Oh! Ah. Yeah, it's pretty much. Yeah, Verdict Watch is going to be interesting. Currently, we're going to be taking bets on how long it's going to take. Matter of fact, while I'm at it, are you going? Oh, again?
Next on the docket, your fish are bored. You should put a blank in their tank to amuse them.
Ooh!
Here's the fun part. Pick your favorite.
Oh, shots fired. Oh. They will be bored after that. You do that, they will definitely not be bored. They'll be running for their little lives. Squirrels like fish. Oh. Ow.
Okay, what's next? The daily special at a diner for bears. Now
Ooh.
it's time to vote for your favorite. Without further ado, a shocking thing to discover your kids built out of Lego. And now,
okay! The brainwave is here.
moving right along, archaeologists won't admit they discovered cave paintings of blank. Okay, choose your favorite.
Shots are fired.
Phew. Why would gnomes want to do that? Despite the fact that we can eat them whole.
If humans could acquire a sixth sense, it should be blank. All right, choose your favorite.
That would be a lack of sense. Ooh. Okay.
Let's keep it going. A surprising thing to get trapped in your Invisalign clear tooth aligner. Decisions. Choose your favorite.
I suppose one of those wouldn't be so bad as long as it wasn't yours.
Round 1 is in the books. Let's see how the scoring shakes out. Next up is a little thing I call round 2. Prompts are more out there, and the points are doubled.
McNovy's on his game today. See, my little brain says they're going to come back before 5 o'clock today because they don't want to get stuck over the weekend and have to drag their silly asses back in, especially since it's been for them something like 7 weeks. They don't want to go into week 8. They don't.
Oh, the jury's deliberating.
No, they're not. Their closing arguments are in a bit. Probably about the time this game ends. Okay.
Just a
Well,
few seconds left.
this says we got 5 minutes, so it might be over by the time they get back. Although they've been holding out a little bit longer. Come on, Mike, baby.
And that's a wrap. Let's take a peek, shall we?
Come on, Mikey.
Let's get the party started with
Boop.
the most haunted item at an estate sale. Pick a
Oh.
winner.
Aha. Okay. Somebody's supposed to be playing nice here. Sanji, where's your newspaper?
And next, name of a new TikTok dance the kids are wild about. Now it gets real.
That
Pick
gnome
your
doesn't get
favorite.
to ride a squirrel. Not if he's going to be hunting them. Not if he's going to be hunting the crockett squirrels. Okay. Oh dear. Sassy. I know. I see what you did there.
Next up, the nation was finally united when the president's press secretary announced blank.
I'm quitting.
Okay, everybody, pick your favorite quip.
That one would work. Yes, I know. I know what she wants. The question is she getting it? Hey, Thomas, we're thinking about riff tracks at lunch. You want to join in? You need to.
And now, a new toilet gadget nobody admits to using can actually blank.
Keep you cleaner.
All right, people, it's voting time.
Ooh. Well, we're hoping because you're hilarious over there. Yeah, I had a feeling that was coming.
Let's see how they handle something you never want to hear shouted from a restaurant kitchen.
Why are all these rats in here? Oh.
Time to pick the one you
No.
like best.
Oh. There you are, dog. Oh. Oh. The McGnome misses. The McGnome takes a miss. Danny pulls
Next
out.
one up.
Pulls out in front.
Oh, what's scary conspiracy uncle talking about this year? All right, vote for the one you like best.
Okay. Uh-oh. That's how I'll wait for that. I'm going to have to because you're not going to show me it early. Well done, Mike.
And here we have Beware, a witch cursed me, and now I am.
They're going to be back in about 30 seconds.
What'd they say?
I said they're going to be back in about 30 seconds.
Yeah, I know. I see the timer. I'm just waiting for them to actually do it because it's been several minutes sometimes.
I didn't know if you could see it. I was just warning.
Yeah, no, I can see.
I know you can see whether you actually are paying attention enough to.
I always pay attention. The question
No,
is
you don't.
how much you do it, how much
You're 2/3
how much
of the way
can I
there.
afford
See
to?
where you stand.
Yes, that's a joke. Ooh.
Hey, Thomas.
Prepare yourself
Yes, shots have been
for
fired.
a no holds barred
Thomas is back.
bonanza. Each of you will be sent a prompt that requires 3 separate responses.
Let's see how that
That's
poll is
triple
doing.
the ha-has. And you know what an odd number of players means. You'll be quipping against me, Schmitty, your host.
Yes. All right. Here's what people seem to think. And I put, oh wow, I did that wrong. I should have been greater than a week, not less than a week. Speaking of the election, I hear RFK Jr.'s decided that he wants to run.
Yeah.
Which is fine. We already know who the Republican candidate will be. Come on, guys. 30 seconds. '24 presidential election. Excuse me, 2024 general
You're going to
election.
use his same feed.
I'm going to use the.
Oh, do you? Okay. All right. All right. Let's go ahead and bring the jury in.
I'm going to mute now. Actually, I'll probably just mute the game.
And that's time. Hope we didn't rush perfection. Are you
All right.
ready for magic?
That's better.
3 weird things to make out of wood.
Mute that tab, Croc.
Time to pick the one.
Wow, these answers.
And if you're going to use the TVs, it's up to you as whether you turn the perimeter lights on or off. All rise for the jury, please.
And Sassy just whoop. Schmitty. 83-17.
Thank you. You may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. At this point in time, we will start with the prosecution's closing argument. Prosecution?
Thanks, Judge. Morning. Been a long trial. You guys have sat through a lot of evidence, and you're gonna have to sift through that evidence and sift through the instructions, kind of what we talked
And
about.
Danny over, or no, 50-50, Danny
And
versus
apply the
Nancy.
facts of this case to the law
The
that
audience.
you now have been given.
Oh, okay, I want to
Before
hear
start my
them.
closing, I want to
close.
just say thank you for that. You guys have been very attentive. I can see that every day. You've asked some very good questions that I'm actually going to use in my closing argument as I go forward here. One of the things about a homicide case that is true and to form in pretty much every homicide case I've done in my career is the case kind of evolves to talk about the defendant. We spend a lot of time talking about the defendant. And then when you add that the defense is insanity, you even spend more time talking about the defendant. I want to come back to Gannon in a little bit. Gannon's been in a box back here for the whole trial. This is what the trial should be about. And I'm not doing this to get sympathy from you. I'm doing this to tell you that what Gannon had to tell you in this trial through the autopsy, all you need to know. And when the defendant did what she did to him, saying at the time she did it,
This is closing arguments.
not only do we know how he was killed and the effort and determination it took to kill him, we also know that his body was found in Florida. Body wasn't found in Florida. You think we'd be talking about insanity in this trial? It's a pure fact of divine intervention that Macon Ponder happened to be searching that bridge when he did. Remember, he said he searched that bridge every 2 years. Just so happened on March 17th, 2020, out there searching that bridge and he saw that suitcase. Dr. Lewis says it was crazy to drive a suitcase across the country and dump it over a bridge in Florida. Was it really? Think about the divine intervention of Gannon's body even being found to get here to where we're at right now. And the effort and determination that she took to hide his body. We're going to talk about that quite a bit more as I go through my closing. What I'd like to do now is talk about the autopsy and his injuries. I'm not going to show you any pictures. I'm going to tell you that right up front. I'm going to use the diagram. I wonder if we can have the TVs turned on. I can start with that to describe his injuries because his injuries are relevant. They're not only relevant to the crimes that she's charged with, the murder counts, but they're relevant to what her state of mind was when she committed those crimes. And so what we have up on the board now is People's Exhibit 144. You heard Dr. Ignacio testify. We showed you pictures of each and every injury that Gannon had to his body. This first diagram in People's Exhibit 144 kind of depicts the stab wounds. It also depicts the gunshot wound to his left chin area. Now, at least the group that I talked to in jury selection, we talked about every day of your life, you were training to be jurors. That means you're using your common sense to make decisions, just like you're going to have to today when you go back to the deliberation room. Just by looking at these injuries, what does your common sense tell you? Without Dr. Ignacio's testimony. Gannon was defending himself. He was fighting off. Despite having hydrocodone in his system. Made him lethargic. He somehow was able to fight her off. The injuries to his fingers, the injuries to his arms. 18 times. 18 times she took a knife. Stabbed him. The locations of the stab wounds. What does that tell you? Use your common sense. It's not psychotic. It's strategic. The stab wounds are to the chest. As Gannon's fighting, the stab wounds are to his back. But it's not just stab wounds. You know that. He has to use judgment and reflection to get another weapon. What that weapon was, who knows? But she got a weapon and hit him in the skull 4 separate times. Go to the next diagram. I forgot to mention the strategic stab wound to his neck just underneath his ear, which we see in People's Exhibit 145. The diagram doesn't do justice to the skull fracture that she caused to him. And I'm not going to show you pictures, but I think, remember those pictures? Completely obliterated his skull. The amount of force it takes to do that, judgment, reflection. The next exhibit shows the injuries that he had to the top of his head. 4 separate strikes to his head. Wasn't good enough. Wasn't good enough for her. So, judgment, reflection, she goes and gets a handgun. She fires that handgun 3 times. I don't know how those bullets stayed in the pillow. We can rack our brain for ages. I don't know how those bullets stayed in that pillow. I don't know that we'll ever know how those bullets stayed in that pillow. What matters is the bullet that went into Gannon. That bullet matched the gun really she used that was still in the house. She attributed to Quincy Brown using, or Eduardo using, or whatever story of the day it was. Judgment, reflection, location of gunshot wound. Talk about make and ponder a little bit. Because as he drives to Florida, she checks in at about 12:22 in the morning, just after midnight, Candlewood Suites, Florida. Why do they drive all the way from Decatur in one night to get to Florida? Why does she want to get rid of Gannon's body in Florida? Gulf of Mexico. You drive this bridge at night, as Macon Ponder testified to, there's no lights on it. We know that sometime between, well, probably between 4 in the morning to 5 in the morning, she's out there. Look at the location where the body was found with the red arrow on People's Exhibit 63. More importantly, look at the space that she has to park this vehicle. I don't know where the pointer is, but you
Right
see.
behind you. Right there on the wall.
Okay, thanks. You can see the shoulder here, and there's plenty of room. Why does she park there? Because she can. 4 in the morning, there's no traffic out there. Does she think there's water underneath the bridge? Is that illogical thinking as you're crossing a bridge and you can't see anything? You cross a main waterway, the Escambia River, and you continue going until you find a place to stop. She probably had to wait that there was no traffic. Picture of the body. Did you ever think the body was going to be found again? Go to the next slide. You see the suitcase underneath the bridge. And as Macon Ponder testified, it was where he and his coworker found it. It was clearly someone who dropped it directly over the bridge. There was an imprint that you remember seeing pictures of, and they ended up dragging it under the bridge, not knowing what the contents were. More importantly, not smelling anything. Why is that important? Charlie didn't smell anything. Body had been out here since February 4th. This is now March 17th in Florida heat. They didn't smell anything until the suitcase was open. That lends some credibility to Harley when she says she never smelled or never knew the suitcase was back in the back of the van. Anyway, they dump it out and they see that probably the most horrific thing anybody can ever see in their life, scan his body in a fetal position, decomposed, wearing the same clothes that he was wearing June 7th, 2020. She killed him. Pants in a white stripe. Watch the video when they leave. See him wearing sweatpants with a white stripe. Talk about that more later. Let's talk about the law, okay? And as I go through the law, I'm gonna later kind of go through the timeline of events. And I would like you to think about the mental states and sanity as I talk about those. So I want to talk about the law first. The first instruction I have up here is the elements of the crime of murder in the first degree after deliberation. You will see that most of these elements are not in dispute. That the defendant, not in dispute. In the state of Colorado, at or about the date and place charged, not in dispute. After deliberation and with intent, those are highlighted because those are the culpable mental states that are attached to that crime. Those are the culpable mental states in the insanity definition that we're talking about. So I want to highlight those in a second. To cause the death of a person other than herself, cause the death of a person again. Those are not in dispute either. And number 7 is the issue in the case. That's the insanity defense. I'm going to talk about in a minute. We can go to the next elements. After deliberation, not only intentionally, but also that the decision to commit the act has been made after the exercise of reflection and judgment concerning the act. An act committed after deliberation is never one which has been committed in a hasty or impulsive manner. Now, some of you, before you came into court, if you never seen this definition, you're probably thinking about premeditation, where people are planning something out and it takes days to plan out the murder and then they finally do the murder. That's not what that definition says. It's just enough time to have judgment and reflection, to make decisions, to go from grabbing a knife, to go to grabbing some blunt force object, to go to grabbing. Is she exercising judgment and reflection? And it doesn't have to be good judgment. It doesn't have to be bad judgment. It just has to be judgment. Is she making a decision? A person acts intentionally or with intent when her conscious objective is to cause a specific result prescribed by the statute defining the offense. It is immaterial whether or not the result actually occurred. I don't want to bet money on it, but I bet you a lawyer wrote that definition. It just means with intent. What was their intent? Did she intend to kill Gannon when she did what she did to Gannon? I would suggest that that's not in dispute either. We can now go to the next crime, which is murder in the first degree, a child under the age of 12, and the defendant was in a position of trust. Now, the reason why there's 2 counts of murder, there's only one victim, is because this is just another theory of first degree murder. There's several theories of first degree murder in the law. These are the 2 that are in front of you now, okay? And as you can see, the mental state is what's different, and the age of the victim. And then the defendant has to be in a possession of trust. That's not in dispute. She's stepmom. She's obviously acting as Gannon's parent at the time that she. But let's talk about what knowingly is, because that's the culpable mental state with this crime. Person acts knowingly or willfully with respect to conduct or to circumstance described by statute defining an offense when she is aware that her conduct is of such a nature or that such a circumstance exists. A person acts knowingly or willfully with respect to a result of her conduct when she is aware that her conduct is practically certain to cause the result. Stab someone 18 times, hit him over the head 4 times. When you shoot at him 3 times, striking him once, I think you might have an idea of what the result might be. I would suggest that that's not in dispute in this case. Let's go to insanity. These words mean a lot. This is not something that you're going to find in the DSM-5. This is not a mental illness. This is a legal definition. These are just like the elements of the crime that we just went through. The reason I say that is because, first of all, I'm going to start at the bottom. It says the law presumes everyone to be sane. There's a presumption of sanity. However, after some evidence of insanity has been presented, the burden of proof shifts to us, and we gladly accept it. Gladly accept it. Now, what does insanity mean? The defendant was insane at the time of the commission of the acts if he was so diseased or defective in mind at the time of the commission of the act as to be incapable of distinguishing right from wrong with respect to the act. That's why you heard me ask that question so many times. Or she suffered from a condition of mind caused by a mental disease or defect that prevented her from forming a culpable mental state, the ones we just talked about, that is an essential element of a crime charged. And then the next paragraph means something, because it says, but care should be taken not to confuse mental disease or defect with moral obliquity, mental depravity, or passion growing out of anger. Passion growing out of anger. If you lose your temper, you don't get to claim insanity. Revenge, hatred, or other motives and kindred evil conditions, because when an act is induced by any of these causes, the person is accountable to the law. So you can't lose your temper and come in and say, I lost my temper, I wasn't myself. We're humans. We have emotions. The next part is what's critical. It says, in addition, disease or defective in mind is not referred to an abnormality manifested by only repeated criminal or otherwise antisocial conduct. We heard a little bit about antisocial personality disorder. Who hasn't been diagnosed with that? But that's the reason why someone who has antisocial personality disorder, they have fun killing people. They lie all the time. They manipulate all the time. They have no empathy. They have no sympathy. Those people don't get to come in and say, I was legally insane. Now, what does mental disease or defect mean? This is what the legal definition of mental disease or defect is. And I'm going to leave this up here for quite a while because I'm going to go through all the doctor's testimony here in a second. And I want you to look at that instruction as we talk about what they had to say. But first of all, it has to be a severe word means something. It has to be a severely abnormal mental condition that grossly and demonstrably impairs a person's perception of understanding of reality and that are not attributable to the voluntary ingestion of alcohol or drugs. Mental disease or defect does not include an abnormality manifested only by repeated criminal or other antisocial behavior. So let's talk about that. The word grossly and demonstrably. You think Harley might notice if she had a grossly and demonstrably mental condition? You think she might have shared that with you?
The subtitles are
You
hilarious.
think Al Stauch might have noticed when it says it has to be grossly and demonstrably? Gotta demonstrate it, right? It's not something you snap your fingers and all of a sudden go into a different personality. What about her brother? Howard. Think he might have noticed it? Let's talk about the doctors. I'm actually going to talk about Dr. Niederhauser first. Dr. Niederhauser was really the first doctor and all the doctors that you heard from to see her. If you recall, she saw her on December 5th, December 13th, 30 minutes each time. Came in and remember the difference between a clinical evaluation and a forensic evaluation? Clinical evaluation. I rely on what the patient says. I rely, just like if they came in and said, I've got a fever, I'm going to take that at their word and I'm going to treat them for what they're telling me. She comes in and says, I've got anxiety. Treats her for anxiety. She diagnoses her with general anxiety.
They're not
Don't
going
you understand that she had general anxiety at the time she's testimony? A lot of people did that came in and testified.
will not be sure.
That's not a severe and abnormal mental condition that grossly and demonstrably impairs a person's perception or understanding of reality. We all experience that. In fact, you got to experience her experiencing it on video. In January 29th, 2020, when she's being interviewed, remember at the end of the interview, she had to call the paramedics and she said she was suffering from panic attacks. The paramedics came in and said, your vital signs are not only good, they're exceptionally good. You're breathing fine. Your heart rate's fine. I don't know what the problem is. I think she might have been faking that to get out of the setting. Dr. Niederhauser also tells us that she had no history of inpatient psychiatric treatment, no history other than anxiety of any other diagnosis for mental illnesses. And this is based on what the defendant's telling her. No evidence of psychosis. No reason to put her on an M1 hold. If she was experiencing psychosis in December of 2019, the doctor would have had an obligation to come here. That's the kind of stuff that talks about severely abnormal mental conditions that affects your vision of reality. It's not there. The other thing about that visit, the timing of that visit, December of 2019. Remember, the whole purpose of that visit is so that she can get a letter to go to her employment because she didn't want to work anymore. The ironic part about it is at the second interview, the defendant tells her, I don't want to work there anymore. But I got a contract, so I need a letter to get out of it. But what else happens right before Gannon is murdered? Goes on a cruise. Goes on a cruise in January. You think that might have something to do with not wanting to go to work based on what you know about her and the statements she's made? Dr. Moore, Christine Moore, she works at the jail. She's a psychologist. She evaluates people who come in who are charged with serious crimes, perhaps their first time in a jail. They evaluate to see if they're a danger to themselves or others. It's a psychological evaluation. She said it was a clinical evaluation. They also want to know if there's any medication they might need. What the defendant tells her is that she has anxiety. I didn't do the crime, not going to be a problem. That was on March 5th, 2020, first day of her visit in the jail. Dr. Moore spent quite a bit of time with her up until January 5th, of 2021, seeing her either once every 2 weeks or once every week, depending on what was going on with her. March 20th, she goes to her and says, I just want to see how you're doing. And his body was found. Never in Florida. The reason why I'm telling you this is because she doesn't say, hey, Maria Sanchez did it. Or, you know what? I got dissociative identity disorder. You're a psychologist. I need help. Nothing. In fact, she told you there was no evidence during the entire time she spent with her that she had dissociative identity disorder or any other severe mental illness that meets that definition. This was it was a little over a month after the crime, January 27th, March 5th. And then what happens on June 5th, 2020 in the jail? You recall Dr. Moore's testimony. She reviews all the deputies' notes to see what's going on with the defendant at the time, to see how she's doing. And she reviews notes from deputies that say, I'm going to start acting crazy. That's what the defendant says. And then on that very day, June 5th, 2020, she enters a competency issue into the court. That's how we get to the competency evaluations that I'm going to talk about here in a second. The timing of that. Okay, Gannon's body was found on March 17th. She finds out about it on March 20th. You know that she's read the discovery, the police reports in this case, and there's nothing wrong with that. She's entitled to read that. Point is, she's read it. And then all of a sudden, I'm going to start acting crazy. For another defense, no dissociative identity disorder, certainly no Maria Sanchez during her entire time or entire visits with Dr. Moore for that year period of time. The first competency evaluation was done down at the state hospital. We don't pick where she goes. The prosecution, when I say we don't pick what doctors do the evaluation. Court orders it, goes to the state hospital. Doctors are chosen, they do an evaluation. What's relevant about this first competency evaluation that takes place on July 20th, 2020 is when she goes to the state hospital.
I see what you did
Is that
there.
they have a 2-week observation period. For nurses, employees are watching her. He actually goes to a nurse and says, can you tell when someone's faking it? Dr. Torres and Dr. Gray actually they do a forensic interview with her on August 4th of 2020. Again, now we're in a forensic mode. Now we're not just going to listen to what she has to say. We're going to look at collateral information. We're going to call Al Stauch. We're going to try to call Harley. We're going to try to call family members to see if we can corroborate what she's telling us. So what does she tell them? I've got bipolar disorder. I'm a manic depressant. I ramble. I'm a manic depression. That's my mental illness. Nothing about dissociative identity disorder, which according to Dr. Lewis, she's had it since a very young age. Nothing about Maria Sanchez. Remember Dr. Torres' testimony when she was talking about the competency evaluation? One of the psychological tests that she took had a question about multi-personalities. And the answer led Dr. Torres to ask her, hey, do you have multiple personalities? This is August 4th, 2020. Dr. Gray and Dr. Torres diagnosed her with specified personality disorder with borderline and narcissistic features.
I remember both of
Talked
those.
about that a little bit. Now, does it meet that definition? How do we know if it meets that definition? Her actions,
But the first
how
half
other people's perceive her.
of the prosecution's
That's when
flow.
Dr. Torres said you, no, it's not a severe mental disease. It's not something that affects her everyday life, that affects her ability to make decisions.
So not very much.
No evidence of psychosis during that evaluation either. No history of inpatient treatment during that evaluation. Psychological testing. MMPI-2, remember that test? What does that test tell you and told Dr. Torres and Dr. Gray? That she exaggerates psychiatric to the point where even people who are hospitalized for their mental illness don't answer questions that way. You think she might be faking it? Now we go to the second competency evaluation with Dr. Grimmett. Now, remember how Dr. Grimmett became involved in this case? The defense at the time, and it wasn't these defense attorneys, requested that she do the evaluation of the second competency evaluation. We had nothing to do with that. So now this happens on December 22nd, 2020. That's when Dr. Grimmett talks to her. And so I want you to think about how it's progressed now. Now she starts talking about dissociative identity disorder and bipolar disorder. When I say she, the defendant. That's what the defendant is telling Dr. Grimmett. She says she has 4 distinct personalities. None of those 4 are Maria Sanchez. Remember what Dr. Grimmett testified to, that she was, first of all, creating these names. Second of all, like Jasmine was a Disney character. Talked about vampires. Twilight. I've seen the movie Twilight. I know I hate admitting that, but I've seen it. And she cited the characters from that movie. And Dr. Grimmett said, wait a minute here. You're just telling me characters from a movie? That's not dissociative identity disorder. But she evaluated her for it because that's what she's telling. Dr. Grimmett evaluated her for DID. Said, no, not there. I don't even need any more information. I don't need to rule it out. It's not there. She also diagnosed the defendant with other specified personality disorder with borderline and narcissistic features. She also told you that it doesn't fit that definition. Jump forward to February of 2022. I don't know when the conversation took place, but at some point before the defendant pled not guilty by reason of insanity on February 11th, 2022, they had a conversation, the counsel had a conversation with Dr. Lewis. Remember Dr. Lewis testified that I recommended you change your plea to not guilty by reason of insanity. Why is that important? Why did I ask her about that? I think that put a little pressure on her. And she says, I recommend you plead not guilty by reason of insanity, and I'll do the evaluation. Why didn't she do the evaluation right away? Why'd she wait till November? Come out and talk to the defendant. Needless to say, when she pled not guilty by reason of insanity in February, the same process happened as happened when she raised
Matlock, Daryl Wolf.
Sent down to the state hospital. The state hospital chooses who's going to do the evaluation. They make a decision on who already knows the case. Dr. Torres and Dr. Gray already read all the discovery in this case. They knew the facts of the case. They knew the defendant, but they're doing a different evaluation. As you remember, competency goes to her state of mind at the time they're doing the evaluation. What's her understanding, what's happening in the courtroom, whether or not she can get along with her attorneys, that kind of thing. Insanity is completely different. Insanity, you got to go back, just like the law says, at the time of the crime, what was her mental state? So that's a much broader evaluation. You gotta look at everything. So Dr. Torres and Dr. Gray, they also reach out again, call out. They attempt to talk to Harley, family members, to see what's going on with her. But what is the defendant saying now? Gone off of bipolar now. And now she's created more personalities as part of this dissociative identity disorder. Is it just a coincidence that she's consulted with Dr. Lewis prior to all this? Now Maria Sanchez comes into play during this evaluation.
Yes, now he's talking about,
Dr. Torres testified, and it's in a report that she said, there is no credible evidence to conclude she has a condition that conforms to the definition of a mental disease or defect. Pretty powerful language. That's powerful language. No credible evidence. What's also interesting about this evaluation compared to Dr. Lewis's evaluation is they do two interviews, if you remember. One was in March, one was in June. The March interview, I think I couldn't count how many questions, but it wasn't a lot of questions asked. It was the defendant talking. They just let her go. In June, they asked more questions. One of the questions that Dr. Torres asked is, can we talk to Maria? Can we talk to Maria Sanchez? She said, no, Maria just doesn't come out. There's got to be some kind of stressor. There's got to be a triggering event, which coincidentally is exactly what the DSM-5 says. I can't just summon Maria. You saw on Wednesday how that happened, and it was magic, according to the Dr. Lewis. No severe abnormal mental conditions that grossly and demonstrably impair a person's perception of understanding of reality. No psychosis, no bipolar. Because remember the first competency evaluation, they said they had to rule it out. They've ruled it out. Bipolar does not exist with this defendant based on Dr. Torres and Dr. Gray. They also said no dissociative identity disorder. Didn't have to rule that out. They had enough to say there's no credible evidence. That's not there. They continued on with the diagnosis of other specified personality disorder with borderline and narcissistic features. Dr. Torres and Dr. Gray came to the conclusion that the defendant was not legally insane at the time of the crime. Let's go to the next slide, which is the credibility instruction. This instruction applies to experts as well. May believe all the testimony of the witness, part of it, or none of it. This instruction applies to every witness who testifies, including Dr. Lewis. I've got highlighted certain words there. Motive. Didn't see motive in the elements of first-degree murder, but you see it here. Money is a strong motivator. Having shows on HBO, strong motivator. Having your son videotape evaluations on a first-degree murder case that's gotten quite a bit of publicity, or perhaps another documentary, it's motive.
Oh.
You're gonna do a documentary if she says she's saying, sorry, did what I could. Acting. Not as good as, well, not as bad as Robert De Niro, I guess she would say, but she's acting. You also have to look at her demeanor and manner while testifying. She wouldn't answer any of my questions. She wouldn't answer my questions because she didn't want you to know the answers. She wanted you to know what she wanted to say. She shows up to court late. Talk about narcissistic tendencies. Manner while testifying. I think that speaks for itself, how she testified. Especially when you compare Dr. Torres. Obviously she would disagree with my questions. Remember how many times she says it depends to me? She's not our expert. This happens to be the expert that the state hospital chose to come in to do a neutral evaluation, the truth. Dr. Lewis. She didn't know the legal definition of insanity in the state of Colorado, ladies and gentlemen. The whole reason she came in to testify. I'm not even sure what her opinion is anymore, based on your questions at the end. Remember how she answered it? About the MRI and the EEG that she withdrew? My opinion is ongoing. What does that mean? Does that tell you that her opinion that she was legally insane at the time counts for anything? Because when you think about her report, she does this preliminary report, which was supposed to be an insanity report, 35 days before trial, that says, hey, I need more information. I need an EEG and an MRI done if I'm going to make a decision on insanity. Well, that doesn't happen. MRIs, you take someone to the hospital for 2 hours, you do an MRI, you come back. Never happened. But yet, a few days before trial, she hands over a report saying, I find her legally insane, and that's literally all she says. Don't know what standard of insanity she's using. What I do know is she didn't get the information that she needed. But you know what information she had? She had a third MMPI-2 test that Dr. Torres told you about, that a Dr. Leach took, that was hired by the defense to do psychological testing based on what Dr. Lewis requested. Guess what the results of that showed? It was the same, exaggerating psychiatric symptoms to the point where people who are hospitalized for mental illnesses would not answer those questions that way. That didn't seem to matter. I want to talk about the facts of the case, and the reason why I want to do that is because I think it's important for you to look at the defendant's actions during and after she killed. I'm going to start with the video of Gannon's burns. Just
I just don't know what to do.
Well, devastating. Initially, Scott, I can't lie, when the TMZ information.
Bannon, I promise this is the last time I'm gonna ask you. I'm just freaked out, okay? Are you sure you didn't do it on purpose? Okay, you promise. You promise. Pinky promise. Okay, all right, so listen. All right, we're gonna have to sell stuff to fix it, okay? So we figure out what we gotta sell. We can sell the sofa, we can sell whatever, because we gotta get it fixed. So lady, don't be mad at us and kick us out of the house, okay? You got it? You got it?
I'm just worried about my.
Okay, shh, listen. So tomorrow.
Why is that important? Why is she videotaping an 11-year-old boy who has burns? More importantly, why did she stop videotaping a little boy standing? I think it might be because Gannon said, I'm just worried about my.
His mic's out.
I think that was the purpose of that video. I think that's using judgment and reflection. Now, the hydrocodone. I can't stand here and tell you how that got in the Gannon system. All I can tell you is there's only one person there that could have. Did she give it to him because of the burns? I don't know. But when she gave it to him, do you think that's using judgment and reflection? January 27th. This is actually at 9:46 is when this video was recorded. Monday night. The next morning, January 27th, 2020, at 4:36 in the morning, decision was made for her, or she made the decision to text Nix Hicks saying my stepfather had just been killed in a car accident, or words to that effect. Ms. Hicks responds later on saying, I'm sorry, please let me know. And I'm paraphrasing, I don't have it memorized. But she says, words to the effect, please let me know if there's anything we can do and when you can come in. She responds back, the defendant does, by saying, why are you being so insensitive? This is a family member that just died on the East Coast. Why is that important? Because that's the theory that Dr. Lewis wants you to believe. The fact that she makes this text about the stepfather is somehow tied to the killing of Gannon. Some years later. It just means she didn't want to go to work that day. Could it possibly mean that she knew what she was going to do when she said, and tomorrow? And shortly after that, she calls Gannon school, says, he's not coming in today. And she texts Al Stauch and says, hey, I'm going to make up an excuse, not go to work, which she does. And Gannon's not going to go to school because of his stomach issues. Judgment, reflection.
Is he dead yet?
Then on that same morning at 8:14 and 8:16 a.m., she takes that picture of Gannon in bed. Why did she take a picture of Gannon in bed and text it to Gannon's father, Al? Look, Gannon's alive. He's here. He's sick. He's in bed. You heard Al Stauch testify a little bit about Gannon. He has ADH hyper. It's still at 8:14. I think he might be lethargic from the hydrocodone. Why he's still in bed? I think she wants to prove that he's still alive because she knew how much hydrocodone she gave him. Is that a rational reason to do it? Does that make sense? January 27th at 9:54 a.m. Text Al from her phone. This was your question, by the way. She texts Al from her phone saying, I left my phone at home before she left the house. You think that's an indication that she knew what was going to happen? Is it that far-fetched to think that she knows Gannon had been poisoned and that something might happen to Gannon? Then at 10:12 a.m., they leave in Al's truck. And again, this is the video that you saw that you can see his pants with the white stripe down him when they leave. You see him get into the back seat of the pickup truck, and Stauch gets into the driver's seat. They drive away. What the heck is she doing taking a sick kid out to go shopping for dog clothes? Narcissistic tendencies. About me. Them dogs. They're gone until 2:20 p.m. when they come back. You saw the videos. She drives in the back of the driveway. She's got to back in and then drive back in. Eventually the truck comes to a stop. They're stopped in that driveway for 39 seconds. What are they talking about in that truck? Doors open, you see the leg drop, you see Gannon beeline right through the garage. You see the defendant going after.
He probably had to go.
At 2:26 p.m., you see the defendant come out.
Hello,
and move the
Iris.
Tiguan from the driveway, back it into the garage. What was the need at that moment to back that Tiguan into the garage? Then you see her come out in the front of the garage, out in front, below the garage door, and look around. Back in the house. This is when the murder happens, ladies and gentlemen. 30. Right in that time frame. There's no activity on her phone. And does autopsy. Axe him with a knife. Good enough. And he fought when he was born. He's fighting now.
You don't have as much to deal with there.
1 pound, 6 ounces. Get it through that.
Been at this for less than an hour.
Coming after him. Goes to get a blunt force object, crush his skull. Not sound like rational thinking, but it's certainly thinking. It's the before and during. A lot to talk about. There's so much to talk about after. She stuffs him in a suitcase. She drags his body to the storage room, opens a large green suitcase, somehow manages to squeeze him in there, gets the blankets off the bed, wraps him up in that, pillows, picks up the shell casings, does something with a knife, does something with a blunt force object. He sticks him into the storage room and throws boxes on him. (3:11 p.m.) Al texted her, said, "Are you sleeping?" No response from the defendant. Lena gets home. She gets to the house about 3:15 p.m. The bus comes by about 3:11 p.m. Doesn't let Lena in the house. She makes Lena stay outside because she's got work to do. Got to clean that bloody mess in that room.
Yeah,
Got to hide evidence.
Full right now.
Got to tamper with things. Anna's dad texted him at 3:35. Said, "Hey, buddy. Having no clue what she did to him." No response to that. No one read that text until 7:40 that evening. That was the defendant reading it. 6:27 p.m., the defendant texts Al and says, "Anna went to a friend's house. He was supposed to be home at 6. He's not home yet." 6:55, she calls 911. You heard that call. How can she do this? How can she talk to Gannon's father like nothing happened? That traits of an antisocial personality disorder, the fact that you can have no sympathy, go cold and callous, and act like nothing happened. And she does it through the whole day. You guys know that. She calls Landon on Gannon's phone a couple times that night. that a trait of an antisocial personality disorder? Landon gets a call from Gannon. She knows he's missing, and it's her. Next morning, January 28, 2020, at 6:22 a.m., you see the T-Bone leave. It's gone for 10 minutes. What is she doing? Is it beyond the realm of possibility that she's doing a practice run to see if anybody's watching her? She's about to move the body. Is that beyond the realm of common sense? She again comes back, backs into the garage. Heard evidence that she'd never backed that T1 in the back of the garage until that day. They leave. When I say they, Bandit and Gannon's body. Go to the airport. Leave the house at 8:13 a.m. They get to the airport about 8:30 a.m. She's made the decision to rent another car. She even left the house. Is that evidence of psychosis? Or is that evidence of thinking things through? I'm going to leave Gannon's body in the back of that T1 at the airport. We're going to pick up a car. Al's didn't care because we don't want to put mileage on my leased vehicle. Al gets off the airplane. He's just worried about Gannon. Where's my son? You think at that moment he cared that she rented a car? But she made a big deal about, hey, I don't want to put miles on my T1. She never searched for Gannon. They go to the interview at Starbucks at approximately 1:30 that afternoon. They had that interview, you heard it. After that interview, she disappears. Takes the rental car and it's gone that afternoon. No one knows where she's at. We do. Is that Life 360 app? We got her going back to the airport at 4:41 p.m. We have a parking ticket that was found inside the white Kia rental car that says she went into the airport at 4:41 p.m. Now, she must have got out of there quickly because she never had to get another ticket when she left. But we know from Life 360, and we know from the telegraph on the Tiguan that the Tiguan didn't leave, that she leaves the airport shortly after that. What is she doing at the airport? Is it that crazy to think that she's checking on Gannon's body in the back of the Tiguan? That sound like someone doesn't know right from wrong? That sound like someone who's trying to get away with something. At some point that afternoon, as Al Stauch is out looking for his son, he goes to French elementary school. And he goes there because his wife, the defendant, says, I left the Tiguan there. That's a critical moment in the investigation because when he sees the Tiguan is not there, he now knows that his wife had something to do with the disappearance of Gannon. And the investigation starts to look at her. Because he has a second interview that night, he tells the police, you know, I didn't think much about that rental car until I went to French Elementary and I didn't see the Tiguan there like she told me it was. At 5:25 p.m. that night on the 28th, she tells Al Stauch, you need to get an attorney. At 7 p.m., she returns back to the airport. She parks that white Kia in short-term parking, keeps the keys, and drives off in the Tiguan and exits the airport at 7:03 p.m., very close to that time. Got the ticket. You've got the ticket. We got the telematics and know exactly where she goes. Got the text messages between her and Harley. Clearly show that she's manipulating Harley, her own daughter. Don't let the police in. Don't talk to the police. The pizza guy? All right, you can let the pizza guy in. If she's manipulating Harley, do you think she's manipulating Gannon? Do you think she's manipulating Lena? Do you think that's manipulation, the video you just saw? We're gonna have to sell stuff because the lady's gonna be upset with us, the owner of the house. Goes to the S-curve in Palmer Lake. You know that at 9:23 p.m. She's there for at least 5 minutes. We don't know why actually she's there. We know that the board was found there sometime in mid-February when we started searching there based on the information we had from our Life 360 and the telematics. We know that board had Gannon's blood on it. DNA matched it. Why is she going out to hide the body there? I don't know. Probably because it's a good location. She can't keep it in the Tiguan. She know right from wrong? At 12 a.m., 28th into the 29th, Harley drives out to her employment to pick her up. They leave the Tiguan there overnight. This whole time while she's missing and dumping Dan's body up in Palmer Lake, Detective Bethel is trying to get her to come in for an interview. Remember that? Now Stauch trying to call her to get in for an interview. Her phone's on airplane. The next morning, Harley drives her to the airport. They drop off the keys to the Kia. When I say drop it off, they threw the keys to the Kia to an attendant, left. That rational thinking? That someone who didn't want to get caught? Text at 10:25 a.m. on the 29th. I'm on my way to Detective Bethel. The interview. Takes her over an hour and a half to get there. We know that the car is washed on the way. You saw photos of the water dripping off of it when she gets there. The interview she gives, you watched it. I'm not going to get into all the details. I just want to emphasize that she plants seeds. The suitcase is critical. Who says that? I think it was Eduardo at this time. Eduardo also took a suitcase when he took Gannon. She knows where the suitcase is at up in Palmer Lake. On January 30th, 2020, her family shows up, Dakota Lowry, Brenda Awkward, and Deborah Locklear, her mother. Flying to Denver, they rent that Nissan Altima and drive down to Colorado Springs. They pick them up, take them to the Extended Stay Suites Hotel. The next morning, they rent that van, Brenda Awkward does, to collect their stuff at the house. They get her suitcase, including that red or pink suitcase that we recover in South Carolina that has blood on it that happens to match Gannon, with a blanket inside it that happens to match Gannon. Pretty strong evidence. You got blood of the victim that you just killed with you when you're arrested on March 2nd. But what happens after they load things up? We know the suitcase was not there because the police were checking everything that came out of that house. We also know what Dakota said about when they exchanged vans, that he saw that very same green suitcase that was under the bridge that day, and she says she had softball equipment in it. But when she gives the interview with the KKTV reporter at 12:10 p.m., well, let's just look at her words. What are her words? We can play this video.
You are?
I am Tisha Stauch, which is Gannon's stepmother.
You've been a part of the investigation since the very first time. You were the last person to see him. Is that right?
Correct.
What did you see when you last saw him?
Well, I'm not allowed to talk about anything with the case. I would more so be willing to talk about how the community needs to have faith and continue to work together and not make these false accusations. And I would never, ever hurt this child. And I know there's some questions out there about, okay, so tell me what happens. That's up to the investigations when they end up letting you guys know. But I've cooperated with them, even to the point that we were held with a gun. And my daughter, a 17-year-old who serves our country in the United States Air Force, who has never committed a crime or done anything wrong in her life, was put in handcuffs over the keys that was in her purse so they could take her car. I'm just ready for Gannon to come home. Most importantly, for him to see his family. But second, I am going to be so ecstatic when I'm able to say to people that I hope they have a really sincere apology for all these theories that have came out online, for all the things they said that I have done or people have done. And I just want everyone to know that we're going to find Gannon.
Can you talk to me a little bit about him? I don't know it.
Gannon is so kind and he loves to play video games. That's one of his favorite things. He loves Sonic and Mario. And, you know, he's always helpful. And he was always so helpful with the dogs around the house. And we have 2 little cute dogs. And he was always like a person I could say, Gannon, can you go do this? And he would do it right away. You know, sometimes with kids, we have to remind them and things like that. And that's okay. But he was so sweet and able to help anyone. He could notice when you're sick and say, are you okay? And such a kind heart. We should all come together and wait until the end and see what happens because Gannon's going to come home.
Any message for Gannon?
The message for Gannon I have is, Gannon, when you get here, you'll be able to truly tell what happened. And then I really hope I get a sincere apology from everyone who has made all those things, especially from my husband.
What we just heard there, that evidence that she might have some antisocial trait. Calmly talk about that to a news reporter. She's done.
Switch your audio sources.
I failed to mention Amanda Van Nest, who was the same nurse who examined her for injuries based on what she was telling people. First interview that she was raped and she examined her head and found no injuries. But what else did she do? She also told you about M1 holes. And if she would have noticed anything that would require her to have a doctor examine her for an M1 hold, she would have done it. No evidence of mental disease, no evidence of psychosis. And this is the 29th, 2 days after she killed him. We know that a GPS tracker was later placed on that Nissan Altima, and you know where she went when she disappeared for 2 hours and told her family that she was going to a pet store. Got her right back at the S-curve. She picks up Gannon's body, puts him in the trunk of that Nissan Altima, leaves the board out there, later found, and drives back to the hotel after she goes and gets some more dog outfits. And when she gets back to the extended stay suites, she's got to move Gannon's body from the trunk to the van that Brenda Awkward rented earlier that day. We know that had to happen because of Dakota Lowry's testimony. Her and Dakota go to the budget rental van place the next morning, February 1st, and they've got to move all the suitcases from one van to another. That's when he sees the green suitcase, knew something was suspicious about it. You saw his reaction. Had to get on a witness stand. He got subpoenaed here to come here. I think he felt manipulated by this defendant. You know the rest of the story. She drives across country with Harley. She's using the Ford Motor Company to check into hotels. They got a little scheme you saw in video. Harley would go in with the dogs. She'd check in as one person. All rational thinking. It's also by social personality traits, perhaps. They drive all the way to Florida. They get there February 4th. Another divine intervention. The power up at 4:36 in the morning in between the hotel and where Gannon's body is found. Every 24 or 25 hours it happens. It happens at that moment. That tells you that van is on the move in the middle of the night. Tells you she dumped Gannon's body that night or the early morning hours of February 4th. I'm going to go through fast now because I've been talking way too long. I want to talk about the pretext phone calls. You know all the stories. I'm not going to get into the details. Eduardo, immunity, Quincy Brown, several different versions of that. Bike accident, Uncle Matt. One that significant is she says, I'm so sorry. Al, for lying to you. I'm gonna tell you the truth. I wasn't in the car when I left Petco. It wasn't in the truck. Fake pregnant lady with cash. She's laundering money. She's arrested on March 2nd, 2020. She comes up with a story of now how it's Angel, the babysitter, who did it. Suitcase with Gannon's blood found on her. We've got all the pictures on her phone that I'm not going to go through. You just saw it a few days ago. But what I'd like to talk about is what people who are truly legally insane do under these circumstances. Because there are people who are truly legally insane, ladies and gentlemen. They don't act like that. If they don't have the capacity to know right from wrong, they're not going to hide the body. They're going to act like nothing happened. They may even do the crime if someone's there watching them because they don't know that it's wrong. Do you think she would have done this to Gannon if anyone was in the room with her? Of course not. They also don't lie. There's no reason to lie because they don't think it's wrong. So they come in and they say things like, my God, I heard a voice that I thought was the devil. And the devil made me do this. I had no choice. Why are you even talking to me about it? That's what we're talking about when we talk about a severe mental disease or defect. When we're talking about the capacity to form the intent or the capacity to use judgment and reflection, I'm going to refer you back to Mice and Men, the book. I read that a long time ago, but I still remember it. It's about George and Lenny during the Depression. And George is a smart one. Lenny has some severe mental illnesses. Lenny likes to pet rabbits. He's such a big guy that he doesn't even know his own strength. So he would pet rabbits to the point where he would kill them. That's what we're talking about when you don't have the capacity to form the intent to kill because the mental illness doesn't allow you to. We're not talking about someone who makes choices to get weapons to kill with. I appreciate your patience. I know I've talked a long time here, much longer than I thought, and I apologize for that. There's only one right verdict in this case. That's guilty to each and every charge that she's charged with. First-degree murder after deliberation, first-degree murder, child under the age of 12, tampering with the deceased body, and tampering with physical evidence.
Can we switch over? Yeah, I did. Oh, whoops, wrong one. Sorry, my bad. There you go.
The one thing they cannot answer, because there is no answer, is motive. Motive for why this happened. Motive how we can go from this picture on a hike up at Garden of the Gods, loving, kind, to less than 24 hours later. Brutal rage, 18 stab wounds, 4 blood force trauma, shock. This wasn't a pre-planned, calculated killing for some gain. This was a psychotic break fueled by rage, attacking a demon from the past. They cannot come up with a motive because there is no motive that makes sense, ladies and gentlemen. They have tried. They have spent hundreds, if not thousands of hours trying to come up with one. They've gone through phones. They have gone through iCloud accounts. They have gone through Facebook messages. They've interviewed everybody who they could possibly think of to try to find some motive. None of what they have done in this, the biggest investigation in the history of El Paso County, has come up with a motive. No one who they have ever interviewed has ever said she ever had a problem with Gannon. No one who they have ever interviewed has ever said she was ever mean to Gannon. No one who they've ever interviewed or come across anything has said she's ever done anything wrong to Gannon until that horrible day when this happens. That is the evidence, and the most strong evidence to know this was not premeditated murder. This is a psychotic break. That is the only thing that makes sense. When you can pull yourself back and peel back the layers of the anger over the act, at the anger over the deceit in which it happened, at the anger over Gannon's body being driven all the way to Florida, when we take those emotions back and we try to look at this rationally, the only thing that possibly makes sense is a psychotic break. There is no other rational explanation to understand why this happened other than that. He was a special needs teacher, elementary needs teacher. That's what she'd been her entire life, working with kids with special needs. She was a mother to Harley, did everything she possibly could for Harley. She was a wife to Al, and she was tried to be the best stepmother she could be these kids. So much so that she was left with the kids for very long periods of time. In the months preceding this, when Al had gone up to Alaska, he had left his 2 kids in her care. He was gone. We were about as far across the country as we could possibly get. And based upon his relationship with her, based upon him seeing her as a loving stepmom, felt comfortable leaving his children with her alone in South Carolina. And he did that because he knew her and he saw her and he saw that relationship she had with Gannon, and he felt comfortable based upon what he had seen with her. And he felt comfortable enough that when this was going on, he felt comfortable enough to leave to go to Oklahoma. Because what he had seen and what this photo shows is they had a loving relationship together until the evidence shows that she had a psychotic break. That something, mental illness from her past, got triggered, and there was a temporary period of psychosis. That's the only rational explanation that had been presented. And there's nothing else they can come up with as far as motive. Ladies and gentlemen, does it make sense that she may have Google searched maybe moving to Florida? Yeah. People have problems in marriages. Do people fantasize some about getting out by Googling stuff? But how would brutally murdering Gannon, how would stabbing him 18 different times facilitate that move? It wasn't. There's no rational basis behind the murder other than psychosis. The fact that she may have years before at some point in time done one Google search out of 1,000 saying, I don't like my stepson. That's not what I see there in that picture. That's not what I see there going on in the days leading up to this horrible tragedy. What it does seem to indicate, ladies and gentlemen, if we start looking at this time frame, looking at the reliable evidence that we have in front of us, is that somehow that fire set off some type of trigger. Maybe some type of trigger that had been disassociated long ago. But we have her starting meltdown right after this fire. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Lewis used the term wacky a lot, maybe not the most scientific term, but when something seems irrational, when something doesn't seem to make sense, we have to consider mental illness. We have to consider possible psychosis. I would say that video that you heard up there, listen to the tenor of her voice, listen to what she is saying. She says, I'm freaked out. And when you listen to her voice, she is freaked out. And she's saying irrational stuff like, we're going to have to sell the sofa. Stuff like that to Gannon. That makes no sense there whatsoever. And then importantly, ladies and gentlemen, we also see mania starting to settle in when we start looking at these timelines specifically. Be up there, they're texting back and forth, 10:15, Harley comes home, 10:24, 11:30, she's still talking to Al. $2:48, she's texting Al. 4:36, texting the school saying that her stepfather passed away. Her stepfather who had abused her was not, and you heard it from Dr. Torres at the state hospital, they are not doubting or disputing the abuse that she suffered growing up. And that's from Dr. Torres, who had investigated this, who had medical record provided, who had family members provided, who interviewed other family members. And she says the state hospital is not disputing the horrible trauma that she grew up with. And the person who she had suffered that horrible trauma from, that's who she calls and says dies at 4:36 in the morning. What is more important by this, ladies and gentlemen, important to look at, what is also that we see, what is she not doing? She's not sleeping. She is manic at this point in time. She is texting throughout the night, 2:48, 4:36, 4:36 again, 5:03, 5:49, 7:32. She is up the entire night and not sleeping. There is something going on with her head that is not seeming right. There's stuff going on through the day. The text messages back and forth. Harley leaves for work. Other conversations are going on. And then they leave, they go up to Petco. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Young has tried to insinuate that all of this was some type of big preconceived plan, that she had made some decision earlier on at that point in time that she was going to kill Gannon. Ladies and gentlemen, does that make any sense? If she had decided at that point, early in the day, when everybody else leaves, Harley's left for work, she's just there alone with Gannon by herself. If there was a decision that was made that for some reason they cannot explain that she was going to brutally murder him, why is she taking him in the car and going up to Petco to buy Valentine's Day outfits for the dogs? That makes absolutely no sense why she would push back a timeline to just an hour or so before Lena got home, for some reason, unbeknownst to anybody, commit this brutally horrific act. Mr. Young tried to comment a lot about the hydrocodone. Be very careful when they try to put facts in their opinion or what they would like them to be that was not provided by any of the witness testimony. Dr. Ignacio testified that there was hydrocodone in his system. She never made any assertions about how much, whether it was a dangerous level, whether it was inappropriate, whether it would have been affecting him whatsoever that way. All she said is this was a tox screen, this came back. That's Mr. Young's opinion that somehow this was an overdose of hydrocodone, but there was no evidence of that by their expert. And there is no basis that would be for a brutal, horrible attack on a young 11-year-old boy that she'd just been hiking with up there 24 hours earlier. Something is going on in her mind. Something is there losing it, and something horrible occurs in the basement where there is a brutal attack. The brutality of the attack, ladies and gentlemen, I would say is the strongest evidence in this entire case of a psychotic break. That type of violence wouldn't be needed to kill an 11-year-old boy. Gannon weighed 80, 85 pounds, 11-year-old kid, not the biggest 11-year-old kid, not the strongest 11-year-old kid, fun, nice kid, like to put, what do we know about him? He likes to play a lot of video games, but not needing this type of brutal, horrific rage to kill him. And there is no other, again, explanation other than the psychotic break. Lena then comes home, and ladies and gentlemen, look on that video. Lena wasn't pushed outside. Lena wasn't allowed. Lena came in the house. She's in that house for about 10, 15 minutes. And then she goes out and gets on her bike and leaves. The idea that Lena was never allowed in the house is a fantasy that is not supported by the evidence, that is not supported by any of the videos. Okay, that is Mr. Young's opinion. But look at that video. You see her going into the house. You then see about an hour later, Harley come into the house. And we know that Harley came in the house, and Harley actually went down in the basement. Why do we know that? Because she changes out of her uniform before going to the dollar store. So there is nothing in there that these kids were kept out of this house. And there is nothing to indicate that this was pre-planned that would keep this type of information away from them. What is going on in her head? We don't know. But here's the important thing, and here's what Mr. Young is trying to do. He is trying to introduce antisocial personality disorder into this. Because I would state to you, ladies and gentlemen, there are only two things that account for her actions at this point in time, for the remainder of this day and the days preceding, is either disassociation, where she has put that memory of this brutal attack of what she did to Gannon someplace that she doesn't have access to, and she doesn't understand what's going on or where Gannon is, or what she had done to him, or antisocial personality, or that she's some type of psychopath. Mr. Young, remember back to Dr. Torres, tried to interject many times with Dr. Torres the possibility of antisocial personality disorder, and Dr. Torres was firm. No, she does not meet the criteria for antisocial personality disorder. One, there's no past criminality with her. That's an element that you need for antisocial personality disorder. Other people with antisocial personality are unempathetic to people and don't care about people. Again, for her entire career, she was a special needs teacher, teaching kids, helping kids who have disabilities. Through her whole life, that had been her career. That is not a psychopath with antisocial personality disorder. That it could be somebody with a dissociative disorder, either DID or borderline personality disorder with dissociative features, who has kept horrible trauma in her past behind her and is trying to make the lives of kids with special needs better for them. That is somebody with empathy who does that whole thing. Ladies and gentlemen, I would put before you the strongest evidence of disassociation going on here. Look at the body-worn camera of the sheriffs when they come in that night looking for Gannon. The most horrible, brutal attack has happened before there. Gannon is in the house in the suitcase. It has all been recently covered up. She's there with her daughter. She's there with Lena. And she is acting and presenting herself to these police, laughing, joking, being incredibly friendly just after this has happened. Because at that point in time, she has disassociated the horrible act that she has committed. There is no other logical explanation for how that she is doing that. And when you go back and look at these timelines, ladies and gentlemen, look and go through them. What is really important during this whole time, she is not sleeping at all. For the whole time here that this is all going on, you see activity going on her phone or things that she's doing all through the night. She is in a manic situation and her mind is not working. Again, we heard Dr. Lewis talk about irrational things that she is doing that doesn't make any sense. Ladies and gentlemen, it makes no sense for somebody who has pre-planned for whatever reason, whatever motive, to brutally kill Gannon, to then report him missing right away, and then in a matter of 3 days later, go into the police with a completely illogical, incoherent story. You've heard different witnesses. Ms. Stauch was an intelligent, above average intelligence woman, a smart woman, everything like that. To go in only 2 days later and sit down with the police and come up with the ridiculous story of Eduardo is not the actions of a sane, rational person. It is irrational belief. Even children know. If you keep saying different stories, you're not going to be believed. Even looking back at the little boy who cried wolf, which we teach children, if you keep making up things, then you're not going to believe. She changes her story, not only completely different, not only with no explanation as to really why she had made up the prior story to one that she is changing now, but comes up with this ridiculous thing that she met this Eduardo, that he was just gonna come over and fix the carpet for free. She's not even planning on paying him. That somehow he is in the garage when they get there, that he then takes her down into the basement and rapes her for an hour, and that he takes Gannon in a suitcase and leads out of the home. That are not the actions of somebody who is sane and logical. That is completely irrational to believe that that kind of thing could possibly be believed. Her actions, I would say, continue to be irrational. She keeps changing her story. She keeps giving different accounts. Gannon is placed in the suitcase, driven all the way to Florida. She goes through Louisiana. She goes through all kinds of East Texas, all kinds of places where people are not around, deserted areas, long areas of desolation, many places where that suitcase could have been hidden and never been found. And she goes all the way to Pensacola, Florida, and drops it off at a dry space under a bridge right near a major city. That's not the actions of somebody who is rational, who is trying to hide that away. She then goes to South Carolina, and you can look at the Google searches that she performs in South Carolina. Face transplant near me. Like she's Googling for a McDonald's or a restaurant that's very close to her. This is going to pop up that she's going to go over there and get an entire face plant to change the way she looks. Those are not the actions of a sane and rational person. Those are the actions of somebody that is delusional. Ladies and gentlemen, I would say all of these pretext phone calls with Al are the actions of somebody who is delusional. Listen, go back and listen. Listen to those February 14th phone calls between her and Al. Listen to how her voice and tenor changes between phone calls. Listen to how her emotions switch rapidly during the phone calls with Al, and her stories switch rapidly that no sane, rational person of overintelligence could possibly expect anybody to believe. She is freaking out, and she is delusional in the thought that anybody is going to believe all the different variations that she's trying to sell them. None of that is rational. None of that makes sense. And so again, what then we're brought back to is why. What was going on? What preceded this? And looking, it's going to end up in the mental health experts. And I want to talk a little bit about Dr. Lewis. She is 85 years old. She has been doing research, treating, evaluating people with serious mental illness for over 60 years. She is one of the foremost experts in the country on dissociative identity disorder. She has been published in peer-reviewed journals well over 100 times. Things that educates other psychiatrists and things that educates other doctors, she has authored and produced. She has done, she has the HBO documentary. They don't go just to quacks to do an HBO documentary. They went and they did a documentary on her because she was groundbreaking in her field. Has she consulted on other stuff with Robert De Niro and so forth? Yes, not because she's a quack, because she has explored and she knows more about this subject than almost anybody else in the country. Has she, in her age, some of the details, the minute things in the discovery get lost a little bit in her memory? They do. And you saw that up on the stand when she was testifying, and I'm not disputing that. But what she has is the decades and decades of experience with this, the decades and decades of dealing with people with severe mental illness who commit heinous acts. She has that experience to rely upon, and she had 14 hours of interviews with Ms. Stauch to talk with her, to base her opinion. She had notes from family members, other types of things to show this. And in her expert opinion, is legally insane. She wanted the EEG and the MRI to possibly know if there was also organic brain damage going on here. There was some type of brain trauma that was contributing to the mental illness of Ms. Stauch. What you heard at the end is she did not need those type of things to make the diagnosis of dissociative identity disorder, which she was confident on and she believes upon. Ladies and gentlemen, I would ask you, do not discount her decades of experience. Do not discount her expertise, okay? The acting that, this is a woman who has pioneered this, a woman who has made her life on this, a woman who has been peer reviewed over hundreds of times in different articles on this subject, is willing to throw that all away to come down here at a substantially reduced fee to testify is ludicrous and it's insulting. They pay their experts just the same as we do, okay? And that's why I asked their blood spatter expert, his fees. It wasn't acting like there was anything wrong with that. It's just to show both sides hire experts, both sides pay experts. Just because the expert isn't getting paid doesn't mean that they are money grubbing liars, okay? Experts in this type of thing to come and testify, they charge money, they charge a fee. She actually reduced her normal fee to come down and to help with Ms. Stauch and to do this evaluation. And what did she tell you, ladies and gentlemen? Ms. Stauch, of all the hundreds and hundreds of different mentally ill people that she has ever dealt with, is one of the most mentally ill persons that she's ever dealt with. And what else is she saying? I think this is key. Pay very close attention. She's not endorsing that it was definitely Maria that did this. She's not endorsing how Maria is saying this happened. What is she saying? Ms. Stauch has, in her opinion, more than likely disassociated the memory of the homicide because she can't bear to deal with it. That was actually a very good question by Mr. Young on it. And I think there's a lot of validity to that. Ms. Stauch accepting the idea that she committed this brutal, horrible homicide in the manner that was done, smashing that 11-year-old's head in and not deal with it. To accept that fact in her mind would crush her, would crush her soul, would crush her identity. And so she has come up with all of these delusional fantasies, trying to come up with some other thing that may have happened. And listen to her voice, listen to the tenor when she's describing that. When she's hoping, when she's talking to Dr. Lewis, I can't remember if it's Dr. Lewis or Dr. Torres, about the different versions that she's given, that she was coming up into her mind, hoping and believing it was somebody other than her who did this. The facts, ladies, and we're not disputing that, ladies and gentlemen, it was her, but she was not in her right mind when she did it. And you heard Dr. Lewis state that. And you can look at the evidence and you can look at the other things that go around to realize that is the only reasonable, rational conclusion as to how this horrible thing happened was a psychotic break. Even Dakota Lowry, who when he finally realized that his older half-sister actually did this, the first thing that came into his mind, based upon what he knew of his half-sister, was there had to be some type of psychotic break that had happened. That there could be no other explanation as to why it did it, and those are people that knew her and that have grown up with her. I also want to talk a lot, or some, about Dr. Torres. And what is important, ladies and gentlemen, to know with both Dr. Torres, Dr. Gray, and Dr. Grimmett, is none of the experts that you have heard from that did any type of evaluation think that there's no mental illness going on here. Okay, they all agree there's some type of mental illness. They just disagree over what to call that mental illness. We have Grimmett and Torres and Gray diagnosing her with borderline personality disorder, which is a significant mental illness, which, as you said, comes from right on the border between full-blown psychosis and a neurosis. Okay, it's the most serious of all the personality disorder, and it's so serious because there are such prominent features of psychosis that go along with it. Psychosis where people hallucinate, psychosis where people become delusional, psychosis where people stop becoming irrational. All of that stuff can come and go in people with borderline personality disorder. And it comes and goes according to DSM-5, according to Dr. Torres, according to Dr. Grimmett, when people with borderline personality disorder start to experience high stress. That is why Dr. Niederhauser was important. It was not because Dr. Niederhauser made any type of diagnosis or anything with that, but she came to Dr. Niederhauser because he was experiencing high stress and high anxiety that was causing her to be unable to perform at work. The stress and all of that was mounting. You can look at her Google searches. The Google searches leading up to this. For whatever reason, her stress in life was becoming overwhelming. She felt underappreciated. She felt like running away. She felt like leaving. She felt like this was all too much on her plate, that there was nobody there to help her. And you heard from Dr. Torres about how people with borderline personality disorder feel stress much different than everybody else. Things that would not be normal stressors for all of us can become extremely stressful for somebody with borderline personality disorder. And the other thing that was important that Dr. Torres, we talked about quite a bit, is that it is a lot of the same things, the same type of horrible childhood trauma, the type of trauma where you have one parent who is molesting you and another parent who won't do a damn thing about it, that can cause either dissociative identity disorder or borderline personality disorder. They both come from the exact same of environment that Dr. Torres said Ms. Stauch grew up in. That type of environment is what can cause people to have borderline personality disorder, which then under periods of stress and anxiety can become psychotic. And I think one of the other things, and I think is something to look in, and it's something I want you guys to think about when you go back in that jury room, is something that Dakota Lowry said at the end. We don't know exactly all the intricacies of the trauma, of the abuse that Ms. Stauch suffered. We don't. Some of that she knows about, some of that she's come to remember, some of that is locked away, some of that is hidden by other family members who don't want to admit it. But what did Dakota talk about when he was a kid and after his stepdad has died and his mom had moved on to another abusive alcoholic in the home and Ms. Stauch would come visit him? What would she do? She would leave him with knives to protect himself from something or someone. And the fact you can draw that Ms. Stauch sometimes as a kid going through that trauma, either had to protect herself with some knives or fantasized about having a knife to protect her. And then you have the connection between Gannon being stabbed 18 times with a knife. Some of these things are hidden. Some of these things are hard to look at, but there is that association there between what we can assume was some of the childhood trauma that Ms. Stauch suffered, how she dealt with it, and how this horrible thing happened to Gannon. And I understand that Dr. Torres didn't think she was insane, but you can't discount the fact that Dr. Torres readily admitted borderline personality disorder can be a serious mental illness. People with borderline personality disorder can suffer psychosis. People with borderline personality can become irrational. People with borderline personality disorder can disassociate things that the whole person cannot deal with. And that disassociation explains all of these crazy cockamamie lies. It is a fantasy on Ms. Stauch to try to explain this horrible action that she cannot rectify in her home with. And whether you call it borderline, whether you call it DID, I think Dr. Lewis was correct. That is not necessarily the important thing. What the important thing is look at the facts overall and realize this must have been some type of psychotic action going on, because normal people, mentally healthy normal people, don't one day go on a hike, take smiling photos, and the next day stab a kid 18 times for no apparent reason. And no matter how much Mr. Young would like her to be antisocial personality disorder, and he would like that because that takes insanity off the table, none of the evaluators ever have diagnosed her with antisocial personality disorder. None of the diagnoses ever have even had the rule out antisocial personality disorder. Antisocial personality personality disorder is something that is always considered at the state hospital, but there are criteria, and she did not meet it. No matter how many times in different ways Mr. Young tried to act, asked Dr. Torres about it, she was firm and said, no, that is not the diagnosis that we have given her. That's not the diagnosis that Dr. Gray gave her. It's not the diagnosis that Dr. Grimmick gave her, and it's really not the diagnosis that Dr. Lewis gave her. So all the antisocial personality disorder talk is a smokescreen. And when you take the antisocial personality off, the only thing that explains her conduct afterwards is disassociation, is disassociating from the horrible thing that she has done, and she's trying somehow to fix this or to get out of it. The other thing that I want to talk to you, and it's important, that was very apparent with Dr. Torres, Mr. Young would like you to believe that the only time somebody is legal and insane, if they commit the crime and they just stay there saying, yep, it was me, I did it for these reasons. Dr. Torres and the jury instructions from the court state somebody cannot know right from wrong, but still recognize that their conduct was criminal when it occurred. And so you heard from Dr. Torres, just because somebody in a state of psychosis, in a state of insanity, commits a horrible murder and then tries to cover it up, the covering up of the murder does not preclude insanity. And she talked about how there are cases that she has had where somebody was insane who then tried to cover up the acts that they have done because they didn't want to suffer the criminal repercussions. They are not mutually exclusive. That's not coming from me. That's coming from the instructions that you have from the court. Ladies and gentlemen, you guys have been above and beyond in this. And we are very grateful for the time that you guys have given us, the thought that you guys have put all into this, the sacrifice in your lives that you have made through this long trial. I'm not going to rehash every detail on here. You guys know it. You guys understand it. You guys have heard the experts. You guys can put all this stuff in there together. We are asking you to find her not guilty by reason of insanity. We're not saying set her free. We're not saying let her go. We're not saying don't hold her responsible. We're saying for you to take into account the mental illness that she suffered and send her down to CMHIP, where you see how it is down at CMHIP during those interviews with Dr. Torres, where she's shackled fully, where there's constraints, where it's a locked facility, and that's where Dr. Torres told you, if you find her not guilty by reason of insanity, that's where she is going, where there is repercussions, but there is also treatment for the mental illness that she has suffered from her entire life. The other thing that is important, I just want you guys to remember, is the burden of proof. It's not whether you decide, oh, I think that she was psychotic at the time, is have they presented enough evidence before you that you can say, without a doubt, there is no way psychosis was involved here. Have they completely disregarded that? Have they completely wiped it out? And I, ladies and gentlemen, I would put before you with all the different doctors diagnosing her with some serious mental health illness, with their witnesses they called diagnosing her with a mental illness that has transient periods of psychosis, when psychosis appearing to be the only rational explanation, with no other motive for this horrible thing, with the overkill that was involved here, with the irrational behavior afterwards, even up and through some of these interviews, even up through some of the trial, all of that points to mental illness. And in no way, shape, or form have they disproven that. And it is their burden. And so if you believe that it is possible that this occurred in a state of psychosis, your legal duty, which you have sworn to do, is to find her not guilty by reason of insanity. And that is what we are asking you to do. Thank you.
Council approach, please.
getting about that time.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the prosecution does have a right to a rebuttal, and they are going to exercise that right. But you've been sitting there for a while, so what we're going to do is take about a little bit more than a 10-minute recess, give everybody some time to stretch, use the bathroom, those sorts of things. So if I can have everyone back in the jury room at, say, 10 after 12, we should be able to start on at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. We'll see you at 10 after 12.
Apparently the rebuttal is
All
going to be
right,
short. It's 12 o'clock there now, so. Yeah, I have to agree here, Carolyn. He hasn't got a whole lot to work with. Uh-oh. Sassy got bingo.
I'll be seated. The record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Reset.
We just turn the screen back to.
Yes, absolutely.
All rise.
You want to
Yes, it's enough time to talk and not enough time for a game, which is why I said, hey, 10 minutes, okay. Nope, we're not going to be able to play. But we will have a lunchtime before the jury goes out. Actually, no, he's gonna send the jury out right after. He probably send the jury out directly, and it won't matter whether it's lunchtime or not. I don't know, quite possibly, Mean John. So, anybody got questions for me that don't have anything to do with what happened to Loki? Because I'm pretty sure we already know. Well, honestly, this is the public defender's office. They don't have all the resources. A, and B.
Dad, did I lose this? Can you hear me, Croc?
I can hear you. Sure.
Croc?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me? You should be able to hear me. Oh, there you go.
Croc, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I was able to hear you before.
Chat, can you hear me?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't think Patty's
You can hear me.
Cool. Okay.
Well, I couldn't tell because Croc. I don't hear a Croc, so.
Yeah,
there
I'm
we go.
here.
That's why.
I am here. I have always been here.
I didn't realize my computer had it muted at the speaker during the phone call.
Well, yeah, okay. That would be a reason.
When I unplugged my headphones, like it took away the input from the stream, so I had to exit and come back.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
Because it once the headphones came out, I guess it then didn't know what to use as a mic.
Oh, I see how
you know, like
are,
until I exited out and came back in.
I'm pretty sure Lord of Crocus Squirrels is actually hereditary. They came to me and said, hey.
You're part of the royal family of Crocus Squirrel?
Apparently, they came to me and said, hey, you do know it's your turn, right? The old one poofed on us. Come here.
Okay. What I missed? Because, you know.
You seem to have missed the defense closing, which was.
I caught most of it, but then I had to silence it because I couldn't hear the doctor talking because I'm not sure what he was doing.
Well, he tried to rehab Dr. Lewis with an appeal to authority, which may or may not work.
I don't think you can rehab some of the stuff she did and said.
No, you probably can't. but he made a valiant effort, and made the argument that this was that this whole thing was just a psychotic break. She fucking snapped for over something. We don't even know what it might have been, and then did poor Gannon in, and then realized that she'd done something really stupid, and was spent all of that time trying to hide it. Because nobody expects her to walk completely. They want her that hell, even the defense attorney at this point is saying, hey, this woman needs treatment. Really, she does. But yeah, that's what the defense's close boils down to. Okay, nobody. They're prosecutors going for. Oh,
I would like to put this up because just Loki train of thought for a minute. I look at this and all I can think of is, so what you're saying is the inside of her head is like a clown car.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, Debbie, I think that this is probably pretty accurate.
Well,
that or the accident he had while hiking.
Or both. It's entirely possible. It's entirely
or
possible.
Her frustration with Al. Because she did make that allegation that, like, she's the primary parent. He doesn't do anything. He's neglectful. Kind of thing.
Yeah, that would be a thing too. I mean, there's, everything builds up and then suddenly.
Yeah, I'm just saying in general.
Either that, or she just hates, or either that, or she just hates male children.
I'm pretty sure the world hates her, so it's okay. I gotta say, listening to all of this in this god awful trial, I'll be glad when I don't have to look at this train wreck again.
Well, at the end of this break, the rebuttal close is going to happen, and then the jury goes off to their little room. Right now, right now, the opinion of the audience at this is she's going to be found guilty, and they're going to be back probably on Monday. I'm thinking they don't want this hanging over their heads over the weekend, so they're going to take their vote, argue what very little bit they're going to, and then they're going to give her the guilty verdict, go to prison, and it'll be sometime probably late this afternoon. Enough time to fill out the paperwork, but not enough time to do a whole lot of deliberation, if you take my meaning.
Yeah, I'm of two minds. Part of me is like, this is going to be a Daryl Brooks Murdaugh situation where, like, in an hour they're like, we're back, we're good. We sick of the bitch.
We elected our
I want
critter.
my weekend off.
We elected our critter. We're all good there. We filled out the paperwork. We only ever took one vote, and that's to see what the room looked like initially. We all agreed at the time, so we're good.
We only have one piece of paper to fill out, unlike the other trials that had 87. We're back. I think if it goes past Monday, then we're in for a long wait. If they don't have an answer by the end of today or the end of Monday at the absolute latest, Because here's the reality. Unlike with, yeah, I'm not going to say Daryl Brooks, because that one, I mean, to a degree was its own unique thing. But like Murdaugh, we were all, we're like, oh, they were back super quick. I think this, like, this, like Daryl Brooks, there's absolutely no question that she did it. They're not arguing guilt or innocence back there. All they're arguing is DID.
Actually,
they concede she's guilty.
Still turn it to psychotic break.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
All they're arguing is NGRI versus just guilty.
Right.
Not if the crime itself happened. And the longer it goes, the bigger the risk with the NGRI stuff. If they go into next week, I'd worry more that they're like actually discussing mental health, dissociative identity disorder. So I just think it's a, is she batshit or nuts discussion. So, is she cray-cray or not? So, either they buy into shit or they don't. I mean, that's the only thing that they're going to argue. See, Creed, we have a differing opinion here, too. I don't think that's going to be the unhinged rambling that she's insane. I think they're going to be like, I had to listen to 10 hours of unhinged rambling. F you. I want to go home and get absolutely blackout drunk this weekend. I think she pushed that button. Between flipping people off and her antics.
I'd love to get blackout drunk. Can't, but I'd love to.
But I'm just saying, I think, her antics go one of two ways. You believe her, or they are so enraged by her behavior that they're like, sign the stupid ass guilty form.
Another quadrant heard from.
Thomas, you know what? I hate to do this to you, Thomas. We're going to have to change your job. Not only are you our TYT man, I'm going to need you to now also be our tour agent. For TYT psychotic vacations. Our TYT cruise director.
Cute.
Just saying.
Air brain and breakfast. Yep, there you go.
So Thomas, you're going to need to work on our travel division too.
We have a travel. Uh-oh.
That's what I'm saying. Thomas said it was a psychotic vacation. Creed said crazy cruise. I said now I'm going to need to add a new transportation and vacation planning division. Thomas, enjoy.
Does that mean I'm going to have to travel for work at some point?
I don't know. Maybe.
All rise for the jury, please. Oh,
I
apparently
didn't
not.
get an IM or hear anything, so.
Oh, all right.
The politics have already started in the jury room.
The last to know.
I am not, Mayor. We discussed this. I'm driving the bus to hell.
All rise for the jury, please.
Yeah, see?
Thank you. You may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, we will start into the prosecution's rebuttal. Mr. Allen.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ladies and gentlemen, the only fantasy in this courtroom is that this defendant, this stepmother who killed Gannon, has psychosis. And she was insane on January 27th of 2020. That is the only fantasy that has been brought out into this courtroom. It's been brought out by this defendant. They want to talk to you about motive. We talked to some of you in jury selection about motive. One thing you didn't hear the judge read in any of those instructions is anything about motive. You know why? It's not an element of a single crime under Colorado code. We don't have to prove motive. And yet we did anyway.
It helps.
This defendant hated Gannon. You know that because she searched it. I hate my stepson. She has one stepson, and she hated him. She was planning to leave Al Stauch, move back to the East Coast. She wanted to hurt Al. She wanted to hurt Landon, for that matter. She did, to the core. They will never recover from what she did to them, ever. And you know that. Think about the time frame that we're talking about. This was no snap in time. This was not an instantaneous thing. This occurred over days. She was planning to leave a week prior to Gannon's death when she killed him. Look at the searches that we talked about on Monday when Kevin Clark took the stand. We know when she was looking to leave. We know she hated Gannon. She knows she wanted out of a marriage with Al. We know that she didn't like what Landon was up to because she would manipulate Gannon about Landon. We know these things because of the evidence that we brought you. And in fact, it does prove motive. I want to ask you about why did Al leave Gannon with the defendant on that weekend? He left on January 25th, Saturday. Remember that? Why would he leave and go to Oklahoma for 2 weeks of training if he knew there was a problem with the defendant from psychosis? Al told you the answer to that question. He would not have gone. If he had seen some problem with the defendant, he said he would not have gone. And he did anyway, because she doesn't have psychosis. He never saw a single sign from her. What he didn't know, unfortunately, he couldn't see into her heart. He couldn't see the hatred that she had for Gannon, the motive that she had to leave and to hurt him to the core. He didn't know that it was all about her, even though he lived with her for some number of years. Defense wants you to bring
Sandy,
to
I have a
speculate
question
that the
for
fire
you
set off some
inside.
sort of a trigger. You read those instructions or while the judge was reading them to you? It says speculation, can't do it. And yet they're inviting you to speculate. Why is that? Why would they invite you to speculate when we're talking about an 11-year-old boy who was brutally murdered? Why would they invite you to speculate? Because they want you to ignore the evidence that was brought into this courtroom. They want you to ignore this evidence and speculate on the other hand. You can't do it. Saying she's freaked out in that phone call.
Common sense.
Acting she's freaked out. We all get freaked out sometimes. As Mr. Young said, we're human. Go drive down the highway and you see an accident, you might freak out, you might have some rush of adrenaline, and it kind of messes you up a little bit. That's human. It's not psychosis. And further, that freaking out that she's supposedly doing is her acting. It's not psychosis. It's all about Letecia. It's all about this woman who murdered Gannon throughout the whole thing. The text to the school, to Leslie Hicks, that morning, January 27th. I want you to speculate again that that's some sort of a trigger. You know what it is. It's an unassailable excuse. You tell your employer that your stepfather, a member of your family, has just died in a tragic car accident. No employer is going to make you come into work that day. She needed an unassailable excuse to not go to work because she knew what was happening later that day. He knew Gannon was done that day. That's why she calls Gannon into school later or out of school later. The timelines that we brought to you on Monday, her internet searches tell you everything you need to know about her mental condition. She was calculating, manipulating, lying to everyone. Why? Because it's about her, not about Gannon. Deflect the blame and make herself the victim. Does it ever make sense when somebody kills another person?
No, Anubis.
Can it ever truly make sense?
When they finish talking.
Can it ever truly make sense when a parent kills a child? The answer to that is no. None of us in this courtroom, except one, has killed a child. That doesn't make it a psychotic act. That doesn't mean somebody's insane. Unfortunately, way too many people kill kids in this country. Why do they do it? Who knows? But it's not psychosis when this one did it. Be very careful when people introduce facts. Mr. Tellini got up here and wanted to introduce facts to you. Inviting you to speculate. Be very careful about that. He tries to brush away the effect of the hydrocodone that was found in Gannon's system. First of all, Gannon should not have had hydrocodone in his system. Dr. Ignacio told you about that. It's not typically given to 11-year-old little boys. Why not? It's an opioid. It can cause people to get sluggish, lethargic, and lead to coma, and stop you from breathing, and can kill you. All of those things that hydrocodone, an opioid, can do to you, this woman did to Gannon. Why? Because she wanted to kill him. Mr. Tellini brought up the idea that the brutality itself proves psychosis. Is that true? Does the brutality itself prove psychosis from this defendant? The evidence has the answer for you. The defendant's own actions has the answer for you. The brutality of it speaks to the abject hatred she had for Gannon and the pure determination she had to kill Gannon. This didn't start in one snap moment. When did this start? Sunday night. Sunday night with the candle. A candle incident that makes no sense, according to the way that she describes it to people, because she wants to make it Gannon's fault. Does that make sense? Mr. Stauch told you the answer to that question. Harley told you the answer to that question. And it didn't play with fire. He would never go downstairs and just light candles randomly. He had a long history of having stomach issues where he'd get backed up and then have issues with it. And yet this day, he poops himself. And so he's got to go burn a candle to mask the smell, even though he'd never done it any other time in his entire life. Does that make sense? Or does it make more sense that this defendant burnt him? That's the start of the attack, ladies and gentlemen. Sunday night. And it continues with a hydrocodone. A prescription for a full-grown man is given to Gannon. That goes into the morning time. That's why he's lethargic. He can't get out of bed early like he normally would. He's walking slowly to the pickup truck at about 10:15 in the morning when they leave the house.
You don't have kids.
Because he's
do you?
under the influence of hydrocodone. And then she drives him around, leaving him in the car. He's probably passed out in the car. Doesn't make any sense to leave an 11-year-old boy in a car unless there's something wrong, something that she did to him. And this picture from Garden of the Gods, these two pictures that she sends Al Stauch that morning of Gannon in bed. Mr. Tellini again is inviting you to speculate as to the reason for those pictures, saying she's just a loving stepmother. What are those pictures? Think about that picture from Garden of the Gods in relation to the pictures that she sends Al Stauch. They're proof of life pictures. They're pictures that she is sending out, prove to the world that she had nothing to do with what she's about to do. Why would she send pictures of Gannon in bed to Al Stauch, except for a proof of life picture? A way to cover her tracks, and it starts early, right? They want you to think that this was some sort of a temporary snap. Said it on opening statements when Mr. Cook dramatically walks out of the courtroom, says this is way too worse, we can't handle this. It's a crack in her psychosis. And then we hear it again today from Mr. Tellini. First of all, temporary insanity is not what our insanity statute is in the state of Colorado. Look at it. That does not apply here. Second of all, there's not a temporary insanity moment in this case. It starts from Sunday night and goes all the way through Monday evening. Talking about almost 24 hours of horror that Gannon had to suffer at the hands of this defendant. What should have been the safest place in the world for Gannon to be. People who live by stories, by telling tall tales, don't stop. Why would she stop doing that once this case started, if she'd been getting away with it her entire life? Think about the manipulation that she carried out on everybody else in her life. Al told you about the manipulation. Everything this woman did in her life was manipulation to cause chaos, to make her the victim and the focus of everything. Every single thing. Harley, she didn't know how her own father died. Because she was lied to by this defendant. Why would she stop lying when the biggest thing that she's ever caused in her life is being drilled into by an investigation that is the biggest El Paso County has ever seen? That involves the FBI.
I have questions.
That's who she is. She's a storyteller. Telling fantastic stories is not psychosis. It's who she is. She starts looking up face plant surgery centers. She starts looking up, I need a new social security number. I need a marriage license. I need a replacement passport because El Paso County Sheriff's Office has mine. And she looks up fake polygraph. Why in the world would you need a fake polygraph unless you're covering your tracks? To have some sort of thing that you can anchor a legitimate story to that you didn't have anything to do with this case. Why? Who thinks of that stuff except for people like this?
Yeah, the fingerprints are going to be the worst.
I would venture to guess that not a single one of us in this room ever even knew a fake polygraph website existed before now. I know I didn't.
I did.
Talk a little bit about Dr. Lewis. She might be a world-renowned expert. The only expert that they could find to bring in here to tell you that this defendant had dissociative identity disorder.
Yeah,
Not a single other
one that
doctor
can't
that
even
testified here in
recognize
this
her own
courtroom
kid.
saw a single shred of evidence that she had dissociative identity disorder. Not a single one. And yet this doctor comes in and says she does have it. This doctor comes in and says she does have it, yet she doesn't even know what the definition of insanity in Colorado is. She starts throwing around words like McNaughton and other things that might apply in other states. And she said sanity could depend on where you are, what state you're in, that kind of thing. Don't you think if she's going to come in and tell you as an expert, this defendant is insane, according to Colorado law, should know what Colorado law is, and she couldn't do it? There were a lot of I assumes, I don't knows, deflections, stories about other cases. Anytime she was pressed to justify her opinion, she couldn't do it.
Hey, CCW!
You saw Dr.
Yay.
Torres in contrast to that.
Closing
She
argument.
could point
we're
to
doing.
specific things about her evaluation of the defendant. Compare the two.
Papa, how are you feeling? How are you feeling, love? How was the visit with the doctor?
The instructions that you got from the judge are your
How are
roadmap
you
for this
feeling?
case.
We have missed you.
They help you determine what the law is, and you're expected to follow the law, and you apply that law to the facts in the case, to the evidence that's been piling up over the last several weeks. The presumption of innocence absolutely applies in every single criminal case. It applies in this case. Until you are determined that the charges have been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, she has the presumption of innocence. We have the burden of proof. This system doesn't work if you don't hold us to our burden of proof. We expect you to hold us to our burden of proof. We welcome you to hold us to our burden of proof. Mr. Tellini talked about proving it without a doubt. Proving this case without a doubt. You'll never see words like that in any jury instruction in the state of Colorado or in the United States. You don't have to prove cases beyond all doubt. You have to prove things beyond a reasonable doubt. Because this is, after all, a human function. Nobody can ever prove anything 100%. Johnny Cochran, after the O.J. Simpson, or during in closing for the O.J. Simpson case.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to reference Johnny Cochran and O.J. Simpson. There's no evidence of it. It's not commenting on evidence.
I'm sorry?
It's not commenting on it. There's no evidence of what Johnny Cochran did at any point in time. So,
I'm actually using it to talk about the burden of proof, Judge.
well, then rephrase it.
Well, I was about to. So in that case, Johnny Cochran said, if it doesn't fit, you must acquit. What he's talking about is our burden of proof. And he was absolutely right. If a case is not proven beyond a reasonable doubt, their jobs as jurors, according to these jury instructions, is to find a defendant not guilty. And we expect you to do that. If we didn't prove the case, then hold us accountable and find her not guilty. But if we did prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt, the jury instructions are also very clear on that. We have proven the case beyond a reasonable doubt. The jury instructions tell you, you should find her guilty.
It's almost done.
If the crimes fit, you should convict. That's what the jury instructions say. And that's the other side of the coin from Johnny Cochran's comment. If the crimes fit this defendant, convict her. Deliberations are up to you. When you get back into the deliberation room, you get to control how that deliberation goes. The only requirements are that you all have to be together when deliberations are happening. You have to do it in the jury room. But you can take as long as you want, and you can be as fast as you want to come to a conviction or to a decision. Nobody's ever going to second guess you. If you take 2 weeks or 10 minutes, it's up to you. What we do know, what you should know from the evidence,
If they haven't,
there's plenty of evidence to find this defendant guilty, based on the evidence. Not from what I say or what Mr. Young says, or find her not guilty because Mr. Tellini and Mr. Cook say so. The evidence guides you.
So if they haven't proven their case, then
Let's talk about that question of sanity.
find her not guilty.
Says so diseased or defective in mind to be incapable of distinguishing right from wrong. Can this defendant distinguish right from wrong? The evidence and her actions tell you that she can. Why do all the things she did if she didn't know what she had done was wrong? Or she suffered from a condition of mind caused by mental disease or defect that prevented her from forming a culpable mental state. What is evidence of that culpable mental state? As Mr. Young said, it's in Gannon. It's on Gannon's body. The evidence that Gannon's body provides you, the story that tells about what she did, shows she has the ability and had the ability to form the appropriate culpable mental state. You don't stab an 11-year-old 18 times, 11 of which are on his arms and hands as he's defending himself, unless you intend to kill him. You don't then dispose of that knife that's never recovered and hit him over the head with such viciousness 4 separate times that it cracks his skull open, unless you intend to kill him. And that blunt force object also never found. And then you don't retrieve a handgun, a 9mm handgun, and squeeze that trigger 3 intentional times, hitting Gannon 1 time, unless you intend to kill Gannon. That's exactly what this defendant did. And that's how you know she could form the appropriate culpable mental state. This woman doesn't have a diseased mind. She has no psychosis. Multiple doctors and longtime family friends and family members answered the question of psychosis for you. This defendant knew then and knows today the difference between right and wrong. Harley said it. Dakota Lowry said it. Al Stauch said it. Every single person that knew her knew she knew the difference between right and wrong. She was of sound mind, informed the culpable mental states required. You learned about dissociative identity disorder.
This is Colorado recently.
From at least 2 different doctors in this case. Extremely rare. Prevalence in society is roughly 1.4%. But most importantly, it's marked by severe behavioral health symptoms that would be noticeable by others. Other people like Harley Hunt, her daughter who lived with her every day of her life. Al Stauch, who was married to her for 5 years. Dakota Lowry, who was her younger brother. These people would have noticed that she had something wrong with her. The forensic nurse examiner, Amanda Van Nest at the hospital, would have noticed it. This is 2 days after Gannon is murdered. And the defendant fakes that panic attack in the sheriff's office and is taken to the hospital. Given the opportunity to be examined for the supposed rape story that she had. And she splits. Amanda Van Ness told you that she's dealt with people with severe mental health disorders. She's told you what happens when she deals with people like that. Called an M1 hold. It's an emergency situation where you put somebody in care for a period of time because they're a danger to themselves or to others. Amanda Van Ness saw no sign that this defendant was anywhere close to justifying an M1 hold on January 29th. Dr. Niederhauser, on the other side of this equation, about a month before Gannon was killed, the last medical professional to see the defendant before Gannon was killed, also familiar with M1 holds, and saw no signs that would justify holding her against her will because she was a danger danger to herself or others, because she wasn't. She didn't have psychosis. Why blame others? First, it's Gannon's fault, right? He pooped all over himself, started a fire. He's experimenting with drugs. Isn't that convenient that he's experimenting with drugs? He's curious about bath salts. And there's a Swisher Sweet planted in his backpack. And he's got hydrocodone in his system. Isn't that convenient? Isn't that convenient concoction from this defendant? Then she says he went to a friend's house and didn't come home. Or is it because he loved his mom too much? He was a mama's boy.
Uruguayan Opie, I see you there.
Is that the source of her hatred for Gannon? She knew she could never replace the love that Gannon had for Landon. And she concocts Eduardo, some random Mexican guy that works at the housing development. Just gives him access to the house through the garage code. He comes in, fixes the carpet. But in addition to fixing the carpet, he rapes her. Bangs her head on the floor. No sign of injury on her. Curiously asked for boxes in a suitcase. Why'd she have to introduce the suitcase? Had to explain away why Gannon was going to be found in the suitcase she put him in. A suitcase that Al Stauch recognized when he was shown the picture. A suitcase that Dakota Lowry recognized this defendant struggling with before she drives off to Florida. We had to explain it away. Next, it's Quincy Brown's fault. You heard Special Agent Jonathan Grusing. He talked about he wishes he would have pushed her more on the Quincy Brown and let her expand on that character. Because this is the character she gave the most information about. The real guy. Guy that was published in the media. The most wanted people in El Paso County for sex offenses. Perfect fall guy for what this woman did. He replaces Eduardo as the rapist. Knew his name when his ID fell out conveniently and landed on the floor in front of her. Then he turns into a guy up in northern El Paso County selling a bike. Or he's laying in the road as they're driving and gets into the car and forces them to come back home and he rapes her there. Or Gannon's test riding a bike, crashes, hits his head, and then he takes off with Gannon. Uncle Matt, the least descriptive person in any story this defendant has probably ever told. Boy, can she tell some stories, can't she? Somehow Gannon knew him and he was involved, but we don't really know how. And then it's the pregnant lady with the cash baby. Supposedly 8 months pregnant, involved with money laundering for Mexican restaurants. Gets into the car, starts pulling money out of her belly. Somehow she's involved with what happened again. Pointing outward, right? Pointing anyway, except for her. Except that in each one of these stories, the blame for Gannon's disappearance is someone else, and she's the victim. in every single one of these stories, figuring out a way to cast blame elsewhere and situate herself as the victim as to what happened. That's a very calculated move. Every single time she does it, she's doing it to explain away why pieces of evidence are found in the case. She knows about the suitcase is going to be found. She notices that we're searching up in northern El Paso, southern Douglas County, where the board is found. So that's when the bike story comes in with Quincy Brown up in that area. She's got to explain away why her GPS is going to show her up in that area. Just up there innocently looking for a bike. But Gannon's blood is going to be found up there. Got to explain it away. Landon's fault. This is the most cruel fault, right?
I agree, CC.
Somehow Landon is responsible for a Gannon because of her ex-husband. That somehow Landon is involved with Gannon ending up in Mexico. Why would she introduce the word Mexico? Because by the time she's saying this, she's already pitched Gannon over that bridge in Florida, thinking it's pitched over into the Escambia River that flows out the bay and into the Gulf of Mexico. It's Al's fault. His fault that Gannon is gone and he should be investigated. Somehow he contaminated the scene. Another cruel twist of the knife. Going after the people that Gannon loved the most and who loved him the most. Shows you the hatred that she had for these people. The hatred that she had for Gannon and how she's going to use Gannon's horrific demise against the people that loved him the most. Her stepfather, James, supposedly sexually assaulted her as a kid. It's his fault that she's the way she is. But there's not a shred of evidence from anybody until she starts raising competency that she ever suffered any sort of ill harm by James. She never reports it to a single person for over 20 years. And yet that's the trigger. Does that make sense? There's a caped invader's fault. It's the last one, right? Standing on top of the bed, wearing a cape, then realizes it's Gannon, but she shoots him and stabs him and does all these other things to cover up for whatever. Does that make any sense? Or is this just another concoction? Another way to point outwards on blame and show herself as the victim? She realizes those external sources aren't working. Dr. Dorothy Lewis comes into play. Before she looks at a shred of evidence, in February of 2022,
Right now, he's making 5.
she's already said, yeah, you need to go with not guilty by reason of insanity. Dissociative identity disorder is the answer. Doesn't know a single thing about this case or this defendant in February of 2022. And so what does this defendant do but start creating names? There's Taylor, Harmony, Christina, Jasmine, the Frisky Princess, Little Lucia, and Maria Sanchez. Spanish-speaking Russian sniper. Knows how to kill, kill, kill. One thing we do know from this evidence, this defendant knows how to kill. Knows how to kill a defenseless little boy in his bed. There's better words to describe this defendant and what she did. Unreliable. Every person that she's ever interacted with in her life can tell you that she's unreliable, that she tells tall tales. She hated Gannon. You know that because of the injuries that Gannon suffered. You know that she hated Landon and Al. Why take away their little boy the way she did and concoct the story she did unless she hated them just as much as she hated Gannon? She planned this. A week before Gannon goes missing, she's already looking at renting a U-Haul and places to live in Florida. Sometime prior to Gannon's death, she searches, "I hate my stepson." Premeditated this thing. You know that from the proof of life photos. Those 2 pictures that she sends to Al on the morning of January 27th. She's setting up her excuse.
I love
Portraying Gannon as experimenting with drugs when she knows that she's drugging him with hydrocodone. She burned him Sunday night when this all starts. Gannon didn't play with fire. Not going to intentionally burn himself. In that first story about the candle incident, she talks about taking the kids outside and then having to go back downstairs to get Gannon. They all pile in the truck and drive off. That never happened. This was just a story that she had to explain away because the fire didn't work. Gannon didn't die from the fire. Then poisoned him with the hydrocodone. That didn't work. Remember, Gannon was a fighter. 1 pound, 6 ounce little boy when he was born. Overcame all the odds. But he couldn't overcome this one. But he sure did try, didn't he? She attacked him. Stabbing him 18 times. Like I said, most of those are on his arms and hands because he's fighting back. Beat him over the head 4 times with some blunt object that's never found. Cracking his skull like an eggshell. Shot him in the jaw, severing his spine, and likely killing him instantaneously. She then manipulated the heck out of this investigation with her stories. Her stories and manipulations of this investigation caused it to be the biggest investigation in El Paso County history. I heard that from several different investigators involved in this case. And it stretched from Colorado Springs all the way to Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. She hid Gannon's broken, dead body in a suitcase in that storage room.
Yes.
She ran from cops when the circle was tightening. Remember that trip to Marshall's? When the cops are going there to get cell phones and get the car that belonged to Harley? And they encounter her out in the parking lot. She takes off running. As soon as she sees those guys, she takes off running, throws the keys across the parking lot, starts yelling at Harley, "Don't say anything." Why? If she didn't know she had done something wrong, why? Then fled to Florida.
Talking to police is bad.
And then eventually south far away from this thing as she possibly could. That's wanting to get a replacement passport so she can escape the country. She dumped Gannon's body over the bridge. Mr. Young talked about this. Think about how divine intervention plays a part here. Macon Ponder had been at that bridge a month and a half before then. Gannon's body doesn't get found for at least 2 years, if ever. She murdered Gannon. January 27, 2020. She murdered Gannon. This little boy deserves so much more out of this defendant. He deserved protection. He deserved to live. He deserved to grow up and become a young man and someday have a family of his own. She took it all away.
Well, just 6 weeks ago, London died, Colorado Springs. Just so that one looks to make sure I have this here correctly. Then London died. Okay, so number you're calling from? 843-55-7460. Is your name? Pizza. Please tell me, sir. I didn't know if I'm sure to call emergency, but not an emergency. But my phone doesn't know it's the call. On the 7, we went for like one friend's house, and everybody's gonna do the friend's house, and they said the other there, and the other said the other came there. I don't know any other people going out, and I talked to my husband, so I told him I had to tell you guys about that too, because I don't know anyone else. And I don't know if there's like a time limit, but like he's only 11. He's 11. 11, yeah. Okay. What's the thing? And then, for me, you can open your active self. Stauch.
Just dude rambling on, Mayor Rick. No. This is a 911 call. He can use any piece of evidence he wants.
We have the alternative. We have to ask if we don't want to try out the emergency. That's how I didn't know what she would have done. Yeah, you know that. You know when you're ready for that number. Okay, go ahead. 719. Okay. Can you put me on 19 390 390 5555. Okay. You're welcome. Call that now. Call that now. I already have the call built. We have that. So, we'll call back tomorrow. Where we left off. I think. Okay. Maybe this is Katie. How can I help you? Hi, yes. I called 911. And they said I had to call the number because I let you know first. I guess I'm on the way. But we didn't. I know it's not in seven, but like we went to both the friend's house and they said we
They
wasn't
don't have
there.
clear audio.
And then kind of like a thing and stuff. What's your last game? Maybe around like what time? Is it 3:30 maybe? Between 3:34 and he was supposed to be home at 6. We let them all the time, like go to the neighbor's house, and house, they ride bikes and everything together. We're going to see him. I guess me.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're going to go back into that deliberation room and start deliberating. And deserve justice. This defendant deserves to be convicted based on the evidence that was presented in this case. Annan Jacob Stauch, 11 years old. Find the defendant guilty of murder in the first degree after deliberation. Murder in the first degree, child under 12 in a position of trust. Tampering with a deceased human body. Tampering with physical evidence. Annan deserves it. Deserves all of this justice that you can give him. Thank you.
Mr. Allen, can you get her those
Yes,
notes, please? Thank you. All right, lady. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as I indicated earlier when I read the instructions to you, there are 4 verdict forms, one for murder in the first degree after deliberation, one for murder in the first degree child under 12 by a person in a position of trust, one for charge of tampering with a deceased human body, and one for tampering with physical evidence. In a moment, I'm going to send almost all of you back to the deliberation room. And members of the jury, I want to thank you for listening so closely to the evidence in this case. Because most or all of you have not served as jurors before, I would like to give you a few pointers regarding the process of deliberation. However, unlike the instructions that I gave you, these are only suggestions, and you are free to proceed in any way you wish. First, you may wish to choose your foreperson who will preside over your deliberations. You may already have a good idea of someone that you think would be fair, a good listener, and a good discussion manager. Pick someone who is willing and able to help the discussion remain organized and respectful. Remember, however, that the foreperson's opinion has no greater value than that of any other juror. Second, you should reach some agreements about how you will conduct yourselves. The foreperson shall enforce or encourage compliance with these agreements. If he or she is unable to do so or engages in this conduct him or herself, the jurors have the right to select a new presiding juror. Jurors are often tempted to hold a preliminary or straw vote at the beginning of deliberations in order to determine whether they already agree or how divided the group may be. I recommend against this procedure because it may cause some jurors to lock themselves into a position which they will then feel reluctant to change. Experience has also shown that such early votes frequently lead to disruptive, unnecessarily lengthy, and inefficient debate and to ineffective decision-making. If you reach a particularly controversial or difficult point in the discussion, you may want to move to a less controversial or simpler area for discussion and return later to the more difficult issue. You may wish to consider secret ballots if the jury would feel more comfortable with this procedure. You each have the right to your individual opinion, but you should be open to persuasion. It helps if you are open to the possibility that you might be wrong, or at least that you might change your mind about some issues after listening to other views. Misunderstanding can undermine your efforts. Seek clarification if you do not understand or if you think others are not talking about the same thing. The foreperson or some other juror is agreed to by the jury may wish to take notes of agreements and disagreements and, from time to time, set out the items on which you agree and those on which you have not yet reached agreement. You must deliberate as a group while you are all together. In spite of your best efforts, it is indeed possible that serious disagreements may arise. In that event, recognize and accept that getting stuck is often part of the decision-making process. It is easy to fall into the trap of believing that there is something wrong with someone who is not ready to move toward what may be an emerging decision. Such a belief, however, is not helpful. It can lead to a conflict of personalities rather than a conflict of issues. It is best to be patient with one another. Taking a break can often be helpful and lead to a satisfactory conclusion. The bailiff is available whenever you need to stretch, to calm down, to clear your minds, take a walk around the building, something of that nature. As I indicated, however, these are only suggestions, and you are free to proceed in any way you wish. When we began this process, I told you that we were going to be selecting 12 jurors plus 6 alternates. The reason why we do that is because in any case that lasts for longer than a day, if something were to happen to a juror during the process, I would have to declare a mistrial.
I'd be so mad if I sat through this entire thing and then they're like, okay, you're done, go home, you were the alternate. I'm so salty.
This was the first trial of any length that we've had since COVID. I have had long trials before, and I understand that things happen during trial. Sometimes people have family emergencies during trial. Sometimes people get sick. Sometimes, as in this case, we had a juror who didn't know that they knew a witness until that witness got here. So we always try to plan for that because we don't want to have to put everybody through another trial at a different time and start all over without any potential of resolution and without any potential of getting through all of the evidence. However, the law only permits 12 people to deliberate in this case. The alternates in this case are chosen at random. I'm still going to refer to you as number to protect your privacy. So we have 9 people in the back, number 10, number 11, number 12. You're 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. 13 through 17 will not be deliberating. I'm going to excuse jurors 1 through 12. And Mr. Combs will take you back to the deliberation room. And there should be, do we have food? There should be food, or food is on the way. We are working on that. So please be patient with us. But we're going to send 12 of you back now. The other 5, please remain in the courtroom because I have further instructions for you. All rise for the 12 jurors, please.
I would be so mad if I was an alternate.
Well, they were actually selected long before. Because the juror that had the child care issue.
Thank you. May I be seated?
Would put an alternate.
Records should reflect that the 12 jurors have left the courtroom. We get to this point in every case, almost any case that lasts longer than a day. And I always feel terrible for the people that are the alternates, because you have put in just as much time, effort, and energy as everyone else. You have dedicated a lot of time to this case over the last 7 weeks, 8 weeks, wherever we are. But you don't get to deliberate yet, which is why it is possible, and we just had it happen last week in a different case, where one of the jurors had to be replaced by an alternate. So this is going to sound a little strange. I'm going to release you, but you're not excused from jury service. What that means is that you're not going to be deliberating back with the 12, but you still cannot discuss this case among yourselves, cannot discuss the case with anyone else, cannot do your own independent research about any aspect of the case. The reason for that is it is possible that I would still need your services if something were to happen to one of the jurors that is deliberating. What I'm going to do is I'm going to have Mr. Sproul take you back to an alternate jury room because you guys have 2 of them back there. But I want to have a conversation with you about some security things and some publicity things, and also some services that we offer. So I want to have that conversation with you before we discuss anything further. And you're welcome to stay in that jury room for the rest of the day. You're down here. I don't know what you want to do. We can talk about that, but we'll talk about all that back there. I do have certificates of service for you. And I also have a questionnaire, which I'm going to ask you to fill out. It's something that the state of Colorado sends out to jurors. So if you would take the time to fill it out, and I'll be back to talk with you in about 10 minutes or so, I'd greatly appreciate it. All rise for the jurors, please.
That defense attorney is like, do not flip anybody off.
Thank you. May all be
Shut
seated.
up.
Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. I have a couple of things, some announcements, primarily an advisement, I suppose, more than anything else. First of all, I will need contact information, clean laptop, and for anyone who's listening or interested in the ultimate outcome of the process, the plan is that once I am advised that a verdict has been reached, I will be contacting Mr. McCallum and Mr. Sarche, who are the public sort of information officers for the Colorado Judicial Branch, and they will send out a tweet. I'm going to, I will not be taking a verdict until 30 minutes after it has been announced, or I'm sorry, until 30 minutes after I send that to Mr. McCallum and Mr. Sarche. So the plan is that everybody will have 30 minutes time to be able to get back in place, and then we'll take the verdict. I also want to thank the attorneys for their presentation in this case. More importantly, I want to thank the lawyers for
I would
the
be so
presentation, or
irritated.
for the professionalism that they have demonstrated throughout this trial. This was a long trial. It involved difficult facts. I know it was hard on the jury. I know it was hard on the families. I know it was hard on the defendant. I also know it was hard on the lawyers. This case was logistically complex. There were lots of witnesses from lots of different places. All of that had to be coordinated to get them here. There was a lot of evidence. I think I've spoken with the court reporters. We're getting a little bit better at it, but it still takes us about 20 minutes to get all of the evidence from the courtroom into the evidence room at the end of the day. And the lawyers had to review all of that, both sides. They had to figure out how each piece of evidence related to a different piece of evidence and what witnesses related to what pieces of evidence. One side had to put all of that together and the other side had to figure out how to defend against it. That both sides had very difficult jobs, but with the exception of one or two exceptions, at least as far as I could see, you acted professionally with each other and respected that opposing counsel had a job to do. In a case that could have been made so much worse by bad lawyer behavior, all of you rose above that. I appreciate that. From a judge perspective, may not mean much, but from a judge perspective, I think you have put on a clinic for how cases should be tried. I've always thought professionalism among lawyers ultimately benefits the client, but I know that not everyone agrees with that. So, but I wanted to thank the lawyers for the presentation because I know how difficult this case was for everybody. So we need contact information for the lawyers. I've given an advisement as to how the verdict will be handled. And I suppose if there are any questions, we'll take up the issue of defendant's presence during those questions or whether she waives presence. Okay, we'll make sure that happens. Is there anything else that we need to address at this point in time, prosecution?
The only thing, Judge, this is potentially only anticipating issues is if the families can't get here within 30 minutes, we may be asking for you to push that a little bit longer. There's childcare issues and that kind of thing. And I know you'll be gracious with that.
I will, and I understand that. We'll take it up if it's an issue. All right. From the defense, anything that we need to address? Okay. All right. Thank you. Court will be in recess.
All rise.
By the way, guys, the Little Debbie Devil Creams are almost identical to the Suzy Q's.
Yep. All right. So we
so
should
mad
probably
if I
field a few questions before
Sure, let's field questions.
before we get into game. CCW is here, so I will fire up the quiplash again.
Okay, what questions are we fielding?
I don't know. What questions does everybody have aside from when's the quiplash? Because if that's the only question we get, then that can be easily fixed.
Well, there's also an Entenmann's version of them. If you don't like the Little Debbie version of the Hostess ones, and Tasty Cake makes a version.
Okay. No, we are not ready.
I know it's not identical, but it's about as close as you get. We're talking about important things like cake. There's also Drake Devil Dogs, which is actually what the Suzy Q ones were copies of. Drake's brand Devil Dogs. I would know. I would not know Marin's. I make them at home. So what questions?
Creed asked if we were ready for Letecia 2. Answer, fuck that.
There's a
It'll-
Letecia too, and they hang. I'm driving to Colorado doing something to get arrested. Croc, you may want to switch to your screen.
Okay.
Verdict watch!
Yay. And we have loads and loads of Verdict Watch games. So, yippee. Okay. Put that over there. I put that over there.
Yay, CCW being first in.
They consider that that's the VIP position, and yeah, I agree with that.
He's our VIP.
Yes, we all survived it. God, I want to drink a pot now. Uh-oh. Is this going to come
Hush,
down to...
Danny. No yadas, Danny, no.
Well, she only came up with 2. You gonna pile in with them there, Loki?
No.
No. Oh no, can't do it.
They're playing a game called Quiplash.
Yes, we're playing Quiplash. Is that Jen? Oh no, it's never mind. All right.
And the room code is OVWV.
You can once I push this badge. Well, it's going to shift you to the audience now anyway. So. Wait.
Well, hello. You've stumbled upon Quiplash 3. Schmitty phones it in.
That's okay. We'll get it later.
Providing humor, support, and vital instructions someone will probably talk over. Oh, and if you're not in the game, you can still kind of be in the game. Just punch in the room code and join the audience. Ready or not, it's round 1. You'll answer 2 prompts on your device in any way you want, and then each of your responses will square off against someone else's. The remaining players vote on their favorite. Easy, right? Points are awarded based on the percentage of people who went for your answer, so make them count.
Now the clock's counting up instead of down. I didn't think I'd ever see that. I didn't think I'd live to see that.
You're running out of time. Don't be afraid to use a safety quip.
Come on, Thomas. There we go. Got it. And 2 in the audience.
Time.
Woot.
Let's get the party started with little known fact. Da Vinci liked to draw a little blank somewhere in his paintings. Okay, choose away.
Loki. Oh, man.
Y'all, you know how expensive a longer brainwave is?
It's the same answer.
You know how expensive it is if I got to buy us a longer brainwave?
Ugh.
Okay, what's next? The shrimp boat captain never worked again after accidentally catching blank in his net. And now it's time to vote for your favorite.
One of those would definitely be bad. One of them could be good, depending on what exactly we're talking about. Ooh.
And here we have, it's not all Bible study. On Wednesdays, the local church group is known to blank.
Throw an orgy.
All right, choose your favorite.
Ooh. Get your votes in. Oh. All right. I should probably be reading these. Or someone should be, so that we know everybody's getting them.
Without
The readers
further
might
ado,
not always work right.
If you could fart to the melody of one song, it would be blank.
Thunderstruck by AC/DC, that would be good. Or
Okay,
Flight of
choose
the
your
Bumblebee.
favorite.
I would probably go with Eine kleine Nachtmusik. Oh, split decision right down the middle. Because
Let's
audience
see how
is
they
good
handle.
at that.
Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, blank. Okay, everybody. pick your favorite
Let's see.
clip.
On the left, you're getting dismembered and put into bags. And on the right, I'm a freaking idiot. Freaking or freaking, I don't know, whatever. Oh, super quick flash. Ow, 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 ow. That hurt. Ah.
Next one up. If you build it, they will come. Applies to baseball fields and blank. All right, people, it's voting time.
Yeah. Brothels is not the word I would have used. I don't know about Mary Jane dispensaries, but because people build it and I didn't go. And for the first time ever, Danny agrees with Sandy. Or Sandy agrees with Danny.
Moving right along.
Croc is slacking and I need to work on Nightbot or whatever it's called.
Yeah.
Like, subscribe, do YouTubey things.
Yes. I put those up a little while ago. I'll do it again. It would make my life easier. Because then I don't have. Then we can just decide as a matter of course what gets put up when and how often. Because you can put those on a timer, but wanking. Oh dear.
And next, what a cat would do if it had human hands. Now it gets real. Pick your favorite.
Slap its owner in the nose or drive over Letty. Yet one of those happens anyway. Yeah, that one happens already.
That was round one. Let's take a peek at those scores, shall we?
If anybody wants the Discord links, I have those too.
Next up is a little thing I call round 2. Prompts are more out there, and the points are doubled.
Mhm. 90 seconds, people. Am I the only weird one that doesn't like to eat, that doesn't particularly enjoy e-begging?
Just a few seconds left.
Oh, there's an extra audience member. This ought to be entertaining. And McNome didn't went DNF
Better
on
late
us.
than never, I guess. Let's make some noise. Starting off, why did Pac-Man and Ms. Pac-Man eventually split up?
Baby Pac-Man. Oh!
Vote away.
The game ran out of fruit. Yeah.
Next, what you would expect to see on cable channel 1 million. All right, vote for the one you like best.
Ooh. Oh, I would actually pay money for part of the last one.
How about like
That's even
how
better.
about like conservative, like, you know, Tucker Carlson fights Susie Matt or whatever. You know, Uber Republicans fight Uber Democrats.
Next up, the one thing the entire family can agree upon at Thanksgiving dinner. And now, pick your favorite.
That either of those would work. Especially Thanksgiving dinner at my mother's house. Holy crap. And McNome kicked it.
Let's see the next one. The random video YouTube keeps recommending that you end up loving. Here's the fun part. Pick your favorite quip.
Thomas, I see what you did there. No quiplashies, but still.
All right, check this out. When a rock star asks, "How y'all doing tonight?" you should never shout back, "Blank."
Oof.
Decisions, decisions. Choose your favorite.
Oh. Ow, ow, ow. Wow. That's just. Everybody votes. Yow. Sandy. Wow.
Next on the docket.
Holy crap.
If Father's Day dinner were a tradition, what would be the table's centerpiece? Here's the fun part. Pick your favorite quip.
I've made a boob cake. I've also made a cake that looks like a booty in gold lame shorts.
Wow.
Yeah, that was one of the most interesting birthday cakes I ever made.
Chastity wins by a very short margin.
And next is the most depressing New Year's
Complicated, yeah.
resolution. All right, people, it's voting time.
More time. Where? I don't know where it is, but depends on how it, at that. The other one depends on how that would happen. Don't do that, cold turkey. Eat.
Next, we have a reality show nobody would miss, The Masked Blank. Time to pick the one you like best.
I would agree, CCW. Better than turducken.
All right, let's
Mean
put a
John's
cap
been
on
way too
round
quiet.
2 and see those scores.
Super dub.
Come inside and behold
The Riplash.
a crazy final round that
CCW, her one DID personality,
that requires
claimed to be a Russian sniper, but she just sounded like the evil villain from Rocky and Bullwinkle, and badly done at that.
Yeah, apparently Maria Sanchez was a Spanish-speaking Russian sniper, right down to the fucking accent. I don't get it.
We all established my Czech accent was better than her Russian one, and she was playing the world cheat code style. She would just like randomly yell like random ass Spanish words, random ass Russian words. Like if she got the right combination, the video game was gonna give her 100% on the level or an extra life.
30 seconds. Come on, guys.
Just a few seconds left.
Wrap it up.
Okay, pencils down. Well, might as well get this over with. 3 things that only get better with age. And now, pick your favorite.
Lemon party? Oof.
When going through airport security, make sure to remove your blank, blank, and blank. And now it's time to vote for your favorite. Three things on your to-do list if you could spend the day with Albert Einstein.
Oh, jeez.
Okay, everybody, pick your favorite quip.
Cut his hair, pick his brain.
Three names of exercises in CrossFit, probably.
Oof.
Now it's
Okay.
real. Pick your favorite.
Well, somebody. Yes, you mentioned that, Sandy. It's okay. You're up against Thomas again. Oh no, that's Anubis. Oh, sorry about that, Anubis.
You rocked it. But did you rock the scoreboard?
Yes. By more than $4,000. Yikes. You forgot Shadow there. All right, let's get the trivia game out, and then we'll maybe move on to something else here for a bit. Pick. I do want to get to riff tracks at some point, and since Thomas is actually here. Nah. Ooh.
The room code is MOOY.
All right, I think everybody knows what the links are. Ooh, 1, 2, 3. Boop. Oh shit, we get a full room. Okay. Let's do it. Working stiff, Sandy. Oh, we found Amanda. We found the Amanda. Knew she was in there somewhere. Nice. Okay. I will be back momentarily. I'll let you guys go.
Welcome to a tutorial-like getaway at the Trivia Murder Party. First question. What did Don Quixote wear on his head because he thought it was a magic helmet? Use your device to answer the question. That goes for the audience, too. And the correct answer is... Who got the question right?
That's okay, Amanda. I've been working on a set of cursed ones that look like they're made out of SpaghettiOs.
Welcome to room 113. The hairdryer's broken, sorry. Tattoos. My body is a roadmap of suffering. Give me a new tattoo by drawing on your device. Yeah.
You got the cat over there?
Yeah. Love the new ink, brah. Now vote for your favorite tat. The artist with the fewest votes will die.
Uh-oh.
Vote already. What did we decide? Ugh, a tie? Well, I guess it's up to me. I will not let this tattoo define me. I think it's pretty clear what I have to do now.
Ooh. Slicey, slicey.
Well, I'm gonna never hear the end of Dead Worms.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I just got an email from the school. Apparently, the kindergarten class got composting worms. And the teacher's email said that the composting worms spent too much time at the shipping facility, so now worm cousins are on the way, if you get her drift.
Oh, dear.
Because apparently an entire room full of kindergartners are very unhappy over a box of dead worms.
Almost out of time. Who picked this? The rest of you who are still alive.
I will be amazed if Micro does not walk in the door with the entire box of dead worms for you try to use for fishing.
Welcome back to the killing room.
Micro would be the only kindergartner excited to have dead worms. Okay, CCW, have fun.
Thank you
Text
for
or call
dropping
me
in.
later. Love you, Papa.
$1 or more, I'll kill you instead. Begin.
Yeah, Micro would be the one to bring home the dead worms for fishing. They died and rotted in a hot box all weekend. Swear to God, if someone walks into this house with stinky dead worms, they're sleeping outside.
Y'all lucked out, by the way.
Things you only say in my household. I say the dumbest things ever.
How do I sleep at night?
Yeah, Danny, I don't know, but the teacher's like, if you get my drift, the worm cousins are on the way. I can see Micro. I need these.
For
No,
what?
you don't.
Who picked this?
We don't bring home dead worms.
It's my old favorite, chalices. Pick a chalice to drop your poison in. Now it's your turn.
Yeah, Danny, apparently that's pretty much what happened to the box
To drink from.
at some point during shipping in the past few days.
What everyone drank.
So I'm sure you can imagine 10
And I got
kindergartners.
Toxic.
Funny like no. Working stiff got phone. No, that
Sure, you
would
can
definitely be bad.
imagine how lovely a room full of upset kindergartners over dead wiggly worms is. That they're now overnighting worm cousins.
We're here. When one player is left alive, we'll go to
Debbie,
the
I
final
have no idea, but I'm sure I'll find out because I just got an email about it.
What's
So I'm
number
sure when Micro gets home, I'm going to find out all a bunch of it. Like all about it, I'm sure. I swear to God, if they come home with her, though. That'll be the least of anyone's worried. It's
No.
if she brings home a box of dead freaking worms.
This.
Is Thomas in here, or did Thomas abandon us?
I don't think he. I'm not sure. I don't know if he's. I don't know if he's in the trivia game. I think maybe.
Pick the same elevator and you
I
all
don't see
live.
him.
But if there's a
Sir
split
Legolas is
decision,
Anubis,
I will
so.
kill everyone on the heavier side.
Yeah, Danny, I hate fish, just so you know.
I have a good feeling about this, whatever that means.
Yes, I understand the irony is that I spent 2 years working for a company that deals with that dealt with fish.
Let's see where you all landed.
Okay,
I didn't
Alex.
expect this to turn into a team building exercise. I was hoping some people would die.
Thomas, you may have to deal with me, depending on how things go.
Let's keep moving. The constellation Capricornus is
I had an
also
interesting phone call yesterday.
I wouldn't know the answer to this one.
Capricorn?
Sarcasm?
Who picked this? Come with me.
Sanchi's already dead.
Well, Thomas, a lot of people would be very unhappy.
It's magic time.
Hi, Patty.
Pick a space.
Patty, you would have to put up with me, too.
Oh, I sure do hope you're claustrophobic.
Enough commentary, thank you.
That's all right. You'll bug me.
Oh, no, everybody would have to put up with me.
Okay.
I got a phone call yesterday about a
Row or a column to
job.
through.
I'd be the U.S. Safety Director over an entire division.
Somebody died. Two somebody's died.
No.
Oof.
Stop. Hold on.
You know, I respect my parents for balancing their serial murder and hotel management careers and still finding time to horribly scar my psyche. Oh, this is our stop.
Credence and Mikey, I heard you like your classic car chases.
Another one.
I was looking to try to find the video of the one I took an engine block out on. Loudest animal, 5-year-old little girl who saw something she wants, namely Apple Rose.
That's when she gave out a mighty squeak.
This.
You should hear the two of them shriek at each other and try to get to each other through the phone. She kisses the phone to give Apple a kiss, but then she somehow hangs up on Aunt Patty because touching the screen.
Don't make it easy. If someone cracks your password, you die.
Credence and Mikey, obviously I was not able to take video of myself, but I was looking to see if I could find it because it was up for a while. I'll keep looking.
Passwords.
That was an engine block abort
Get a clue
call.
if you get the letter in the right spot.
This actually makes it harder, by the way.
All for every password you
What?
get all the time.
There's a T, F,
Don't be greedy about what letter
C,
you figured out. Let
A,
everyone know.
L. Amanda might just get to live. 10 seconds, people.
Time's almost up. Your security's been
Carl. Amanda got to live. Sorry about that, McNo. You'll get him. You'll get her back later. And Sandy's kicking ass on the trivia itself, which is fun. Okay,
Let's keep moving.
number 7.
Which of the following does the little prince fall in love with on his little planet?
Amanda knew, apparently.
A star.
This.
Oh.
I thought it was a star.
No.
Time to get out the dice. We start by handing out extra dice. Go ahead, give your die to someone to make life harder for them.
Oof. Pile on Amanda.
The player with the highest. Hey, that's dice for you.
These things happen.
Only one of you is still alive. You know what that means.
Means it's time for everybody to do a lot of work. And the audience to get with it.
You've made it so far, but can you escape? Here's your first category. World of Warcraft playable classes. Tap each answer that fits the category and then press submit.
Haven't played that one in a while.
Let's see the right answers. Toilet paper brands. Time is almost up.
Come on.
Kama Sutra chapters. Gymnastics moves. Ugh, I gotta get some harder questions. Don't look behind you. Are you afraid of the dark?
Whoever it is in the audience is actually looking to be
Winners of RuPaul's Drag Race. Time is almost up.
BB Zahara Benny one.
Because like sometimes
BB.
money, but I'm thinking of that. I have no idea.
Getting pretty close to the exit. Endocrine glands. This will slow you down. If you want to break through that barrier, you'll need a perfect answer to this question. And that includes the third answer choice now, too. You have to get all the right answers to escape. Yogurt brands. Time is almost up.
the audience almost got it. I know Capricorn's the goat, and that was the one that was the only one that could have made sense. But yeah, I knew what it was in advance because sarcasm is a thing. All right, who wants what for the next game? Yay, Sandy. Couldn't escape in time. Okay, I gotta vote for the Wheel of Enormous Proportions. Is anybody objecting to that? Oh no. Okay, we'll see you back in a bit. I'm sure. Yes, we must pick another game because we are going to silence this one. Sooner or later, we're going to be back to it. Oop. And now I need Party Pack 8, which means retrieving the thing. Don't forget to do all the YouTube-y things. The likes, the comments, the subscribes. Share with everybody, whether you know them or not. While I track down that. Okay, one of these.
What was the over under on an hour? Because we're coming up on an hour.
Oof. Stop the screen. Present. Eight.
But an hour is about what it took
Lou.
Murdoch.
Okay, there we go. I got to get you guys into pole mine at some point. That would be freaking hilarious. Do Barbie car. Ooh.
For your enjoyment, here's the room code GCWF.
It's Golf, Charlie, Whiskey Foxtrot. Let's fill the room, guys. Oh, there's Danny and Sassy. The mayor went to the store. And Amanda. Is her Lokiness going to visit?
Look, he's finishing up some stuff online.
Okay. Was that a false
Trying to
alarm?
get my adulting done before the micro walks in the door.
Was the thing before a false alarm or no? Or do you know?
Not
doing
declared all clear. The evacuation dismissal are done.
Okay, cool.
So there's nobody there on campus.
Okay, we will
There's
do
dogs
tracks.
there.
We will do riff tracks after this. Come on, guys.
The
I need
sniffy
some
sniff
water.
barky barks are there.
Cindy, hi.
The sniffy sniff barky barks are there.
Barky Arks. We love our Barky Arks. Okay, and let me break out the links because links are a thing. Yes, we.
I'll hop in and take a break from work for a few minutes.
Okay, cool.
Cool.
I'm sure Micah would like to know how her baby is in a picture. Because she's
Her
probably going
baby
to try
is
to dive
doing-
through the screen or my phone
Seeking
when she
answers.
walks through the door in 10 minutes.
Wheel of enormous proportions. You may now ask the wheel any one question that torments your very soul.
Yes, there's the links.
Should you be chosen, your longing for truth will
Because
be
they're
set,
codependent.
and your life forever changed.
Sandy and Starkey. Sandy Patty.
What? I'm taking my time. I wanted a two-part question.
The great wheel awaits you now. You're looking at a giant wheel that can speak. What's going on here? You're going to take turns spinning me. And you get easy, I get it. You know what you're doing. Let's play. You have the chance to win points with these two slices.
She was here a minute ago. Yeah, she's just up
You're
above.
going to earn some by doing trivia. And here we go. Question 1 works for me. Which celebrities are members of the Coppola family tree?
Oh, jeez.
Just tap on the ones that fit the prompt.
One of those is a Kennedy.
There's a whole bunch of Coppolas in that family.
All right.
How about some answers, baby? What did you say? What am I looking at? You're making your parents proud with those scores. This calls for a slice. Clunk. And then there's you with the top score. That's 2 slices I've given you. Question 2, don't mind if I do. What countries were members of the Soviet Union? Sometimes I imagine myself growing hands with fingers on them, so I can tap the correct answers just like you. Hey, recognize these answers? But is that what you said?
Hey, Krakow, can you move the icons for me, you, and Loki to the left side of the screen?
2 slices is better than 1.
There you go, Debbie.
This is the last question of the round. How many answers can you get on this question? Which word has more letters? Tap as many correct answers as you can before time runs out. The finish line is close now. Look at you, you little.
Damn, Sandy.
I did it, not Patty.
Do what?
The winner is yay! The time has come.
People are thanking you for rearranging the screen.
I clicked it.
You're welcome.
Is the power slice.
She just
It
said.
gives you the power to spin me.
Yeah, I just saw that Debbie said she couldn't see herself, which is why I said move them.
Welcome to the mountaintop, where your slices can be spun and turned into points. Select the slots on my super big face to place your slices. But know this, you share the points with everyone who shares a slot with you.
Pretty sure I popped them over to the left, but okay.
A slot with arrows will give you points if you're next to it, but I wonder how many of you will cozy up to it.
Everybody should.
My face is craving your slices. Come on!
Come on, Patty.
Sorry.
Patty lost 2 slices.
You're gonna take turns spinning me. And who would have guessed? You spin first. Swipe the wheel on your
It's not like
device.
I'm gonna win.
You can also tap real fast if that's more.
Good night.
Oh. Not.
Oh, like a turtle!
You might not.
The power slice. It grows in number until you land on one. Next spinner.
Then it turns to Scully Skulls. Come on, Sassy, you can do it.
And what if you use your device?
Just shut me up.
Now I'm so happy. New spinner. Oh, oh, oh! It's a split pot. Whew. All that spinning filled up my spin meter, which can only mean it's time for the last spin of the round. Make this one count, last spinner.
Come on, Patty. You can do it.
The time to spin me is running out. It's fun to share points.
I'm just sharing the points.
Let me spin on a different axis. Oh, that's right. It's the scoreboard. You need at least 20,000 points to win. So let's keep this thing moving. Presently, I'm flushed with slices. So how about I give you 2? Bam! Can you believe you're about to play question 1? Which of these are allergens that are tested for on a standard allergy test? Tap the ones that fit the prompt. Don't tap the others. Hey, Will, what are your hobbies? Glad you asked. In my spare time, I like to squish people. I just kind of fall from the sky and land on them and they squish. It's fun. Okay, now here's what we were looking for. I don't believe it. Another slice. Question 1 is nothing compared to question 2. I'm going to give you a series of clues to help you answer this question. What is my favorite comic strip? Remember those? The strip launched in November 1985. It deals with a special friendship.
Yep, I know which one it is.
The lead character appears unlicensed on bumper stickers, often
Yes.
peeing on something. The title characters are named for a philosopher and a theologian. No, it wasn't called Karl Marx and Kierkegaard. One of them is a little blonde boy, and the other is a tiger. I'm out of clues, so this is your last chance to answer.
Wow.
The fastest times are worth more. For you. An extra slice it is. Question 3 comes with the prize of a power slice. Which of these feature films has the longer runtime? This is going to be one competitive round. There is so little time left.
Is Thomas like a movie buff or what?
Yes.
Bing! The knowledge of the universe is only a few spins away. Woo, quite a hike to get up here, huh? Now that you got your cardio in.
Let's try strike training.
You can tap a slot more than once to add a multiplier. Who knew?
Yeah, that's a thing.
The first spin of the round goes to you. This is going to be the spin that Justin Sanchez about. You share the pot and my excitement.
I don't know if you want what you wanted.
Yeah. I'm ready for a new spinner.
What? Cool. Wow. Ooh,
Hey,
Gibby
the
gets
boys,
points.
Who could say no to that? You ready for a new spinner? Because I sure am. The mystery of where I land is about to... What a great spin!
It's like Thomas might actually get here.
It's a pot split. Let's finish strong with one last spin. The last spin duties fall on your oh-so-small shoulders.
Come on, meeple.
You get to split the pot.
Oh, Thomas is close.
Why didn't I put a scoreboard on my back? Oh, wait, I totally did.
Hey, I'm still in last place. Yay!
Are you doing that on purpose?
We need more blacksmiths, right?
Well, I haven't gotten any money off the
Slices.
spin wheel, so.
That's back in time. I'm talking about the Cretaceous period over here.
Yeah, well, you missed slices. You missed a pair of slices the first time.
Yeah, no. I had to take care of that, though.
What piece of food got caught in my gears once?
How's the codependent apple?
You'll need a few clues, so it's supposedly healthy and can...
Patty, how's our codependent apple?
She's fine.
This type of food is technically a legume.
Yep.
A legume out to destroy me.
Yes. The snarky got it.
Roughly 1% of the general population is allergic to this thing.
I broke my braces on them once. Oh, I'm supposed to do this.
It got caught perfectly in one of my gears because of its shelled, round,
Apple,
figure-eight
come
thing.
here.
Peanut?
Come here. Come here.
This vile bean also comes in a butter form. That was the last clue. Hurry up.
No, Amanda.
I absolutely detest. Are you kidding me?
Okay, there's her picture.
One more slice. Question 2, anyone? What are the main trigonometric functions? What if you tapped all the answers that fit the prompt? I bet it'd feel pretty good.
Looks good.
You're looking for functions.
This may be a tangent, my wheeldren, but never
BRB Micro just walked in.
you've read it first.
Okay.
I did that at the right time.
And I was actually correct.
Hey, I was second person on that one. Woohoo!
Woohoo.
Another one.
Time for the power slice question.
This last one's for a power slice.
And we'll be waiting
You'll
for
be
Thomas
typing
to...
your answers for this one.
Ooh.
Which countries are larger than Kazakhstan by landmass?
I bet Ask Krakistan is one of them.
Really, isn't this something we all think about? There are but 8 correct answers. Try to name them all before time runs out. I'm thinking of a large Asian country.
We're 2 in North America.
Try to sneak one more answer in. Do these answers look familiar to you?
Russia, Canada,
You get a
US,
bonus
China,
if you answered some no one else did.
Australia, Argentina is. Okay, I did not know. That's the thing I didn't know. Thought that was
Good
that
job, Amanda.
You, I'm so proud. It's time for another power slice. Come up to my room. Mom says we can play Dance Dance Revolution. Would it be weird if I had a set of bushes trimmed in your likeness, asking for a friend? Pick a perfect place to put them. That's what I would do. Why don't you start things off?
Let's do a set. Okay, here we go. And Sassy gets points. 3,600 over.
It's your time to
Oh,
show.
Amanda.
Will I get there? Oh, wow. It's the power slice. Oh, you won the pot, but you
So
won't.
close, yet so far away.
Choose a slice, and it will become all yours. Will you take over a crowded slice, or maybe snatch one from your rival? Oh, what a fine slice decision. Very good.
I wasn't going with the crowdy slice.
Ugh, these skull slices are all over me now.
You hate that?
You ready, new spinner? I'm slowly reducing in speed. Hey, hey!
That puts the Snarky P in reach.
Hey, how about a spin from a new spinner? Gradually slowing down and... Hello! You split the pot with everyone on a slice next to this one.
Hey, pro se humor. Let's see if you win.
With those points, you now qualify to spin the winner wheel. If you can spin and land on one of your slices, then you win. But if you land on one of the skulls, we're not done yet. This could be the very last spin of the game. I'm revolving. Oh, we're not done yet.
We rarely are. That first time.
It's not
Give
too late
it.
to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. All right, not bad. It's your turn. All right, yeah. I don't know about about you, but I'm pumped for this last spin.
10 grand.
Spin like it's your last spin of the round.
Let's hand it all to Patty.
No. Patty got none of it.
But Amanda now has an opportunity to win.
Oh, I can't even.
And Sandy too.
The spin is yours. You can win right now. Give us a spin. I'm not dizzy, I promise you.
Oh.
There's more game to play yet.
Yep. You got to do another round of questions.
Let's get real introspective regarding your scores.
You're no longer at the bottom of the
I
pack.
want to keep you in my pocket.
There,
if
Patty.
I had pockets or pants.
I see that.
You have to play. Now you got to play to lose, right?
Sure.
Is running longer than anticipated.
If that's what everybody wants.
No.
So I'm only going to ask you one question this round. You need to answer this question with a number. What year did Queen Victoria die? Because I may need an alibi. Answer with the keypad on your device and then tap submit. The player closest to the answer is who you want to be.
All I can really tell you is that Edward was on the throne in 1910. I'm not British.
Hey, Croco.
You
What?
Quit cheating.
Not.
Interesting. As interesting as the correct answer. The slices shall be distributed as follows. And who could forget about the power slice? Our flight. Enjoy. Time to ascend. Watch out for the hawks up there. They will wreck you. And not to get personal, but I feel a bit naked without your slice on my face. I'm eager to spin. Let's get those slices down.
Prawns are like a lot.
Get those slices down quick or you'll lose them.
Anubis had to step away, apparently.
The first spinner in this round? Well, that's you, silly.
And of course, Sir Lag-a-Lot is the one that gets the choice to spin.
Of course.
Because that's the way this always works.
He's got no dog in this race now.
I can't hold this spin much longer.
None.
No dog, no horse, no mouse, no nothing.
What a good thing for all of you.
Apple got a nose rub kiss.
No, it means
Ooh.
Oh, good.
get over
Is that why she's now snoring?
Probably. When you gave the apple a kiss, and Patty's on my headset.
And Thomas takes it.
They come back with a
And she
verdict
is
yet?
making up for all of the calories she has been burning and that she will burn when she runs the marathon tomorrow by eating a tub of Ben & Jerry's vegan brownie ice cream.
So she's getting Ben and Jerry faced.
Okay.
Yeah,
Are you
but I mean,
They're not
she's
done.
allergic to dairy, so it's their non-dairy.
Then,
Their non-dairy is just as good as their dairy.
Well, I'm allergic to coconut, so I wouldn't know because they use coconut milk in it.
Really?
Yeah,
all
that's
right,
the
let's see what
non-dairy.
didn't get answered.
Well, I'm to the point, the only thing I eat is the full-fat, sugar-free stuff that has allulose sweetener instead of the other stuff.
I'm lactose intolerant, so
Yeah, you're screwed.
no, they make lactate ice cream.
Yeah. I live
They
on
make a
dairy
bunch of
and wheat.
flavors. Debbie, you still have to be careful because the majority of them, of the almond milk ones, use the coconut milk for fat anyways, or coconut oil.
Sandy, I have the answer to your question, by the way. No, it would be no, and then yes. The stupid never stops, and you will be hurting it forever. Job Dunker. Okay.
Most
there was a-
non-dairy stuff uses some coconut milk or coconut oil for the added fat and as an emulsifier. So being that I'm allergic to coconut, although the extra creamy oat milk is really good. Yeah, I make lots of brown sugar boba oat milk.
Brown
All right,
sugar
this
bites
one
are
here
good.
goes to. Wait, what?
Or brown butter bites are good.
Do that. Then this over here.
I'm eating a grapefruit again. Shocked, I know.
Debbie's been asking for this one for a week now. We should probably get on that.
Yep. No, we have to worry about them coming back from lunch. Although we're at 1 hour and 18 minutes.
Writer pick. Do we want to write or do we want to pick? We can do one or the other. What do you think, Loki? What do we stick them with?
Pick a riff.
Okay.
Pick a rift.
Three votes. Wait, what?
It's riffing time. Everyone head to rifftracks.games and enter your room code.
And I grabbed the wrong. Damn it. UBLG. Sorry, Loki. I went for the chat window I could see. Because I don't have enough screen real estate for some stupid reason. UBLQ is there. It's present. We know it is. Try again, Amanda. That's Uniform Bravo Lima, Quebec. Come on, need some more.
Amanda, are you at rifftracks.games or are you still on Jackbox?
Click the link that quote unquote Loki put up above, please.
Fixed
Come
it.
on. Dark. Amanda took a screenshot. I'm gonna go look at it. Because she went to the trouble. Wait. It goes there. Down. Yeah. Yeah, that's what happened. Come on. That's okay. You guys can join while you're at it. You can join in at any time.
Hello, Riffers. In each round of Pick a Riff mode, a movie clip will play. Every clip has a spot to write your own joke, or riff as we call it.
You'll be
You'll be
picking
assigned
something.
6 random riffs, and you'll need to pick which one of your riffs is the funniest one. After you make your selection, everyone's riffs are played back, and you vote for your favorite. At the end of all the rounds, the player with the most points wins. Round 1. It's go time, Mama Jama. Enter your riff now.
I'm Chris Hansen from Dateline NBC. I just got used to the ghost of Wilford Brimley, and now this?
Yeah.
Could you repeat that only with even less emotion? He's a big Kid Rock fan.
Got a favorite riff? Vote now. Would you check out the riffing skills on this guy?
Whoa.
Round 2.
One more. Conmigo, there.
Time to bring the funny. Enter your riff now.
One more. Conmigo, there.
I meant to do that!
One more. Conmigo, there.
Shameless horniness, that is.
One more. Conmigo, there.
Pastor did this at my uncle's funeral.
One more. Conmigo, there.
You smell like, I don't know, ham fish.
The riffs are in. Time to vote.
Amanda looks like Bill the cat from behind. It does.
Round 3.
Fight!
Ah, the seneschal. Were the nobleman's shoes ready? They had just been finished. The seneschal was pleased.
It's that time again. Enter your riff now.
That'll be tree fitty. I think everybody gets a different set of riffs.
Ah, the seneschal. Were the nobleman's shoes ready? They had just been finished. The seneschal was pleased.
Oh, sorry, I thought that was your left breast.
Yep.
Ah, the seneschal. Were the nobleman's shoes ready? They had just been finished. The seneschal was pleased.
Words uttered for the first time in history.
Ah, the seneschal. Were the nobleman's shoes ready? They had just been finished. The seneschal was pleased.
Is it supposed to smell like that?
Ah, the seneschal. Were the nobleman's shoes ready? They had just been finished. The seneschal was pleased.
When are you not high?
Okay, we all had a good laugh. Now time to vote. Looking good.
And everybody stays in exactly the same spots they were in a minute ago. Holy crap. Under the dinosaurs. That's a Vegisaurus, though.
Enter your riff.
You want to stay here, Mr. Baylor?
You'll never defeat the Dark Lord with that.
Still want to stay here, Mr. Baylor?
Okay, I think we're getting into a whole weird area here.
Still want to stay here, Mr. Baylor?
Is it wrong that you're delicious?
Still want to stay here, Mr. Baylor?
Never before has a kid actor sucked so much so quickly.
Ooh. Shots fired.
Might be a champion riffer in the making.
First to last to first again.
Okay, riffers.
Final round.
Well, it was clear to students at Suncrest that they had a big job ahead of them, but they were determined.
Okay. Take a deep breath and enter your riff.
There's about to be a flying rat's ass running around here somewhere.
A flying rat's ass?
Yeah.
What did I miss?
I'm not
You guys
sure.
got a
We're
rat
talking
on
about
your
flying
shoulder?
rats.
It's like a dream. A
horrible, smelly dream.
Well, it's
He
clear
grabs
that
it, throws it, and the rat's ass hits the freaking camera.
I prefer that you cut off my feet and fed them to me.
Well, it was clear to students at Suncrest that they had a big job ahead of them, but they were determined.
Kanye is nuts.
Well, it was clear to students at Suncrest that they had a big job ahead of them, but they were determined.
Well, just more to hate.
Time to pick the funniest riff.
Oof. Oh, McDome joined in. Yay! Welcome back, Mayor. Mr. Mayor. Oh! Wow. Yeah. Oh boy. Pretty sure Amanda's going to win this one. What do you think, guys? She got like 5,005, almost 6,000 points. That's a lot of points.
Remember, there are no losers here. Only people who didn't win.
5,450 points for Amanda. Whew, that's a lot. Shall we start another round and give McDome an opportunity to do some stuff here? Norman Krasner and the old double. Okay.
Hi, Iris.
This
Hi,
is Rift
Nancy.
Draft, and you should join us. New players.
Put out the wiener wraps and snacks. It's time to riff.
Click that link right there. And there's your room code. Don't worry, you'll get to pick them this time. Ooh, Nancy's in. And Denny. 2, 1, fire.
Hello, riffers. In each round, you pick a riff mode. A movie clip will play. Every clip has a spot to write your own joke, or riff as we call it. You'll be assigned 6 random riffs, and you'll need to pick which one of your riffs is the funniest one. After you make your selection, everyone's riffs are played back, and you vote for your favorite. At the end of all the rounds, the player with the most points wins.
Unless they don't.
Round 1.
Fight.
You've seen the clip. Now enter your riff.
Sigh.
There we go. All done.
Could you please kill me now? These early Jackass episodes weren't that good. This is a strange adaptation of Macbeth. You're still here? Hello? These subscription boxes have gotten really weird.
Here we go again. Time to vote.
Come on, Nancy.
Iris, I am right there with you. They made me work today too. They've been making me work all week. It's annoying. I feel
No
like,
verdict
nope,
yet.
not yet.
We are at 1 hour and 37 minutes of deliberation.
I don't expect anything for the 2 hours.
It's go time, Mama Jama. This is your wrist.
Clickety. There you go, Iris.
Ladies and gentlemen, a walking cyst.
Oof.
You better step back. No telling how much vomit is about to come out of me. Me when I was introduced to Tommy Wiseau. Walmart on Black Friday. I like your lady things. And I borrow a cup of talent.
Time to place your vote, fellow rippers. Check out the high score on this one, people. Ready to outgrip your friends? Here we go.
If it means anything, I don't like water at all, except if I stick my paw in the faucet. It feels so weird. And I drink from the toilet sometimes. Don't tell anyone.
It's that time again. Enter your riff now.
If it means anything, I don't like water at all, except if I stick my paw in the faucet. It feels so weird. And I drink from the toilet sometimes. Don't tell anyone.
This dirty talk needs workshopping.
If it means anything, I don't like water at all, except if I stick my paw in the faucet. It feels so weird. And I drink from the toilet sometimes. Don't tell anyone.
Tasty.
If it means anything, I don't like water at all, except if I stick my paw in the faucet. It feels so weird. And I drink from the toilet sometimes. Don't tell anyone.
Nobody was asking, but fine.
If it means anything, I don't like water at all, except if I stick my paw in the faucet. It feels so weird. And I drink from the toilet sometimes. Don't tell anyone.
And yet when I say that to a friend's baby, I'm the bad guy.
No, George.
If it means anything, I don't like water at all, except at the faucet. It feels so weird. And I drink from the toilet sometimes. Don't tell anyone.
You can move your hand now.
If it means anything, I don't like water at all, except if I stick my paw in the faucet. It feels so weird. And I drink from the toilet sometimes. Don't tell anyone.
Limburger is less cheesy than this.
Got a favorite riff? Vote now. Doing great there. Don't get cocky. Round 4.
What's so good about having a sister?
Are you the next top riffer? Enter your riff.
What's so good about having a sister?
Because ever since I was a kid, I dreamed of being miserable someday.
What's so good about having a sister?
I regret that part of my life.
What's so good about having a sister?
Line.
What's so good about having a sister?
You're beginning to tick me off.
What's so good about having a sister?
It's dumb and it sucks.
What's so good about having a sister?
Hang on, I'm not quite drunk enough.
Got your favorite? Vote now.
Oh!
I'm just so proud of you. Okay, Rippers, it's the final round.
The next day was Saturday. David was watching his mother make some cookies.
You've seen the clip? Now enter your riff.
The next day was Saturday. David was watching his mother make some cookies.
Something you will never hear inside a CrossFit gym.
The next day was Saturday. David was watching his mother make some cookies.
How dare you disturb my dandruff collection?
The next day was Saturday. David was watching his mother make some cookies.
Is anyone really that stupid?
The next day was Saturday. David was watching his mother make some cookies.
I think I'm going to vomit.
The next day was Saturday. David was watching his mother make some cookies. The next day was Saturday. David was watching his mother make some cookies.
Doesn't look like any fish I've ever seen.
Okay, we all had a good laugh. Now time to vote. You're doing great. And the winner is thanks to everyone who played. Let's give each other a hand.
That was a fairly low scoring game. All right. Time to find something else now. Yikes. Okay. Since we've got fun typey people, you want some? Okay, we've got job we want. In between where? Do you really want this job? Okay, fine. Give me a sec. Okay. All right, let me bring it back up. Okay. The mayor only has to have. So we're going to take that out, and we will do a quiplash before the mayor has to go to work, or wherever it is he's got to be. I assume work. That's not what I asked for. Stop. Present. Share that screen. Boop. The party starter. Click there. Okay. Everybody has to duck in real quick like. We'll play Job after that one.
Enter the room code XWQI.
XWQI, folks, XWQI. Sir Legolas is back. And there's a Daddy and a Danny and a Nancy and a Thomas. Are we going to get a Sandy? That proves to be the ultimate question. Did Sandy wander off or no? Amanda got her croissant back. Chase in case. Up there, Sassy. We'll take it here. We can take it from here. Yeah. See, there's Loki and Patty
You
and
have
Sandy
arrived.
and Danny.
This is
Plus
Quick
Debbie.
Flash 3, $5.99 a minute. I'm Schmitty's stunt double, Schmatty. I promise you can't tell the difference. By the way, if you didn't get in the game, you can still vote as an audience member. Type in the room code to join.
It's a Benders.
This is round 1. You're going to see 2 prompts on your device. Answer each one with a brilliant response. Soon you'll go up against another player's answers while everyone else votes for their favorite. You'll rake in the points based on the percentage of people who dig your response. Got it? Great.
I'll have to have a look at that game. See if I can figure out what happened with it. Guess it shouldn't do that.
Time. You excited? I'm excited. And going first is casinos hate it when you walk up to the blackjack table and yell blank. Now vote.
Are we sure Sandy's not in here? Oh. Somebody should probably be keeping track of their Twitter.
And here we have the most popular job title in 2040. Now it gets real. What's your favorite?
I've been told that picking up after a protest is an icky job. But we'll take 50.
Okay, what's next? The dumbest thing to buy in bulk.
Yeah.
Decisions. Choose your favorite.
Neither of those is good. And the crowd would take me.
Let's keep it going.
Would take the bananas.
He's just not that into you because he's into blank. Time to pick the one you like best.
Yeah. Wow.
Next up, the one thing you should never slather mayonnaise on. Here's the fun part. Pick your favorite quip.
Okay then. I think someone's doing
All
an
right, check this
experiment
out.
here.
A sure sign you are currently dating a grizzly bear.
Fur everywhere.
Time to
Here's one for you, Patty. If you take a bit of the fur off the polar bear, what color is it?
I thought polar bear fur was actually translucent.
a blood type only found in extremely sexy people.
It's actually clear.
Yeah, translucent, clear. Yeah.
Yeah, it just looks white because refraction.
Moving right along. The last person you take financial advice from. Okay, everybody, pick your favorite quip.
BLM. I wouldn't take advice from them either. Yes, the capitalization gets lost. Ooh.
That's a wrap on round one. Let's see those scores.
You're here to, oh, geez. Ick.
Next up is a little thing I call round two. Prompts are more out there, and the points are doubled.
So this is the first time in weeks we've not actually had a time limit. A very strict time limit.
Okay.
Oh no! That's no good. We can't have that. Ugh. I hate it when that happens. Really do. Get that second one in there, Tom. Actually, with Quiplash, you don't, general after the game started, you generally can't get back. If you get kicked out after that, we're just stuck. Sorry.
Izzy wants to know how her Appalicious is.
Appalicious is currently taking a nap.
And time's up. Okay, here's where the
So
fun
she's
starts.
doing much better. And she went and got something to eat and drink a few minutes ago.
It is. What's the
Well,
hardest
Izzy was like rubbing her nose up against my phone screen and kept, randomly clicking on things. When the two of them tried to get to each other through the damn phone. I was like, you're the most codependent toddler and dog. No, toddler. Still.
You may have to find another apple.
She will not accept any other apple.
Well, unfortunately, it's too late to breed a mini apple because I got rid of those parts yesterday.
Nobody could resist would be about Blake.
My audio shouldn't be crunchy. I'm laying in bed right now.
It's still winning, you know.
If it's crunchy, it's just because it was rubbing up against my shirt.
weirdest compliment your doctor could give during a colonoscopy?
I have my foot up because
I'll
my
take your
foot and
favorite.
ankle are swollen from this.
Yeah, that one on the
lovely
right,
weather.
that should be a common thing, funnily enough.
Well, the problem is it's, you know.
Yeah, nope, 2 hours and 2.
Yeah, I'm just hoping
that would be better
today. I think the longer we go, the longer we risk
The local library does not
having
want
like
your
one holdout on the site diagnosis.
Ooh.
At least one of you did the work. Enjoy some points.
Oh, man. Sassy and McNeil got
This
voted.
player will one day be the subject of a viral meme called blank. All right, vote for the one.
Oh my God, Becky, look at that lad.
What?
Sir Mix-a-Lot. Sir Lag-a-Lot. I changed the infamous first word of his. Never mind. Croc, you're old.
Next, we have a special skill listed on this player's resume.
Uh-oh.
Patty, are people done being dumb?
3 points are still.
Yeah. I'm just trying to clear my head before I engage with the world.
After the wheel and fire, what was humanity's third discovery? All right, choose your favorite. Next one up. Thanos has gone too far this time. He destroyed half the blank in the universe. Well, here's some easy points. Round 2 is through. Let's see how things shook out. Get ready
Yeah,
for
somebody's killing.
Thriplash, where points flow like honey. On your device, you'll see a prompt that requires 3 separate responses. Don't screw it up, okay?
Kind of crazy when you don't have a timer, isn't it?
So, what's your feelings on verdict, Patty?
What's my you know what? The longer they go, the more I think we've got a holdout that's going, oh, but she might not be. Meanwhile, I'm going, she knew what she did. She tried to cover it up.
And did it badly.
Exactly. She did it really badly. So let's just call the ace and, you know, put her away.
Mayor, are you on Jackbox?
Oh, no, it says they were actually on. They can't get back in.
Oh.
Because this game doesn't allow for it.
Tick-tock, time's almost up.
Well, he said it says room not found.
Yes, because the room was closed because it's all right here. Because once the game starts, they won't let anybody back
The
in.
3 worst materials to build your house out of.
Actually, I shouldn't say that.
Letetia's lies.
Ooh.
Okay, choose your favorite.
Goddamn Bravely. Maddie, we'll go shopping for a longer Bravely for the rest of the channel.
Yup.
Okay. I'll do what I can to get you
too
that.
many of us on one.
Yeah, you
I don't know
guys
how
both
much of
talked
a brain-
about that. That's
what?
probably your connection that died. Came right back.
What did you say, Patty?
3 ways to
Yeah, I'm not sure that's going to help me tonight. I'm like you. I'm just not in a great spot. It's been a very long week with a whole lot of stupid.
And now it's time to vote for your favorite.
And none of the stupid had to do with little Miss Lettuce Leaf and her drama.
You'll have to call and fill me in.
Oh, just a lack of communicate. We had a failure to communicate on a massive level. Let's put it that way.
The only 3 things in life worth getting mad about.
Bad sex, and bad sex. Yeah, got it.
Everybody, pick your
Well,
favorite.
if you would ask Micro, she would go with the first one. Because somebody did that, and all I heard was hysterical screaming at like 3 a.m. when she got stuck in the potty.
Oh!
Because she was asleep, shuffled down to go pee, and fell in.
Happening. Let's see the final scores.
Apple would be very, very much aligned with her that, screaming in the middle of the night is not fun.
And Master Nubis manages to pull it out. Yay. All right.
I mean, the two of them are aligned anyways.
Yeah, I know. Last night was tough.
Was she up because of pain, or?
Well, yeah, because she's not used to having stitches, so every time she moves and it pulled, it would scare her. And a scared puppy is not fun because then she has to let me know how much pain she is not in because, she's not lying on me at that particular moment.
Has anyone here not played Job?
I mean,
you were the one. How do I know it was you? That's easy. You're the one that seems to have the most consistent lag. Has anyone here not? Has anyone in the sound of my voice not played Job? Because if not, if there is not some people that have, if there is not such people, I'm going to turn the freaking tutorials off. I know I can. I know how. There it is.
Turn off the tutorials.
I already turned them off. We'll be expected to know things.
Your room code is JAOW.
Well, you going to go watch the new Guardians of the Galaxy? I've been told that it blows.
no, because all I would hear is, "Hey, I want Baby Groot. I want Baby Groot."
I don't think I'd want to have both of them in the same house when they were both having a bad day, because it could get very loud.
No, they
Anybody
usually
else?
entertain each other.
This will be a really quick game if there's nobody else for this one.
I'm not a job fan.
Any more?
Daddy Scheffler's has boots on sale.
Who has boots on?
Scheffler has cowboy boot sale.
Oh, I've got boots.
So do I, but there's
I
some
need a new
very
pair of
pretty ones
Crocs
on
is what I
sale.
need.
Okay, there is a
I need a
safety. Are we getting a McNome or do we? Oh, no, we're not getting a McNome. Okay, that should be enough to drive everybody insane.
Welcome, potential hires. We're thrilled you applied for this exciting employment opportunity. If you haven't guessed, I'm the boss around here, but I like to think of myself more as a buddy. A boss buddy. Water? Someone will get that. I can tell you're all great candidates. Unfortunately, there's a whole bunch of you and only one job. It's incredibly stressful. That's why I developed a revolutionary new hiring process. I'm going to interview you all at once and force you to judge each other. Whew, I feel more relaxed already. Deborah, clear my calendar. It's time to get to know our candidates.
I know exactly how I'd deal with this lady if that was a manager.
Always set clear expectations, and I expect us to be best friends. So let's get started.
Anubis, he'd probably enjoy it, and then I'd be forced to do it all the time, and that's just weird.
Absolutely not.
What? What?
Having my little size 7.5 foot up his ass.
Nope. That orifice is output only.
Unless you're a medical doctor, it just said bend over.
That's okay. Somebody asked Jay what his ideal job is and told him meat gazer because they just finished random UAs at work and he was being an asshole. He was still in the Marine Corps. Anyone in the military knows what I'm talking about.
Yup. Honor, one coughing at a time. I think I'm gonna have
Too bad we don't
record
have
it.
the Opal Dragon around. We could go play golf with friends.
Yeah, well, if we can get him, if we can tear him away from whatever it is he's doing, we might actually be able to do that.
He's
I thought he
watching
went
anime.
out.
We're screwed.
Because I can kick this up on, I can kick that up onto the screen. It's easy to do. All we have to do is get, well, probably one more player. Because rounds go quick. Actually, we have an Amanda.
Yes, we do.
And I think Anubis went to grab it off of the PS4. And then we might be able to get cross-platform with that.
I don't know.
We're considering there's consideration after this for golf with friends because golf.
I'm sending my first incisive interview questions to your device.
And we had a good time playing it last night. That was
I
fun.
think we should get a copy of Golf It too.
I was having fun messing with you guys and teaching Amanda how to play. I was like, this is not fair. That's fine. She has the math mind for it.
Let me see something here. Go with your
Tell
friend.
Izzy that Apple is snoring, that she needed a nap.
She would get. She's laying in bed resting because she has a marathon in the morning.
Doesn't say anything about cross-platform over here. Let me just check something here.
Nice, Philip. Hey, will call.
Hey, Wilco.
Will call. We are on verdict watch.
Yes, we are. Damn, it does not. Well, crap. Oh well. No, you can't. You'd have to use your PS4 for that. We're supposed to get a forest. We're supposed to get a new forest level here soon. The dark forest level.
Some of those workshop ones are pretty cool.
Mm-hmm. Terror for steel. Okay. Come on, Nancy. A little bit
And
more.
yes, Amanda, you're correct. That graveyard one is a pain.
Mm-hmm. What did Amanda say? That? Oh. She did not.
See what we've got here. Describe how you will help take our business to the next level.
Vote.
Now this is a tough choice, and since choice making is so powerful, why don't you guys show me you can
What?
do it? Vote on your devices now. Using words from 3 different people is worth a reward. Variety is the spice of business.
Yikes!
How do you calm down when you're stressed? What's your deepest regret? How do you define success?
Holy crap!
What?
That answer.
What?
How would you describe your casual
Sexual awareness cheese. Mm-hmm.
I'm slightly concerned.
It's a Duke Nukem reference.
I'm not much for reading, but from what I skimmed, you guys did great. Let's see who's in the lead. Can't argue with the numbers. Believe me, I've tried. No mouse. Let's do some more. To business. Answer the prompt with whatever comes to mind. Open up that word hose and let her rip. Stephen's on today.
Nope, not that we know of. But then we haven't actually been monitored. I don't know if anybody's monitoring the court's Twitter account. So
I have it up.
okay. Just pass a link if you're going to wander off before 5-ish.
What?
My time.
What?
Make sure. Oh, I was just going to ask you to make sure I get the link for that if you're going to wander off here for a bit.
I'm not going anywhere. I'm just saying I'm not like playing the game part.
Oh, well, fine.
I just have the brightness turned
way down.
Yeah.
Oh boy, optimism. Build a better disbelief.
Yeah, I mean, I have it up and I'm monitoring it in that regard. I just can't stare at the lit screen. Kind of
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah, I know the feeling. So who wants to see a round of golf?
I do.
No, you want to play around the golf. You don't want to see it.
Huh? Because I know Amanda and Patty and I will all play, but I don't know if anybody else wants to.
What if I could?
You can't, so you won't. Rawr.
Okay. Curious about keep talking no one is bored.
Yeah, we might get to it eventually.
In that case,
Be informed. Sure.
okay.
Hey Loki, if you have the link to the Twitter account, post it in the chat.
Yeah, hold on.
Please. $50.
Okay, let's see. What did you tweet that got you called into HR? Cast your vote now.
Once they come up, once we get the alert, then it'll be half an hour or so before we find out what it is.
This round, each vote's worth even more.
Did we lose a player? We must have.
A coworker asks you to buy magazine subscriptions for his son's marching band. What do you do?
Don't fuck off.
The office is always way too cold or way too hot. What do you say to the maintenance person?
Ooh.
The team building retreat is this weekend. How are you going to get out of it?
Hey, Alex. What? Serene is outside. You're shaking my body.
A client is not satisfied with their service and is becoming irate. How do you respond?
Oof. Shoot.
Figure out where there is a plant animal.
This game?
No. No. I know I don't think you're talking about keep talking and don't explode.
Somebody hands you a text file.
Zoe has a text file and that's it.
Great
That's it.
work. That's what
Then you get to talk to people.
1 second.
Shoot. I will if it comes to that, I will explain it to you. Maybe.
Okay.
Okay, hot coffee in the front.
You know what would go down smooth right now? One more icebreaker. Don't overthink it. Just put down whatever enters your mind. Unless you're thinking about my ex. We're so very close. I just don't want to hear about them right now, okay? This is my space.
Well, they probably won't go too nuts today. I'm pretty sure they're gonna try and not keep the jury past 5 o'clock. Which gives them about another hour and 15 minutes to deliberate.
Something. Your resumes. It's my fault. I sent them to the office holders.
At CO Courts is the one that will officially formally post it.
What?
Wait. Here. This third link.
Oh yeah.
Is the
Okay.
official one.
Yeah, no delay that way.
I know, I have multiple versions of it up though.
Okay, because I don't use Twitter very much. Not unless I want to snark at folks that are melting down. Mostly I just lurk and read the people melting down over whatever the hell it is today.
Vote for your favorite now. It's the final round, so I'm upping the point bonus even more.
Danny, good job.
Since there's an odd number, let's put our top scoring candidates against each other.
Final votes. Get them in. Oh, Amanda.
All done.
Question for you, Loki.
The toughest decision I've ever avoided making. The job goes to... Congratulations! You're our new president of dividends and new beginnings.
Dividends and new beginnings, huh?
Welcome to the team!
And a mere 56K.
Allison, you're bummer. Oh, man.
I sent a message to the dragon.
We're going to drop that out to the desktop so that I can do this. Stop that. Let me fire this up. Now you must have a client to play this particular game. We were playing it yesterday or last night. During my regular live stream. You should all subscribe to my channel if you haven't already.
Hi, Danny.
Hey there, Danny.
Yeah, Thomas, we know you can't play while you're at work.
All right, posting with a password.
It's the usual password.
It's the usual password. It is. Please remember that you need to be on the US West server to find the room. Nope, that's not what I want. We will take up to 12 players. No, let's not take 12 players. It's me, Andy, and let's go ahead.
Not Oasis.
No, not Oasis.
Not Oasis. Oh boy, Amanda's in there.
Not the same. Tempting to give Amanda a link so she can come in here. What do you think, Loki? Loki is muted.
I think she's dealing with the children. Because it's like dinner time for all of them.
All right, I'll be back in a sec. Let's see if we get Opal in here. He needs to move his butt. He's coming.
Yeah, I sent him a message. It's almost time for him to be cooking dinner, though.
Yeah, we'll see. We might be cooking it anyway.
The fun part is we all know what time everybody does everything now.
What?
I'm getting people settled with food and taking migraine meds.
Croc wanted to know if we could add Amanda to the stream.
I'll be right there.
Yeah, that's fine. Like I said, I'm just taking migraine meds so I don't puke right now.
I'm sorry. If I was there, I would do for you what I do for myself when I have a really bad headache.
Well, this is from the fucking weather change. It's been storming for like 3 days.
Yeah, I've got the same headache going. I got the same one going. I do the back of my head, and I work the whole way around the base of my skull, and then above the ears, and then I do a sinus release to try and get all that stuff to move. And while it doesn't actually make the headache go away, it does give a nice serotonin release, so you feel better.
I just took a bunch of dissolving Zofran so I don't yak everywhere.
I want a daith piercing. I just haven't done it yet, Debbie.
That's hit or miss on whether they work.
Some people, they work great. Iris, yes, I give a really good massage. I'm best with shoulders, necks, and getting rid of headaches.
Okay.
It's a specific piercing in your ear. It's in a weird spot, but it's a trigger point that allegedly helps
It's
relieve.
an acupuncture thing. It's supposed to be like
Yeah.
an acupressure point that helps with it.
Right.
But
This is the most little
I
Firefox.
can confirm
Amanda,
Yeah,
check this
no,
one,
I don't
please.
do
it
happy
doesn't
endings
help
on
with
women.
chemo headaches.
Iris, I don't do happy endings at all anymore. Sorry.
Ha
I mean, only for dragons.
What did you miss a lot when you're gone, Croco?
I wind up getting migraines like 3, 4 times, sometimes 5 times a year.
Well, you know what? I got a cure for your migraines. Where's the wife and where's the cast iron skillet? Give you a love tap upside the temporal region. Whack. Done.
I can text her. I have her phone number.
See, here's
Oh, good.
here's the sad part is that her grandmother washed my cast iron pot or cast iron skillet.
Please don't
So
say
you
with
say
soap.
she smacked you with
Could
it
not
and
be
it
fixed.
broke?
Huh?
She smacked you with it and it broke because it was rusted?
Please don't say she used soap on it.
She put it in the dishwasher.
That's
left
just
it
as
there.
bad.
It was destroyed.
I'd be divorced.
That was her grandmother. Not the wife, the grandmother. And I am seeing somebody. There you go. Hello, Amanda.
Hello. Can you guys
Okay.
hear me?
Hi, Amanda.
You might be able to. You should probably kill your kill the OBS camera.
Oh yeah.
You click the camera off. There you go. Okay. And it looks like we're all ready to go. Nobody else has joined in, so let's do it. We're going back to the forest for right now
Oh boy.
because warm-ups are a thing, and forest is good for that.
Coming up on 3 hours, which is how long Murdaugh took. Come on, people. This should be an easier verdict than Murdaugh. Although I love how now that he's already like been adjudicated, he's like, yeah, I killed my housekeeper or whatever.
What's already been adjudicated?
Murdaugh admitted a bunch of shit in the housekeeper case.
Oh, yeah. No, I heard
Like
about
the dog didn't knock her down.
Yep.
The dog had no part in it.
So what happened was, sounds like when I leave Micro alone in a room.
Well, it's not like it's going to affect. It's not like it's going to affect him very much. He's already in for what, 4, 5, 6 life sentences.
Yeah.
And he's still facing 90-something charge, 80 or 90 financial crimes charges.
But I think what he's trying to do, I think what he was trying to do. There goes Par.
I don't know what I was doing.
That would have gotten me the ace if I'd done it correctly the first time.
Oh, I should have jumped.
Yeah.
Yeah. I forgot to jump too.
Yeah.
There are some jumps.
No, there's worse thing in life than we could do than jump. Oh yes, I got a hole in one. Come on, Amanda, get in there behind me.
Are you
so
trying
close.
Are you trying to leave the squirrel out? Yes.
The squirrel's still on the other side of the rotating board.
It hates me. We all know that.
Oh, just barely.
Thanks, Iris.
Yeah, I actually
We appreciate you monitoring.
I paid money for this game. It was good.
Yes.
That's called too much power.
Hole in one.
Good job. Yay.
That was called a bad angle. Shall we see who can get the highest score?
Oh, dang, it's this one again. I forgot about this.
All in one.
Oh no. No.
Stop. Stop. Oh. That sucked, Amanda.
Hello, Patty. I'm in there. I'm in with you now. Oh,
that was
and
wrong.
Amanda's going to join us in another show.
I didn't. Oh.
Yeah, well, I may look like I'm doing okay now, but we're not even halfway done, so we know that stuff is going to get bad.
Oh, dang it. No. Dang it.
Patty and I hit the hole at the same time. Ooh. Do I have to get more crack?
There you go.
We're currently making an attempt to keep it somewhat clean.
You are Opal's companion cube. You swirled the hole just like he wants to. Another hole in one for Patty.
I mean, I'm sorry.
Welcome
back to Teresa's Den. My name is Teresa, and I'm...
Ow.
Hey, there we go. You made it, Amanda. 1, 2, 3. Hi.
I swirly in the hole.
I leapt onto an entirely different. I leapt onto an entirely different track.
She's
Amanda got
jumping
some.
out of the holes.
Well, I think you just saw me jump over that part.
Yeah.
And then roll off to the side there. Ooh.
Yeah, I jumped onto this track from up there.
Whoa. What? Why did I do that? That was stupid.
I don't know. Birdie.
Oh, no. Oh, this is going to end badly.
Oh no.
Strong, Croco.
Oh no. Oh no.
I got it. I got it right this time.
Oh, I just entirely dodged both
Yeah,
the
I just jumped
fins.
over stuff and dodged.
I didn't actually have
You
to
jump
jump.
over, you dodge.
Nice.
Nice.
Yeah,
I'm
sucking
catching up
today.
very
It's okay.
slowly.
That's why we do warm-ups. At least here. Okay. Zip. Like so.
Par.
Ah, too strong.
Not so hard.
Perfect.
Bogey.
Yay! Do a Happy Gilmore. Is this the part where we take the putt?
This is the part where we take Anubis's putt and do root things. The fox.
Oh!
Oh, I see what I did
There we
wrong.
go.
Here we go.
Why did you go the long way, Croco?
Because I'm an idiot.
Oh, okay.
With jumping on it, I don't have to do it that way. I forgot which hole I was on. And somebody turned her game down or something.
I forgot which hole he was on. Let's see if we can get it there. No.
Really, game?
Good job, Amanda. You got a birdie too.
That was a really bad place for it to get caught.
Yeah, mine didn't, just ran out of steam.
Yeah, mine did too, actually. I thought I had enough power on there, and apparently not.
Nope.
Yes.
Oh no. I'm gonna try that again.
That didn't work.
Hello. Oh!
I stayed at par, so that's good.
Well, whoop. I'm good.
That was...
Jumping is the ultimate cheat code for this.
Oh, that is not the right direction.
That's okay. All you got to do is get up here.
Oh, oh no. Oh.
Damn it. I got up there.
Eagle. But I got that. Oh no. No. You need to not fall off of there.
Oh my gosh. Oh no. Oh no. There we go.
Yeah.
Good job.
Take it. I don't care. Oh, there we go. I got it.
Let me just make sure I've got the chat here. Okay.
Oops.
Oh no, I jumped too... Oh, dang it. I jumped too much. I could have almost gotten a hole in one, but I jumped too much.
I got a birdie.
Yeah, I also got birdie.
So did Croc.
Oh no, did you just get stuck on the edge?
I got stuck
Yes.
right there on the edge.
Oh,
Not quite enough power to
Stuck on
get
the
in.
edge. He got stuck on the edge. That sucks.
It does.
Oh no.
And I got a birdie.
I'm
Birdie.
gonna try that again.
Oh, good job.
He jumped right up there and directly in the hole. Outstanding. Now for the bad one.
Oh no.
Seriously,
Oh,
game?
yeah.
What the hell was that?
That was the game saying,
Yeah,
I hate you.
Yes, the game hates me today.
No!
There goes far.
Oh.
Not
Oh.
at that time.
I'm gonna get it like a double birdie, I think.
Double bogey.
Double bogey, yep. Golfing terms. I'll get them eventually.
6 strokes, 3 over par.
Oh! Oh, so close. Oh.
Oh, look at Croco go. He's fighting with it.
Oh no.
He's fighting with it.
You got this, Croco. There we go.
Got it.
is.
Hey!
That was so stressful.
It probably was, Anubis. The physics on this game are legendary.
So who else can we get to jump in?
I don't know. We have to have it, but we should have an opal. Why don't we?
You
have
know,
an
take
opal?
her to Candyland.
He's not playing golf with friends anymore on Steam. Or like he
Oh.
went on Idle.
Damn it, Opal, get over here.
Candyland time.
Damn it, Dragon. Where'd he go? 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 He ran away. Like completely.
Who did? Opal did?
Opal. Yep.
Yeah, it's dinner time. He won't be far from the kitchen.
Of course not.
He likes his food.
So I hear. But he does most of his own cooking too. Candyland!
Oops.
Okay, this
I
is
think-
Candyland. This is a fun place to hang out.
I don't think I'm in the. Something happened. I'm in forest right now.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, restart.
Retire.
And now I'm somewhere with you guys floating in the middle of the air.
Okay, just go to the retire. I will start. I will put up. I will restart the room.
How did that happen?
You know, it'd be really funny if we jumped in one of these rooms that's not locked and just started messing with them.
Houston, we've got golf is one of the ones that doesn't have a lock on it.
Yeah. I say we all jump in there and stream that one.
Yeah. Let's
watch
not
them go,
say it.
what is going on?
Are we
That could
being
actually be
raped by
pretty
a
funny.
live stream? Okay. So for those of you who are interested, and I know there might be a couple, here is the game we're playing. If you wish to play, you can go for the downloady bit. You can go and grab it and go for the downloady bits. But you have to be playing on PC or Mac.
But it's actually a lot of fun.
Because, yeah.
Oh, there's 2 Snarkies.
2 Snarkies players.
Yeah, on my
Should
screen
be
it's
2
showing.
Snarkies.
Yeah, on my screen it's showing 2 Snarkies.
That's weird.
Yeah.
Did the dear lady of Loki like take herself out of the mix? Yeah,
I think she did.
Probably not gonna get. Probably won't get to anyway. Oh, let's see. Boop a doop a doop. That's got to change back down to this. Apply that. And I think I'm gonna customize here. Gonna change it up a little bit.
Do you only get the skins and stuff from buying it?
No, I don't think so. I think there
You
might
have to
be
earn
anything
points, and
else.
as you earn more points in the game, you get more stuff.
Oh.
I'm cheap. I won't buy anything.
I like being just an orange ball, though. Kind of just.
Yeah, well, I'm a pink ball with a top hat, so
Yeah.
I'm waiting for them to give us the option to be a furry ball, and that would be funny.
There are hats.
Like actually fluffy, or like one of those weird throwable silicone things that have like the tangly hair sticking out of them.
No, like a tribble. Remember the old Star Trek, The Trouble with Tribbles? I want to look like a tribble.
Oh yeah, that look amazing.
I have 3 of those brown jester hats. That sucks. The Stauch hat is actually not terrible.
It's kind of too bad you can't just
safety
like
helmet.
throw extra cosmetics at people.
Yeah. I think you can gift some of your stuff that you don't want to get rid of to Croco.
Yes, you can. Let's switch the kitty headphones for the doggy headphones because that sounds like fun. Okay. And now a trail.
Stars with
And
the
depending
disco
on which-
kind of makes sense, but like
I'm
confetti
working
is
on
funnier.
making sense. Oh, there we go.
Ooh.
Young cat with
I
a
have
disco ball.
That is a great golf ball right there.
That is a golf ball that says a whole lot.
Yeah.
Yes.
What
young
it's saying,
cat is
we're not sure, but it's talking a lot.
Yes. Just like Apple does not want to be quiet.
It's the 1970s version of Nyan Cat.
I'm just glad that she's sleeping.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I knew she wasn't feeling good yesterday because she was not begging for food.
Are those like hills of ice cream?
Yes.
Yeah.
Wow.
Damn.
That.
See? Young cat.
Good job getting across that without hitting it a dozen times.
What?
Amanda.
Oh, thank you.
The hell game. Wow. This is a really good launch for this one.
That's a great start.
Yeah. It's fucking brilliant.
Okay. That's a hill of ice cream.
Yes, there's a hill to die on. You probably want to jump over it. See, I hit this thing. I hit it hard enough going onto that ramp that it tossed me up, over, and almost back and through the gravity well and perched me on top of it.
I'm tied with you, Croco.
Huh?
I'm tied with you, Croco.
Yeah, that happens. Boop.
Oh.
For those of you who are paying attention, it is possible to bypass this disc.
Yes, it is. Just by going this way.
That overshot it so much.
I saw you go flying by. Like,
And all I gotta say now is really game.
what's wrong?
Oh, come on.
It went, it happened. Only 10 strokes.
Yeah,
You're good.
Okay, it turns out I was trying to jump and it kept clicking and it was just making me move, but not actually making me move.
That was rude.
so my things went up like by a lot.
What did I tell you? Nah, I'm doing it for the memes, honestly.
It screams woke. No, there's nothing woke about this because we kind of get. Yeah, Anubis agrees with me. It'd be fun to jump into somebody else's stream and play with them.
Maybe after this one.
A tiny bit more out of. Wow.
What?
Fucking wow.
Did you get par? Good job. Nope.
No, she's 2 over. Par on this hole's 2. This one's 4 though. Boop. Eagle.
Oh, I did it! Oh no.
Yeah, don't fall down there.
Yeah, I just did, and I jumped myself out of it.
That's not friendly water.
It's not actually water.
Yeah, I know.
It's kind of gross, whatever it is.
It's hardened sugar. It's been dyed blue.
Oh, I was thinking it was gelatin.
Nah.
But like somebody didn't cool it properly. Oh. You can jump over it.
Yeah, of course you can jump over it. Why wouldn't you be able to jump over it?
I don't know what I was expecting.
You can wait till you have to start avoiding weird stuff like donuts on legs.
Yeah. Which is over there.
Which is yeah, dead ahead.
Oh my gosh.
Really?
Are you kidding me? You little booger. There we go.
Oh, dang it. Not great. Oh, I hit it perfectly.
Yay!
Good for you.
Come on, Croco. Let's to
enjoyed it.
Croco.
There we go.
Croco's doing a swirly. It's Oompa Loompa Poop.
I'm going to give this game a swirl. They don't knock it the fuck off. Damn.
What's wrong? Are you having trouble, Croco?
I never have problems. You know, like that.
What did... Okay. Oh.
Par. Par is good. We'll take par.
Par is good. We'll take par.
It's Oompa Loompa Poop. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I got to take care of that then. Boop. Doop, 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 doop. par. Oh,
1 over. Damn it, we're tied. I know that happens.
That tends to be a thing. I just got 1 over everything.
You know what? Eventually you'll figure it out and you'll be fine.
that was me last time. Wow.
Oh wow.
Tiny bit less power out of base it. That's okay. I'll take birdie. Birdie is good.
And he moves ahead of me.
Iris, if you don't have this game, you should fix that and come play with us.
Oh, dang it. I could have jumped up. Ah.
This is where Patty loses.
No.
Actually, you should be just about done too, aren't you, Thomas?
Oh, that. Okay. Nope.
Nope, I didn't hit it hard enough. I needed to hit it a
I
little
hit
bit
it too hard.
Huh? How much?
I was trying to jump up. Because if I had just gotten the right speed, I would have been able to jump over it, but...
Well, that's kind of what happened to me.
I found you can reset to where you started your thing by pressing R while you're still moving.
Yikes! Too much power.
Flip it over. Swirled. Amanda, this is where you get to beat me.
I don't know. I think actually, no, I think you guys, well, at least tie with me, I'm over par by a lot.
So am I. What's your point?
We're all over par.
Still
We are all over par.
Opal's the one that... Oh, yeah, I remember this one. Opal's the one that's always under par. All I can say, Amanda, is go left.
What in the world?
You got to swing up over the candy disc to get in it.
Yeah.
Kabunk. All right, give me a.
Oh wow, we all tied.
We all got the same score.
Yep, I'll bogey.
Too far. Too hard.
Yep.
That wasn't gonna get any better for me, so
I got a par.
Left or right? Because I'm stuck. I'm actually stuck up here.
The one to the right.
Okay.
There you go.
I still think it's funny I managed to get stuck up there.
That could have been worse. Could have been lots worse. Watch this one.
I managed to get stuck underneath the platform, which made it funnier.
That's gonna end.
Oh, dang it.
Damn.
Come on.
So much for far on this one too.
Good enough. I really need to stop trying to be fancy with it. It's not working.
Well, actually, funnily enough, I landed in the wrong spot.
Oh, why is... Can't be fancy with it.
Why are you following me, Croco?
This is the most efficient path.
Stop following me.
Well, it's following you, Patty. You know it. I don't know if the game's on sale right now or not.
It's not.
Ah, crap. $15.
That didn't work out as intended.
No, not really. That's okay though. But Jim, hey, you stroke out. You're good.
Yeah. Just barely.
Patty, you're following me. Knock it off.
I'm in front of you.
No, you're
oh,
not.
wait. That's funny. On my screen, you're behind me?
Oh, that worked so well. Why did that work? Oh my gosh.
Yikes, yikes, yikes. Oh, good. I made it.
I made par!
I didn't. Damn it.
Par.
Oh my gosh. I just went for it, and I managed to just get stuck in between two of the things, and just yay.
I managed. I just whacked the shit out of it. Honestly, the way until most of the balls were right there in the middle, and then getting pounded it. And I don't have that problem when that happens.
Oh, Donut King. Why is Donut King green?
I don't know.
Donut King gone stale?
Finally.
Or moldy. Probably moldy.
I finally made it.
The eyes are
Finally made it. Outstanding. And wow.
Last place.
Yep. Amanda wins because she's got the highest score.
That's right.
I suck at 10 over par.
I suck at more than 10 over par. What's your point?
Ooh.
Oh, wait. I also suck through a straw.
And your first loser. What's up with that?
I'm enjoying my Coke Zero today, so.
I've actually got this game turned way down right now, so I might actually survive the last round of the last hole of whatchamafugget. All right, time to raid another person's room. LOL.
Oh, raiding another person's room time?
Whose room are we raiding, Anubis?
I don't know.
I think we should go back to the lobby and all decide whose game we should go
Okay,
crash.
the only persons that you can raid is Momo, who's playing Houston We've Got Golf by themselves.
Well, no, because there's other servers in other time zones, so you can go check the other time zones too.
Oh, Japan has one room that's playing random custom mode. Australia has
doing.
nobody. Asia has nobody. South America.
They're all asleep.
Canada has nothing. Russia doesn't have any.
Hey, Sod, how you doing, man?
Yo, Sod, what's up?
Hopefully that's not too painful right now.
Oh, Europe has a bunch of people.
Yeah, well, the lag between here and Europe is massive. We get booted. On top of that, whoever it is that's hosting can actually kick folks.
East side of the United States has 2 random classics. And then there's just us with Houston. We've got golf.
So there's this guy Devin that has the classic. Let me see if he'll let me join. Oh, somebody else joined in.
Yeah, we're both.
Let's see if he kicks us out.
No, there's more people.
Hey, Lord Croco Squirrel, get out of your lobby and come join us over with Devin and see what happens.
Browse.
Hey.
So browse.
Browse.
Eastern, Western.
Eastern? Ugh.
Wrong direction.
No, I don't want to go there. U.S.
And Devin
Seems
custom
like he
mode.
might let us in.
Oh no, he just started it.
Should no longer exist.
Started it.
Shoot.
Then
And
how
you
come
feel
I'm in
alive.
Jelly Belly?
Shoot.
I'm going to reset the host.
I can't select golf to share to the screen. No, why? Oh, there we go.
Because
Got it.
I was gonna say I can present too.
well, we can all present. I'm not sure. Are you actually in there, Amanda?
Yeah.
Okay.
Amanda, do you have two screens though?
Yes.
All right, because I'm already there.
Oh, I have two screens, and it's not loading.
Not loading. We're just kind of mean, aren't we?
Yes, you're mean.
Hey, Sandy, we're being bad.
What are we doing?
We're on somebody else's thing trying to stream to YouTube to see what they're doing.
No.
No. We just figured we'd go jump in on somebody else's golf game.
Do you want me to stop?
It's letting us play.
That's fine. I can sit out around. I don't mind. I'll watch Amanda get dropped off the side.
No, wait, what?
Oh,
I
he's
ran
got
into them.
collision on. Oops.
Oh no.
Oh, it's showing Amanda's stream, not mine.
Yes, it is.
And they don't have jump on.
Nope.
No, they don't.
Oh,
And
this
we'll
is gonna
switch.
be a long game.
Now we're gonna switch to
Free cam is infinite though. So what are we switching to?
Nope, we're on Patty Cam now.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I turned off my sharing.
No, you didn't.
No, you didn't.
Oh, I didn't.
Nope, we're on Patty Cam.
But I just swirled the hole for everybody.
Yes, we saw.
Golfer is having big problems.
Golfer is the traditional white golf ball. Oh, there's two of them.
Okay, but here's the funny part. Does anybody have do these people have any crew? Anubis, this is all your fault. Whoop.
Yes, blame Anubis.
My guess is they just bought the game and they just joined the random room.
Oh, maybe.
Well, and there's Devin. So how are we all doing on this one?
Relatively okay. I'm still at the bottom.
Hey, I ain't.
Oh, what in the world is that?
I guess you have to hit the
No.
donuts.
And the reset button's not working either.
Oops.
Okay, full strength. Let's try this again.
I hit a collision.
I'm in. Par.
All you have to do is get there.
Oh, okay.
Just all you gotta do is
Fascinating.
get there, and that's the hole.
I don't know what strength to put at this.
I went like 3/4 to almost 5/8.
Okay, well, I figured out the range-ish. And that
Opie's
overshot
hung
it.
up on us.
Did she? No.
Yeah, she said no, and then just, like, left.
You should have told me to stop. We could have stopped. But this is kind of funny.
I'm having such a hard time with it.
Look. This is really important. These people have no idea what we're doing.
No.
That's the best part. It's like when you're driving down the road and you got a line of like 5 cars and you honk and wave at the second one and everybody's confused. Yeah.
Oh no.
That's
You almost
no.
did it.
I'm sorry. Yay.
At least it was a really large hole.
Maybe this is a
Oh, this is
There's
just
no jumping,
rude.
so we have to do it the long way around.
Yes, because you don't have jumping.
Oh no.
It's a par 7, so it's not going to be that.
No.
bad.
And of course, now you can knock people.
Dang it!
See?
Patty!
It's okay. They got me too, honey.
I'm just going to lean back and listen to you speaking because this is actually entertaining.
That didn't work.
You knocked yourself off, didn't you? Uh-huh. I see how you are.
Well, you know what? Just tell it to change your password, Debs.
No. No. Damn it. I got too much.
Don't you hate that? You might want to zoom in a little bit there, Patty.
Oh, I'm
Not
perfectly
necessarily
lined
a
up.
lot. What do you want to
11
bet?
strokes.
What do you want to bet this Devin guy actually? 12 strokes for Patty.
What are the odds that like he made the map or something?
Yep, and he just opened it up to test, which means the joke's on y'all.
Free testing. You know what? That's okay.
Look, he's grabbed stuff from like every. Hey, all of us sucked on that hole.
Oh yeah. If anything, I did better than the dude. Oh no! Is it really? No. I'm gonna test a different direction. Oh! He went in and. Oh, I saw the direction he went in. Oh, it teleports you. Oh, where are
That's
we?
cool.
Why is?
I don't know, but it keeps teleporting me.
Hi.
You're with me. Okay,
Yeah.
so we'll go this way. And that takes you down again.
And you get bounced back down there.
I think we're in the whatever that tower was in the background. Oh, there's a ramp down here. Oh, you have to jump it. It's a jump. I'm stuck. Yeah, you have to leap over. If you put in sufficient enough strength, you just bounce aggressively. Oh, this is par 9. Oh, I found the goal. It's down here.
There's probably more than one of them.
Bogey.
There's Devin.
Oh, poor golfer.
Found Devin.
Yeah.
There it
Hey,
is.
there's Devin. I ran out of
Other
shots.
shots at 14. And Griefer over here is, well, screwed.
Both golfer and Samuel B are having a very, very hard time with this. Golfer's stuck with the ramp thing. He's not putting enough power to jump over.
He'll learn.
Oh, there we go.
There, he got it.
And Oh, Samuel's at the ramp and got over it first try. Seeing Patty just stuck there.
Yeah.
I did the best.
It's
No,
20
but look
minutes
at
of
this. We're all
five.
within 8 shots of each other. So that's nasty.
Oh, that's a thing. Okay. We all got caught. Oh, there's a gap. Oh, that's evil.
Yes.
Ooh.
Got par. I don't know how, but I got par.
No, it's just after three. It's
Samuel got it
3 minutes
first
before here, and they're an hour ahead, and they're an hour out from me. So it's almost 5 o'clock there. They should be calling the court back in.
Ooh,
about
I got
then.
knocked.
So did I.
This loop is
Wait,
not.
wait. How do we not have?
This
How do we
loop is
not have what?
We don't actually have the court feed at all.
Maybe they just closed it down at some point.
No, I don't think that would be
Thanks,
it.
Patty.
You're welcome.
Oh, Samuel just leapt over the edge. And so did I, for that matter.
Sweet.
We're near the bottom, actually. Oh, yeah. This leads directly down
Hey,
into it.
Goes again.
Flaming.
Birdie!
Did you see that? We went in together.
Yeah. What did you get?
That's got I got an eagle.
Oh, I got birdie. You did great.
I just started trying to hit. I just tried trying to hit Devin out of my way. Now I'm in here just causing trouble. I admit it. It's fun.
I wonder if they'll find it later and be like, wait a minute, what?
Who is this snarky P person, and why is she in here? And why is there a cerulean portal?
Why does it? And my brain says he probably.
Why is the cerulean portal orange colored? Better
Why
question.
is Golfer? Why did Golfer just pass me?
What in the world is? Oh my gosh! That's missing part of a texture right there.
Yeah, probably.
Oh, it's a freaking. It's a ramp.
Is it a loop-de-loop?
It's a loop-de-loop.
Oh, you know what? This is a good position. I can just leap.
What
there
are
we
you talking about?
Now,
were you able to leap?
Oh, I got stuck at the bottom, so I just leapt out. And the goal hole is really big. It's nice. I got an albatross.
Ooh, those are incredibly rare.
Gopher's figuring it out. Oh, so turns out getting stuck in the bottom of the loop-de-loop is better. Because if you go all the way around, it's like an extra 2 shots or so.
It's a big hole when you get to the bottom.
Yeah. I still
And
hear.
Sometimes just hitting your other friends is just a lot of fun.
I enjoy the hilarious textures from like the what was it? The escapists?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just wobbling back and forth. It's great.
Don't need.
Oh, there they are.
A lot of the pars for these are really, really high.
Trying to figure out where we're going.
Free cam. What is free cam? WASD to move. Oh, you can move the camera.
Yes, you can.
Oh, that's funky. There's a donut on the roof. No, that's from last time.
No, that's not where it goes. So let's
Someone
try
went
that
up
way.
into the donut hole and it teleported them?
I don't
Is
know.
that
I
where
can't
they went?
actually.
Okay.
Here's the sad part. I can't actually watch the screen much here, so.
Oh, it is the goal.
You just have to get. All you got to do is get through the dumb hole of the donut.
I got a hole in one.
That's all you had to do was go through the donut hole.
Yeah. That was a hole in one.
Good job.
Woo! I'm on par with the dude.
I think I'm gonna go that way.
That's a hole that goes. Oh, you have to go up. Oh goodness.
Yep, you're gonna have to go. All right.
So you have to go around.
We swap this out over here.
Into a gap, then throw yourself up, and then through a hole, through a pipe, and then up another ramp. To a floating hole. Got it. Okay.
Oh, I went the whole way around the building. Great.
Yeah. This one's par 8 for a reason.
Par 67.
Nope, that was the wrong side.
Well, I will know if the cart comes back.
Okay.
We are going to have to dismiss the jury for the day. So, yay, Debbie!
Hi, Debbie. No, I don't want to go down there.
Yeah, you have to go down there and then up the ramp and then onto the platform. Oh, dang it. I just barely missed it. Oh.
You mean that way?
No.
No.
There's a small little... It got switched over to my stream. There's a small little hole you have to get into.
Yeah.
Oh, dang it.
Oh, I see where the end is. Right there.
Yeah, so you were so close, but then you overshot it. And getting it in there is really difficult.
That's okay.
You ran out of shots?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Completely.
It'll let me play. I'm not sure. I need someone to bounce
Interesting.
it and.
Okay.
Oh, this one shouldn't be too bad. Swirly, swirly, swirly!
Ah, dang it. I'm gonna get a birdie, probably.
You guys wandered off, so you guys wandered off, so you don't get a vote. We're gonna play Haunted next.
We're gonna play Haunted tonight.
Yeah, why not? Assuming, of course,
Wait,
that
who's the one that doesn't like Haunted?
Opal.
Why
Well, he's
doesn't he
not here
like
right
Haunted?
now.
What?
Why doesn't he like Haunted? That's what I don't get.
Okay. I see. Oh, that was interesting.
Agreed.
It's not what I expected.
There's just this random spot where it's like two pipes are connecting, so it goes up.
It's a course. Nothing massive.
We're so close to the end. Flying up. What is
There.
this?
Don't do that.
Oh. Oh, wow.
Now I remember why I pulled that out.
Stay. No.
Oh
Damn it.
no. Oh. Oh no. Oh no.
At least I managed to stay on course this time.
Can't even get over to the second half. What is this?
What is this?
R5?
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, it's one of those.
I hate that.
Someone finally used the chat. Dude. Probably knocked him off.
Hey, I finally got in.
Oh, there's a weird little bump at the top. Why?
It's not a weird little bump. It's just there.
Yeah, but it made the jump.
Ding.
Oh, woo!
Idiot. Oh, wow.
There
You
you go.
can actually settle up on top. Only 10 strokes. A mere 10 strokes. Okay, Iris. I see how it is.
Wasn't trying to press T.
Haunted is another one of the courses.
It's a stock course. It's been there for a while.
And it's the Haunted Mansion. Whoa! About time, golfer.
Oh, frackets.
Oh my gosh.
Seriously, people.
It has a little gap in it
It's a gap has a thing.
that I went through.
Ah, there we go. Better.
Oh, what? What in the world?
Somebody hit you.
Oh, I hit Patty, I think. You go first, Patty.
Patty didn't get here till after you.
Was that me?
All right. Fire up the game. You got to find it in your library. Fire it up. You will. Let me know when the game's up.
Okay. I see weird things.
Did you?
There's 3 different holes.
Check your
I'm gonna try to
download,
do.
Debbie. See if it's in there. Should be. You're not going to get under there. Don't even try.
Okay.
You only have X amount of time for that anyway.
Oh, it's free cam. It's infinite right now.
Is it?
Yeah, I got set to infinite.
Scary.
What am I doing under here? Oh, there we go. There's the hole.
If you go to your library. Are you in your library page? Or do you need to use the store for? But you said it was downloading already.
Watching something from inside of a structure is really difficult.
Yes, it's not
fun.
It's
still downloading. Okay. Hold up until it's you got to wait till it's finished. I don't know what your bandwidth looks like.
And now the loud one from all of the background. Okay.
They might.
So it's. Oh, and those are bouncy? What?
You know, it's okay, Iris. Sometimes that's a thing.
Oh, goodness. This
We
is
got
like.
bits to escapists and worms in here. That's gonna. Yeah.
Devin's just going to get spun around. Oh, and you have to take the center one because the other 2 are lava. Got it.
Eagle. 2 under par. I love the turtle.
Oh, shoot.
Croco, you could play worms if we turned down all the sound on it.
I'm not worried. Words doesn't actually worry me nearly as much. For I don't even know why. I just think
maybe it's all the creepy wormy characters.
Maybe it's just that it's a pain in the ass with all the jetpacks.
I'm doing okay.
I think that's what makes it fun.
Surprisingly.
But
Okay, let's see. Over the thing, through the loop-de-loop, through another loop-de-loop, and then over to the goal.
But you have to get over that first.
Oh, okay.
Without doing that.
Yeah, that was interesting.
All right. Enough of Mandicam. We're going to switch to Pedicam.
Oh, and there's no bottom to that water.
Is there not?
Yeah, no, I just clicked through it into the room below.
Yikes.
See? It just goes down here.
well, that's weird. Well, that's even weirder. How did I get out?
I don't know. Right there.
But I can see it.
I wonder if someone's going to hit me because I'm right in the center.
Probably.
This would be more fun if you could just jump over stuff, because I know exactly which direction Opal would go.
Yes, actually.
Over the
See, this is a course. This is a course we play when we've got Raz.
Oh no, Samuel went backwards. Oh, I see what they're trying to do. They're trying to hit the loop-de-loop in a way that it knocks him down. Like golfer.
Yep, golfer managed it.
Okay, I'm just gonna
See if you can hop up and over the side.
You can't.
No, not that way. The other way.
Oh. Well, if you get stuck right at the bottom of the loop-de-loop, you can. That's the thing.
Well, I'll try and get stuck at the bottom of the loop-de-loop. You should be able to bounce off the wall and get it down in there. There you go.
She made it. Yay. Last hole.
Hey, look, I'm not in last place anymore.
Oh, this what in the world? Oh.
Somebody decided to play pegs in the middle of this game.
This is just chance. There's no strategy with this. It's throw yourself at the thing and not difficult enough to knock yourself off. Like,
and hope that
Your
you make it
initial
through.
angle will make a difference, but not enough.
with how long it is at that point, it's not really doing much. Wow. If I albatross.
Hey, come on. No.
No, what?
Yeah.
Oh. And it killed you because you got touched. Oh. You also got stuck on the hexagon. Oh no. Oh, they have little bumpers there. Okay, that's nice.
Hey, I made it down. Yay. Woo! And I got an eagle.
Nice.
Nice.
It was fun.
What's the thing before albatross? Because Samuel got 2.
Actually, it's an albatross.
Condor. Condor, albatross, eagle, birdie, par.
That is Europe.
All right. So.
Okay. You were hosting a room?
Yes, I have the room up. Should be west.
Yeah, I'm on west.
Try east.
Yeah.
Because that's where you guys just were. I went over there to try and get you to.
Oh, there it is. He is in east.
KWERL, yeah.
Yeah, give me a second though and see if we've got anybody else that comes in because I need to go do a little girl's room break.
You do that.
Yeah, cool.
Amanda, you want to kill your thing there?
Oh, yeah. Oh, I can do that.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Okay, well, I killed it, so...
And it's like just before 5 o'clock for them.
I might mute temporarily and
It's
go
okay,
refill my drink.
Sarah. All the hugs. We are here to entertain at least for a little while longer. Actually, let's do this. I have to...
The live has been going for 8 hours and 30 minutes. Why do you guys always stop at around the 9-hour mark? So like a YouTube rule or something?
Huh? No. Actually, I think the longest we can run a live stream is 10, so...
Hmm.
Come on! Shit.
It'd be pretty funny if in the middle of the night, the jury came back with a verdict.
U.S. West. Now, go back because you used to could be able to do the thing. If you are in the old room, then hop out of it.
What? Okay, are we leaving this room then?
Yeah, that room. What? Oh yeah.
It made me the room host.
You're the room host. What?
It made me room host for a little bit. Squirrel's
No,
moving back to West.
I just moved my silly ass off back to West. Something I had intended to do originally. I did what?
Squirrel. Trying to type the word squirrel. It wasn't letting me click into the text box immediately.
All right. I'm in there.
Okay.
Hi, Kara.
I don't know what redneck expression I just used. Oh, somebody needs to tell me so I can use it more.
Oh, wow.
What do you need to use? You're on a random course, though.
Oh, that. Okay. No. Debbie was saying that I used a redneck expression. I just wanted to know what it was so I could do it more. Drive her nuts. Okay.
How about she just as cute as a speckled pup?
I know, right?
No, he's adorable.
Am I? No.
He could be adorkable, too.
I could.
That'd be more
I've been accused of being adorkable occasionally.
Yeah, I could see where that had happened.
Yeah, I'm gonna run through the regular spam real quick. It's like 10 or 11 hours they automatically shut it down.
I saw you put it in chat and it made me want to read it out loud, but then I remembered it's probably not the smartest idea.
What?
I'm not great at spiels. I can't excitedly ask about a McDonald's mobile app, though.
I want to know what the hell that's up. I want to know why they need one.
It's so poorly designed. Just this week, our system had started fighting the mobile app and giving connection, like network connection issues.
Oh god.
So over half of the codes put in just outright didn't work.
Oh, that's nice.
Mm-hmm.
And then
of course for the user, it eats up their points anyway because of how it's designed. Doesn't matter if the code is actually put in anywhere. The moment you click the use promo button, it eats the points and counts it as used.
Ugh. Move.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine.
Yes.
I dropped my cup. It was empty, but
my 11-year-old just got poked in it. Got poked, so to give him the idea that he probably should get the hell out of my way.
Oh yeah, Creed. Yeah, the
And
McDonald's
up
app.
Cover.
Surprisingly,
Well,
here people use it a lot. So whenever it stops working properly, everybody gets mad.
I bet.
Oh, and the best part is the code for the buy one get one deal. Because our system already has one for all of the non-egg items in breakfast.
Oh, jeez.
So people will use it for sausage McMuffins. But it won't work because there's already the buy one get one in the system, which overrides any other code.
Oh, jeez.
I had to try desperately to explain to this woman why she is still getting the same deal, but her code would work better for sausage egg McMuffins instead of sausage McMuffins. And the best part is it never clicked, and the driver had to just drive away because she wasn't getting it and was going to start screaming at me.
Yeah, she doesn't need to scream at you, and the driver understands that.
Yeah.
Bless her heart.
Oh,
I'm
yeah,
sorry, was that redneck? Or that was True Southern.
Oh.
Yeah.
The QR code, yeah, it's the number code is for drive-through, and the QR code is for in-person.
It's called lobby. The lobby.
In lobby, yeah. They replaced our card readers recently, and then they broke it by adding software on it that makes tap not work entirely.
Oh,
so we have like Apple Pay, which for some reason is tap, but like a different kind of tap. And it makes the exact same sound as the ones from Costco.
Oh.
So the running theory is they put the same software that Costco uses.
Why would I not? Why would I be? Why am I unsurprised by that? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not surprised.
Haunted. That's what I promised before.
The newest fun McDonald's thing is they have a strawberry shortcake McFlurry, and it's that strawberry shortcake ice cream bar that has all the sprinkly things on it? It's like a plain McFlurry, but with those strawberry sprinkly things. But it apparently has an allergy warning for strawberries. So in the system, instead of having the name of the thing, its name is allergy warning.
Uh-oh. Hold on.
So we have allergy warning McFlurry.
Hi, I'd like an allergy warning McFlurry. Thank you. Do you know how much this makes me want to go to McDonald's just to order one and watch them go? How do you know that?
I don't think it's consistent with all of the McDonald's because the head manager can modify the order screens as they choose. So I think it's just my manager put it in as allergy warning.
Your manager gets gold stars for entertainment.
Pure entertainment value.
She's also the lady who and this is a heated debate among the crew about the concept of carbonated espresso.
You know, what's really sad is I have one of those soda stream machines.
Mm-hmm.
And I actually put coffee in my bottle and carbonated it and then fed it to a friend of mine. And she said it was really good.
No, it's not just plain old carbonated coffee. It is root beer with espresso shots.
Thank you,
Ooh, that
Kara.
sounds yummy.
It is
It's
appreciated.
it's okay. You have to get the ratio right, otherwise you're just like dying. But apparently, one of my managers loves it. Tried to get everyone in the crew to try it. I also enjoy it.
No. Okay then.
But
So how are we doing? Okay, Debbie,
the head
check your download,
manager
please.
hates it. Oh yeah, we can get started when you guys feel like. But the head manager hates it to the point where she removed the button to add espresso to root beer.
That was rude.
Yes.
I'm thinking that's probably because it was costing him a small fortune in espresso.
Well, so the option now is to my mom actually went to the drive-thru and called it evil soda, and they put it in properly.
So let me guess, these are things that are on the secret menu at McDonald's.
These are the things that you have to explain to the employees what you want, because there is no regular.
Okay.
There's no uniform description for these things. They don't have names yet. But my mom calls them evil soda, and I may go buy one later.
It's almost time to go get your brother.
I would be interested in trying the evil soda because I like root beer and I like coffee.
Mhm.
And I bet it'd be even better if you made an evil soda McFlurry float.
Oh, I'm gonna
You know, where
write
you
that
add vanilla ice cream
down.
to it?
I am writing that down.
Yeah, evil soda float. I bet that's really good. All right, who else gonna head for McDonald's now? Make it an icy Anubis.
I would, but I can't. Ooh, San Antonio. And Toxical would be fun. You could do that, Dave.
Hi, Divinity.
Like the
Yeah,
Discord link.
we have fun random conversations.
Hi.
When I've had a really bad day at work, like I've had all week this week, talking to Amanda about McDonald's stuff makes me feel better.
I would be willing to like
For those
spend the
of you
15
who are not
minutes it
members
takes
of
to
the
walk over to
Discord,
my McDonald's and try
I
it.
will now post those links.
I have a McDonald's that's
one's
not too far from
fine.
me, so I may go there after a while. Considering I usually only drive through and get a soda. Because
There are the Discords.
the one by my office is the one I really like that got partially taken out by the tornado.
They
That's
joined
the
the
one I
Discord.
really like.
Divinity joined the Discord.
Divinity, yay!
Yay!
Yeah, keep an eye on the Divinity. You need to keep an eye on the Discord because occasionally we have anime and game night. And when you run out of room for people's stuff to be displayed to know who all's there and all you get is icons, that's when you know you're having fun.
I have more McDonald's stories if you guys ever want them. I have like a small list at this point.
You have McDonald's stories. Loki has paramedic stories. I have bad animal control and mortgage stories. Yeah.
And the squirrel's got a whole pile of
nuts
military stories. That pile is actually fairly large.
the one perk of being in cash booth, which is the first window where you like pay. Sometimes I get to pet the dogs.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Would totally let you pet my dog. Anubis, why can't McDonald's get an order correct? Because the smart people are working with the cash drawer.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
And also the system kind of fights us on it. So it is essentially, it gets put in the order in the system of whoever presses the button first. And there's pretty much no way to reshuffle it. Which is why at that first window you will sometimes get they will sometimes read out an order to you and ask if it's yours. Because people at second window are so swamped with having to do about 4 different tasks at the same time that sometimes they will accidentally click the buttons out of order, and we will get told that it's stored out of order. And then if you're lucky, there's going to be a manager on table that puts all the sandwiches together and stuff. So most of the time, it's in order. But occasionally we get really Grubhub. Oh, that's a different fight in and of itself.
Uh-oh.
Because that is between the manager that is putting it in the bag and or any poor sap of an employee that they have asked to like grab McFlurries or make shakes.
Let's do it this
Ooh, we'll get a blue marble sticker.
Table.
Okay. So we are looking to see if Debbie can actually get the damn thing to operate.
Creed, that is a long list. Was that all at the same time, or was that... I'm curious now. Was that all one job, or was that multiple jobs?
Okay.
I'm thinking that was multiple jobs over a period of time. Age 12 to age 23. Oh boy.
Wow.
Hi. I'm going to hi.
Oh hi.
There's Divinity. I gotta find you.
Over here on the floor.
TX Iris. Oh, wrong one. Oh, nice.
One more meeting.
Ooh.
All right, let me. Where'd it go? Up there.
Resume. Jury left. Resume Monday at 9. Ooh, okay. Cool.
Are we done for the day?
Hey, Loki. Oh no, Loki's gone.
No, Loki's just not here.
Oh, she joined in for a moment.
Oh, there you are. Okay, cool. 9 a.m. Monday. Okay. All right then.
Okay, well, they're gone for the weekend.
Welcome back.
So we can kill it at this point. We'll kill, like, we can kill the live stream and move the golf game over to the Discord. Which is probably
So
what's going to happen.
anybody that's interested in watching it, go to Gamer Grounds over in the public channels on the Lair of the Croco Squirrel.
Actually, I think it's in the Kekistan. Yeah, it's in the Kekistan Embassy.
Is it the Kekistan Embassy?
Yep.
Oh, it is.
The Embassy of Kekistan.
I'll be on before then, Philip.
Okay. Are we having an after party today or no?
I don't know.
Okay, let me know.
Remember
Go ahead.
to like and subscribe because Loki deserves it.